Welcome to Storietional, where chilling tales take you to the edge of your imagination. Subscribe now, and let's dive into the darkness together and the sleepy town of Ravenwood, nestled between the dark, foreboding mountains, where the air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. There lived a young girl named Lily. She was 10, with wild, curly hair the color of chestnuts and a spirit as boundless as the sky. Her smile could light up a room, but it was the companionship of her scruffy, brown mutt, Max, that brought her the most profound joy. Every day, after the morning sun had risen over the treetops, Lily would hurry home from school to join Max in the woods behind her house. The woods were a place of wonder, where ancient trees stretched toward the sky like skeletal sentinels, their branches weaving a canopy of leaves that filtered the sunlight and cast eerie, emerald shadows on the forest floor. Here, Lily and Max explored the world without the constraints of adult supervision, laughing and chasing after sticks as they wandered deeper into the woods. But lately, a subtle change had crept into their idyllic world at first. It was just a feeling, a nagging sense that something was off. Lily couldn't quite put her finger on it, but her usually reliable intuition was warning her that something was amiss. Max, too, seemed to be behaving strangely. He was quiet, too quiet, and his usual exuberance had given way to a brooding, sullen demeanor. When she tried to play with him, he would turn away, his dark, soulful eyes fixed on something beyond her sight. And sometimes, late at night, when the house was quiet and Lily lay in bed, she would swear she heard the distant, mournful howling of a wolf or the low, ominous growl of some other animal. One rainy evening, as the storm outside intensified, Lily found herself drawn to their usual spot, an old, gnarled oak tree that stood sentinel over the forest like a wise and ancient giant. The tree's branches creaked and swayed in the gusty wind, its leaves rustling and whispering secrets on the breeze that Lily could almost make out. Max followed her, his movements eerily silent for a dog so large and boisterous. As they reached the tree, Lily called his name, trying to rouse him from his trance-like state. "Max, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What's going on with you?" But Max didn't respond. He simply stood there, his eyes fixed on some point beyond her, his tail hanging limply at his side. Lily felt a shiver run down her spine as she realized that his eyes had changed, too. They seemed darker, more piercing, and they seemed to bore into her very soul. Suddenly, the wind died, the rain ceased, and an unearthly silence fell over the forest. The only sound was the creaking of the oak tree, its branches swaying in the darkness like skeletal fingers. And then, as if in response to Lily's question, Max spoke. "Lily." His voice was low, husky, and it sent shivers down Lily's spine. It was a voice she had never heard before, a voice that seemed to come from beyond the grave. "Listen." But before Lily could respond, a faint rustling noise began to echo through the forest. It sounded like the distant sound of leaves crunching, or maybe even the soft crunch of footsteps. "What is that?" Lily whispered, her eyes scanning the darkness around them. But Max just stood there, his eyes fixed on her with an unblinking stare, his tail twitching ever so slightly. And then, out of the corner of her eye, Lily saw something move. It was a dark, shadowy figure, its edges indistinct, its face hidden in the darkness. The figure moved closer, its presence making the air grow colder, heavier. Lily felt her heart racing, her breath quickening. She knew, deep down, that something was terribly wrong, but she couldn't explain what it was. As the figure drew closer, Lily could see that it was tall, imposing, and it seemed to be made of some sort of dark, misty material that seemed to shift and writhe like a living thing. The figure loomed over Max, its presence making the dog cower and whimper. And then, in a voice that sent shivers down Lily's spine, the figure spoke. "Welcome, little one," it whispered. "We've been waiting for you." Lily tried to move, to run away, but her legs seemed rooted to the spot. The figure loomed closer, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly light that seemed to pierce right through her very soul. "Who are you?" Lily whispered, her voice trembling with fear. But the figure just smiled, its lips curling into a cruel, mirthless grin. "We're the ones who have been watching you, who have been guiding you," it whispered. "And now, it's time for you to join us." As Lily stood there, frozen in terror, the figure reached out and touched Max on the head. The dog yelped in pain, its eyes flashing with a feral, animalistic light. And then, as Lily watched in horror, Max began to change. His body began to twist and writhe, his fur rippling and flowing like liquid. His eyes turned yellow, glowing like two hot coals in the darkness, and his jaws opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that seemed to gleam with an otherworldly light. Lily screamed, her voice echoing through the forest as she tried to run away. But it was too late. The darkness had closed in around her, and she was trapped. And then, everything went black. When Lily came to, she was lying on the forest floor, her head throbbing with pain. Max was still standing next to her, but he was different. His eyes seemed to have taken on a malevolent, evil glow that seemed to pierce right through her soul. As she looked up, she saw the figure standing over her, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. "Lily," it whispered, "you're one of us now. Welcome to the family." Lily screamed, her voice echoing through the forest as she realized that she was trapped in some sort of living nightmare. But as she looked at Max, she knew that she was not alone. The darkness had consumed her, and she was now a part of it. And as the figure reached out to take her hand, Lily knew that she was doomed. Are you brave enough to continue? If you're enjoying this tale, make sure to subscribe to Storietional for more terrifying stories that keep you awake at night. As the days passed, Lily found herself trapped in a world of darkness, where the lines between reality and madness were blurred. She was haunted by visions of the figure, and Max seemed to be watching her every move with an unblinking gaze. She tried to escape, but the woods seemed to shift and twist around her, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. And then, one night, Lily stumbled upon a hidden clearing, surrounded by ancient, glowing trees that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. In the center of the clearing stood a large, stone statue of a figure that seemed to be made of the same dark, misty material as the figure that haunted her dreams. As she approached the statue, Lily felt a presence behind her. She turned to see Max standing there, his eyes glowing like hot coals in the darkness. And then, in a voice that sent shivers down her spine, he spoke. "Lily," he whispered, "we have a ritual to perform. A dark ritual, one that will bind us together forever." Lily tried to run, but Max was too quick. He caught her, holding her in a vice-like grip as the darkness closed in around her. And then, everything went black. When Lily came to, she was lying on the forest floor, her head throbbing with pain. But as she looked up, she saw the figure standing over her, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. "Lily," it whispered, "you're one of us now. Welcome to the family." But as Lily looked around, she realized that something was off. The forest seemed to be shifting. The trees seemed to be moving, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. And then she saw it. A group of children, all of them with eyes glowing like hot coals in the darkness. They were all staring at her, their faces twisted into cruel, malevolent grins. And then, Lily realized that she was not alone. The darkness had consumed her, and she was now a part of it. As the figure reached out to take her hand, Lily knew that she was doomed. But as she looked around, she saw something that made her heart skip a beat. Max was not the only one who had been changed. The children, the forest, even the trees themselves seemed to be under some sort of dark, supernatural influence. And then, Lily realized that she was not just a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. This story is just beginning. Don't forget to subscribe to Storietional and never miss a nightmarish tale like this one. As the days passed, Lily found herself trapped in a world of darkness, where the lines between reality and madness were blurred. She was haunted by visions of the figure, and the children seemed to be watching her every move with an unblinking gaze. She tried to escape, but the woods seemed to shift and twist around her, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. And then, one night, Lily stumbled upon a hidden clearing, surrounded by ancient, glowing trees that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. In the center of the clearing stood a large, stone statue of a figure that seemed to be made of the same dark, misty material as the figure that haunted her dreams. As she approached the statue, Lily felt a presence behind her. She turned to see the figure standing there, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. "Lily," it whispered, "it's time to join us. Are you ready to give up your soul?" Lily tried to run, but the figure was too quick. It reached out and touched her on the forehead, and everything went black. When Lily came to, she was lying in a strange, dimly lit room, surrounded by figures that seemed to be made of the same dark, misty material as the figure that haunted her dreams. And then she saw it, a large stone altar at the far end of the room, and on it lay a strange, glowing artifact that seemed to be pulsing with a malevolent energy. The figure approached her, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. "Lily," it whispered, "this is your final ritual. You must give up your soul, and we will grant you unimaginable power." Lily tried to resist, but it was too late. The figure reached out and touched her on the forehead once more, and everything went black as the darkness closed in around her. Lily realized that she was trapped in some sort of supernatural nightmare. And then, she heard the voice, a low, husky voice that seemed to come from the very depths of her own soul. "Welcome to the family, little one," it whispered. "We've been waiting for you." And then, everything went black. But as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness, she knew that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance, a light that seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her toward it as she reached out. Lily realized that she was not a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. And then, everything went black. When Lily came to, she was lying on the forest floor, her head throbbing with pain. But as she looked around, she saw something that made her heart skip a beat. The forest was quiet, the trees still. And then she saw it, a figure standing in the distance, a figure that seemed to be made of the same dark, misty material as the figure that haunted her dreams. As she watched, the figure began to move closer, its eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. And then, Lily realized that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then, everything went black as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness. She knew that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance, a light that seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her toward it as she reached out. Lily realized that she was not a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. And then, everything went black. But as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness, she knew that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance, a light that seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her toward it as she reached out. Lily realized that she was not a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. And then, everything went black. But as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness, she knew that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance, a light that seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her toward it as she reached out. Lily realized that she was not a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. And then, everything went black. But as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness, she knew that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance, a light that seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her toward it as she reached out. Lily realized that she was not a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. And then, everything went black. But as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness, she knew that she was not alone. The figure, Max, and the children were all watching her, waiting for her to give up her soul. And then she saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance, a light that seemed to be calling to her, beckoning her toward it as she reached out. Lily realized that she was not a victim. She was a pawn in a much larger game, a game of darkness and evil that seemed to stretch far beyond the borders of the forest. And then, everything went black. But as Lily lay there, trapped in the darkness, she knew that she was not alone. Lily stood at the edge of the clearing, trembling as moonlight spilled through the ancient trees, casting ghostly beams across the ground. Max sat beside her, his figure shrouded in shadow, eyes gleaming with an unnatural light. She could feel the weight of something intangible, something heavy and dark lurking just beyond her sight. It was as if the woods themselves held their breath, waiting for her next move. "Please," she whispered, looking down at her beloved dog. "Come back to me. You're not this, whatever you've become." Max tilted his head, the glow in his eyes flickering, almost as if he were contemplating her words. "Lily, my dear, I'm much more than what you see. You feel it too, don't you? The power that waits just beneath the surface.
No.
This isn't you, she cried out, desperation clawing at her heart. The warmth, the laughter they had once shared felt like a distant memory, replaced by a chilling uncertainty. In that moment, echoes of laughter filled the clearing, and Lily turned to see the children from her nightmares. Their faces familiar yet warped, their eyes glowing a vivid yellow that sent chills racing down her spine. They stepped forward, surrounding her, forming a barrier between her and the safety of home. Join us, Lily. One of them, a boy with wild hair and a wicked smile, said, It's so much fun in the dark. You'll understand once you've embraced it. As they spoke, shadows danced around them, merging with the trees, entwining themselves in the very fabric of the night. Lily stumbled back, pressing her back against the rough bark of the ancient oak. Her eyes darted from one child to another, searching for the friendship she once knew among them. You're nothing like the kids I grew up with, she shouted, trying to hold on to the girl she used to be. What have you done? Nothing has been done to us, Lily. The girl with silver braids laughed. We've simply opened our eyes to what lies beyond. There's power in darkness, in embracing the primal forces that govern this world. You should join us. Max padded closer, his form flickering between canine and something altogether more sinister. Lily, they're offering you freedom. Think of what we could achieve together. His voice now held a melodic, hypnotic quality that tugged at her resolve. Freedom, she repeated, bewildered. This is nightmare. The boy with wild hair stepped forward, tilting his head. What if we told you that fear is merely a choice? You could choose to embrace what is to dissolve the boundaries of normalcy. We just want to show you how. Lily shook her head fiercely, fight boiling within her despite the terror sweeping over her. How can you want this? How can you betray the light we had? A heavy silence enveloped the clearing, and the winds whispered through the trees, carrying with them an ancient sorrow. Suddenly, the dark figure rematerialized, looming behind the children, an embodiment of the very shadows that threatened to consume her. Enough of this, it hissed, its voice like a gust of echoing wind. You all will join us, willingly or not. Here we have power. Here we are free. In that moment, terror gripped her heart, but something else ignited within. Resolve, clarity amidst chaos. No longer would she be a pawn in this sinister game. Max, she shouted, her voice cutting through the shadowy murmurings. This isn't you. Fight it. As if struck by lightning, the dog paused, his eyes widening for a brief moment before narrowing again in shadowy rage. Inside, Lily could sense the flicker of the pet she adored, battling against a torrent of darkness. The children began to circle closer, their chants rising, drowning out her pleas. She felt the pull from the shadows, tugging at her limbs, urging her to relinquish control. But no, not now, not ever. With a fierce determination, Lily dug into her pocket and withdrew a small object. It was a charm her grandmother had given her, a simple trinket meant to guard against evil, an unassuming piece of polished wood, carved into the shape of a heart. With her hands trembling, she raised it high, feeling its warmth pulse against her palm. Leave us alone, she shouted, her voice a battle cry against the suffocating darkness, and to her astonishment, the charm glowed, illuminating the clearing in a brilliant light that pushed back the tendrils of shadow that coiled around her. Gasps filled the air, the children recoiling as the brightness pierced through the night. Lily, Max barked, caught between loyalty to her and the insidiously dark influence that clawed at him. Resist them. But instead, Lily took a step forward, holding the charm firmly, channeling everything she felt into its small form. Max, she cried again, her heart breaking. Please, come back to me. The glow intensified, drawing Max's attention, the spell binding him momentarily wavering. The children screamed, a dissonant chorus undermined by the pull of the light. Lily, Max's voice, laced with pain and confusion, broke through, fuller now. I can feel you. Fight it, Max. I know you're in there. Remember our adventures. The love? Fight. Please, come back. In that instant, the darkness seemed to cave in, battling against the heart charm's glow. Shadows writhed, twisting violently as the figure melded with the gloom, fury distorting its features. No. You belong to us? It howled, frustration echoing like thunder. But Lily pressed on, tears streaming down her face as sincerity poured from her heart. I choose love over darkness. I reject this. With her declaration, the light expanded, flooding the clearing as if the dawn had suddenly broken in the midst of night. Max gasped, shaking violently as light poured over him like a cleansing wave. No, no, you can't, the shadow hissed, arms raised desperately, but Lily's will was unwavering. The warmth enveloped Max, his form shifting grotesquely for a moment before a spark ignited in his eyes, the true Max flickering within the depths of darkness. He howled, a sound filled with anguish mixed with newfound clarity, and leaped toward her. Lily! His voice was back, broken but resolute. Don't give up. I'm fighting. The children screamed as the light enveloped them too, their forms disintegrating into glimmers of dark dust. The figure writhed within the glow, but the brilliance radiated with insatiable courage, pushing back against the tide of shadows. The clearing erupted with a cacophony, a battle of wills in a realm where darkness sought to claim light, but Lily stood defiant, no longer a pawn in this twisted game. Lily felt a warmth wash over her as Max stood by her side, the shadows receding. Your light has reached me, he said, panting, the glow in his eyes blending with a renewed purpose. Together, he declared, we can resist them. The figure roared, its voice now a tempest of both rage and fear. You will watch as all you cherish falls apart. This is only the beginning. As the last remnants of darkness pulled away into the abyss, the clearing began to settle, the air no longer thick with malice. The trees, once living shadows, returned to their ancient grandeur, guardians of the forest, no longer ensnared by the twisted influence of fear. Lily breathed heavily, her heart racing as she looked down at the charm, still glowing faintly in her grasp. We did it, Max. We pushed them back. For the first time in a long while, he wagged his tail, though it was weak, the torque of the darkness still evident on his form. We're not safe yet, Lil, but we're stronger together. As they began to retreat from the clearing, growing certainty filled Lin one. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that entities still lingered, darkness still crouching at the edges of light. No longer would she live in fear. They would forge ahead, seeking understanding and connection over isolation and despair. Max, she said, looking up at him, we need to tell others. We need to help them understand how to fight against this darkness. Yes, he agreed, his eyes brightening. But we must do it carefully. They'll come back. They always do. Adventure called them forward, two brave souls against an unseen tide. Together, they would face whatever awaited them on the other side, knowing they could always reclaim their love, their bond, and their very souls from the clutches of darkness. As Lily stepped forward, determination ablaze in her heart, an unexpected crack in the earth gave way, revealing a path leading deeper into the forest. Uncertainty trembled on the edge of possibility, a new beginning filled with shadows and light. This story is just starting to unfold. Don't forget to subscribe to Storietional to ensure you never miss the edge of your seat tales that breathe life into fears. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the air thickened with an eerie silence. Lily could feel the weight of the forest's gaze, as if the very woods themselves were watching her every move. Max, still struggling to regain his footing, kept close by her side. The path wound through the underbrush, leading them to a clearing where a massive stone monument loomed. Inscriptions etched into its surface seemed to shimmer in the fading light, telling a story of an ancient civilization that had once thrived here. This is the Heart Tree, Lily said, her voice barely above a whisper. Legend has it that this place holds the secrets of the forest and its people. Max nodded, his tail wagging weakly as he gazed up at the monument. You think this might hold the key to understanding what's happening to us, to the forest? Lily hesitated, her mind racing with questions. I don't know, but we have to try. We can't keep running from this. We have to confront it head-on. As they approached the monument, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was an old woman, her hair as white as the bark of the ancient trees, her eyes shining with a deep wisdom. Welcome, child, the woman said, her voice gentle as a summer breeze. I have been waiting for you. You have come to learn the secrets of the Heart Tree. Lily nodded, her heart pounding with excitement. Yes, please. We need to understand what's happening to us, to the forest. The old woman smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. But first you must understand yourselves. The secrets of the Heart Tree are not just about the forest, but about the heart of humanity itself. Max growled, his hackles raised. What do you mean? The old woman's eyes glinted with amusement. Come, child, and learn. With that, she beckoned them to follow her, leading them to a small cave hidden behind the monument. Inside, the air was cool and damp, and the scent of old books and parchment filled the air. "This is the library of the Heart Tree," the old woman said, gesturing to shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes. "Here, you will find the secrets of the forest, of humanity, and of the heart itself." Lily's eyes widened as she gazed upon the books, her fingers itching to touch the ancient pages. "Where do I start?" The old woman chuckled. "Start with the heart of darkness and light. That is where your journey will begin." As they delved into the library, Lily and Max discovered that the books were not just mere stories, but gateways to different realms, each holding a piece of the puzzle that was their struggle against the forces of darkness. They spent hours poring over the books, learning about the secrets of the forest, about the ancient civilizations that had once thrived here, and about the mysteries of the human heart. But as the night wore on, Lily began to feel a creeping sense of unease. It was as if the darkness was watching her, waiting for her to let her guard down. She glanced over at Max, who was curled up beside her, his eyes closed. "I think we should be careful," she whispered to the old woman. "We don't know what we're up against." The old woman's eyes flickered with a warning. "You are not the only ones who seek the knowledge of the Heart Tree. There are those who would stop at nothing to claim its secrets for themselves." Lily's heart quickened, her senses on high alert. "Who?" The old woman's face turned grave. "The Shadow Hand. They are an ancient order, sworn to protect the secrets of the Heart Tree at all costs. But their zeal has turned to madness, and they will stop at nothing to claim its power for themselves." As the old woman spoke, the air in the cave began to shift, the shadows deepening and twisting into dark, living tendrils. Lily's heart pounded in her chest as she realized that they were not alone in the library. The Shadow Hand had found them. The darkness shifted ominously, and the hiss of whispers echoed through the cave as silhouettes emerged from the shadows, cloaked in tattered black robes. The members of the Shadow Hand had found them, their faces obscured by hoods, but the malevolence in their presence was undeniable. Lily felt her breath catch in her throat. She instinctively stepped closer to Max, feeling his warmth beside her, a tether to reality amidst the encroaching dread. "Stand down," one of the figures commanded, a voice rich and velvety, but laced with an unyielding authority. "You disturb the secrets of the Heart Tree."
No.
"We seek understanding, not conflict," Lily called out, surprising herself with the strength of her voice. "If you want to protect the Heart Tree, we can help," the figures murmured amongst themselves, their forms swirling like wraiths in the dark. And then, from the group, a figure stepped forward, pulling back his hood to reveal a strikingly familiar face. It was Tom, a childhood friend of Lily's who had gone missing years ago. "Tom!" she gasped, her heart racing. "What are you doing here?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, drowned quickly by the mask of seriousness he wore. "Lily, you should not be here. This place is dangerous." "What happened to you?" she pressed, taking a tentative step closer. "You were lost. We thought you were gone forever." Tom looked deeply troubled, glancing back at the cloaked figures that surrounded him. "The Shadow Hand is a powerful order, and they have their own agenda. There's so much you don't understand. We delve into the forest's secrets to protect it, but we also seek power." I didn't know what I was getting into." "Then help us," Lily pleaded, her voice raw with emotion. "We need to know why the darkness is rising. We can't let it consume everything." He hesitated, eyes darting to the elders, who watched with hawkish intensity. I'll try." Before anyone could stop him, he stepped away from the group, crossing the threshold of the shadows that held him captive. The tension in the cave thickened, every cloak tightening around its wearer as they sensed a betrayal beginning to unravel. "Tom!" one of the other Shadow Hand members hissed, advancing towards him. "You are a traitor. This knowledge is not to be shared with the unworthy." "It is unworthy to hoard the Heart Tree's knowledge for yourself," Tom countered, standing firm. "The darkness threatens not just the forest, but the balance of our world. We could do so much more if we fought together." The cloaked figures murmured angrily, hands reaching for weapons hidden beneath their robes. But Lily felt a surge of courage, inspired by her friend's defiance. "Tom is right," Lily shouted, her heart racing. "We need to band together. If you care for this place, if you truly wish to protect it, you have to face why the darkness is creeping in. You can't hide behind power." For a moment, The tension hung heavily in the air. The robed figures exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. They were caught between old loyalties and the possibility of a new alliance. Tom stepped closer to Lily, his expression earnest. We can uncover the truth together. If we combine our knowledge, we might defeat the darkness rather than perpetuate cycles of fear and secrecy. Enough of this, the original figure snapped, stepping forward, revealing a face that was sharp and cruel, eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. You underestimate the power of the heart tree, and you underestimate my resolve, child. Suddenly, he drew a hardened weapon, forged of dark metal and pulsing with a sinister energy. We will not allow your naivete to unravel our order. You are either with us or against us. Choose now. Lily could feel the tension break like a thunderstorm ready to unleash torrents. But she could also feel Tom's presence beside her. He believed in her. If she did not act now, they might lose everything they'd fought for. Then we choose, Lily shouted, taking a bold step forward, a fierce flame of determination igniting in her chest. We choose unity against darkness. We face the shadow together. As her words rang out, something shifted in the shadows, a ripple of energy that sent a tremor coursing through the cave. Tom stood resolutely beside her, and for a moment, she felt a delicate connection to the heart tree, a pulse of life vibrating through their intertwined fates. The cloaked figures hesitated, their grip on their weapons loosened, doubt dawning in their eyes. Then, from the back of the group, a soft voice piped up. But what if there's a way to do both? The speaker, a young woman with a determined face, stepped into the light. What if we could protect the heart tree while also sharing its power? You would speak of loyalty to a traitorous girl, the cruel figure scoffed. To unity and a balance that we have only begun to understand, the young woman replied firmly. In our zeal to protect this place, we have forgotten its true purpose. We risk losing everything if we do not evolve. The old woman, who had been silently observing, stepped forward as well, her gaze piercing. The darkness you fear is a part of you, of all of us. Power without understanding only leads to chaos. The heart tree flourishes only in the balance of light and dark. The robed figures exchanged anxious glances, the weight of their choices palpable. It was a critical moment, a fragile thread that could unravel into conflict or weave a new alliance. Lily's heart raced as she sensed the shift. If we choose to work together, she implored, her voice steady, we can protect the heart tree, heal our friendships, and uncover the truth that binds us all. No more division. Slowly, one by one, the cloaked figures lowered their weapons. Tom's eyes gleamed with hope, and the young woman nodded in affirmation, emboldened by shared resolve. Together, she said, her voice strong, we can face whatever darkness is encroaching upon us. As a united front began to take shape, a visible tension relaxed in the cave. The old woman offered a serene smile, her dilating presence igniting a flicker of light amidst the shadows. Then let us unveil the secrets of the heart tree, she proclaimed. But know you must tread carefully. The darkness will not take this alliance lightly. The group, a tapestry woven from threads of former darkness and newfound light, stood united before the heart tree, ready to learn and to fight. Together, they cried in unison, their voices echoing within the cave, calling forth the spirits of the forest, of friendship, and of harmony. Little did they know, the darkness would rise again, testing the strength of their alliance. But now, they would face it as a beacon of hope, reborn from shadows into light as the group stood united. The old woman began to guide them through the library, revealing ancient texts and mysterious artifacts that held the secrets of the heart tree. Tom, now fully embracing his role as a bridge between the shadow hand and the others, helped to interpret the cryptic symbols and murals that adorned the walls. The young woman, whose name was Arya, proved to be a skilled researcher, uncovering hidden patterns and connections within the texts that shed new light on the heart tree's mysteries. Max, ever the loyal companion, remained by Lily's side, his keen senses alert for any signs of danger as they delved deeper into the library. The group discovered that the heart tree was more than just a symbol of the forest's power. It was a key to unlocking the secrets of the natural world. The tree's energy was tied to the balance of nature, and its decline was a harbinger of a greater imbalance that threatened the entire ecosystem. Their research led them to an ancient ritual, one that had been used by the forest's ancient inhabitants to maintain the balance of nature. The ritual, known as the harmony of the elements, required a deep understanding of the intricate relationships between the natural world and the human heart. The group spent hours poring over the ancient texts, practicing the ritual and preparing themselves for the challenge ahead. As they worked, they began to notice subtle changes within themselves. Their senses grew sharper, their connection to the natural world deepened, and their hearts became more attuned to the rhythms of the forest. Finally, the day arrived when they were ready to perform the harmony of the elements. The group gathered at the base of the heart tree, their faces set with determination. The old woman, who had been watching over them with a wise and knowing gaze, stepped forward to lead the ritual as they began to chant and dance. The air around them began to shift and swirl. The elements earth, air, fire, and water began to respond to their call, manifesting in powerful and beautiful ways. The earth trembled, the air whispered secrets, the fire danced with fierce joy, and the water flowed with crystal clarity. The group's hearts, now attuned to the natural world, beat in harmony with the elements. The heart tree, sensing their unity and determination, began to glow with a soft, pulsing light. The light grew brighter, filling the clearing and spreading out into the forest, a beacon of hope in the darkness. As the ritual reached its climax, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, imposing man with eyes that burned with an inner fire. He was the guardian of the forest, a being of ancient power and wisdom. "You have passed the test," he declared, his voice like thunder. "You have shown that you are willing to work together, to listen to the natural world, and to respect the balance of nature. I will grant you access to the heart tree's deepest secrets, and I will aid you in your quest to restore the balance of nature." The group cheered, their hearts filled with joy and relief. They knew that their journey was far from over, but they were ready to face the challenges ahead, armed with the knowledge and power of the heart tree. As they stood before the guardian, they realized that their unity was not just a means to an end, but an end in itself. They had formed a bond that transcended their differences, a bond that would carry them through the darkest of times and into a brighter future. The guardian smiled, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Remember, the power of the heart tree is not just a tool, but a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living things. Use it wisely, and you will find that the natural world will respond to your call, and the balance of nature will be restored." And with that, the group embarked on a new journey, one that would take them to the farthest reaches of the forest and beyond. They would face challenges and dangers, but they would face them together, armed with the power of the heart tree and the knowledge that they were not alone in their quest. With renewed determination and the power of the heart tree at their backs, the group set out to explore the depths of the forest. The air was thick with magic and mystery, and as they ventured further from the heart tree, they could feel a palpable energy surging through the ground beneath their feet. Tom led the way, his familiarity with the shadows of the forest guiding their path. Arya followed closely behind, her sharp eyes darting around, searching for anything noteworthy among the flora and fauna. Max, ever vigilant, sniffed the air, his instincts alert to any potential danger. Lily, filled with curiosity and a newfound sense of purpose, took in the sights and sounds of the vibrant landscape. As they walked, the group began to notice the signs of imbalance that the guardian had alluded to. Areas where the trees had wilted, their leaves brown and crumbling. Patches of wildflowers that had become entangled in thorns instead of dancing in the wind. The once vibrant colors of the forest now appeared muted, and a sense of unease settled in among them. "This is worse than I imagined," Arya said, gesturing to a patch of withered grass beside the path they were on. "The balance is truly disrupted here. We need to gather more information about what could be causing this." "Look!" Max exclaimed, pointing towards a dense thicket ahead. "There's something moving in there." The group paused, their instincts on high alert. They huddled close together, forming a tight circle, uncertain of what lay before them. A rustling sound broke the serene atmosphere, punctured by brief glimpses of color. Suddenly, a small figure burst from the thicket, a shimmering, ethereal creature no taller than Tom's knee. Its delicate wings sparkled like sunlight filtering through leaves, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. "Help! Please!" the creature cried, voice high and frantic. "My home is in danger. The darkness is spreading, and it's taken my family." Lily knelt down, her heart aching at the creature's expression of fear. "What happened? We can help you. Please, tell us what you know." "The shadow vines," the tiny creature gasped, tears of shimmering light welling in its eyes. "They came from the heart of the forest, feeding off the magic that flows through everything. They are consuming everything in their path. My family was trapped, caught in the black vines, and pulled into the shadows." "Shadow vines?" Tom whispered, exchanging a concerned glance with the others. We've heard about them in the texts. They're the result of imbalance, when darkness is allowed to fester unchecked. If they've spread this far, then the heart tree's protection is weakening. Arya completed, her voice grim. We need to act fast. The tiny creature fluttered closer, urgency sparkling in its eyes. Please, you must help me. I know the way to the shadow vines, but it's dangerous. They are cunning, and I can't go alone. Lead us, Lily encouraged, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. We'll help you rescue your family and stop the shadow vines from spreading further. With a flick of its wings, the creature beckoned them to follow. Thank you, but we must hurry. They pressed on, trailing behind the gleaming creature as it led them deeper into the forest. The trees around them grew denser, casting eerie shadows that seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally. The air thickened with unease, and Lily could feel her heart racing with a mix of excitement and fear. Soon they reached a clearing where the landscape changed abruptly. The once vibrant flora succumbed to an onslaught of darkness. Thick, slithering vines crept along the ground, their shadows twisting and curling like serpents. The air smelled rancid, as if rot and decay had taken root. Here! The tiny creature cried, hovering over a mass of inky tendrils coiling around what appeared to be a cluster of faint, glowing orbs. They've captured my family. What can we do? Max asked, fists clenched, ready to fight. We need to find a way to break the vine's hold, Tom said, reaching for the texts in his memory. We need light and unity. We can't take them on separately. It won't work. The heart tree taught us that. Lily felt a surge of courage as she glanced at her friends. We may be able to use the power of the heart tree to counter the darkness of the shadow vines. If we combine our strengths, our hearts and our magic, we can create a light strong enough to dispel it. Arya nodded in agreement. Let's form a circle around the vines and combine our energies. This will require focus and support from each other. The group moved into position, forming a tight circle around the shadow vines, standing shoulder to shoulder. The tiny creature hovered above them, watching with wide, hopeful eyes. Taking a deep breath, they each called upon their inner strength and focused on the light they felt from the heart tree and their unyielding bond. As they channeled their energy, a soft glow began to materialize from their hearts, expanding outward until it enveloped the clearing in a warm, radiant light. The glow intensified, pushing back the creeping darkness that surrounded them. With each heartbeat, the vines recoiled, hissing and writhing as they were struck by the pure light. The gleaming energy surged brighter, illuminating the orbs ensnared within the tendrils. Keep going, Tom shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. We're almost there. Just as the world around them began to glimmer with hope, a fierce wind whipped through the clearing, howling and growling as dark shadows rose up in response to their light. The air crackled with tension, and they could feel the full fury of the shadow vines gathering for one last attempt to hold their ground. But they didn't waver. They intensified their combined focus, sending waves of brilliant light toward the vines. Together, they uttered a unified chant, a triumphant declaration of their combined will. Together in heart, together in light, we stand against the shadows. We shall win this fight. With one final surge of energy, the light exploded outward, banishing the shadow vines into nothingness. The oppressive darkness shrank back, and the tendrils unraveled, revealing the glowing orbs, the tiny creatures trapped within. Now freed from their grasp as the last of the darkness faded, the orbs shimmered into view, revealing the radiant forms of the tiny being's family. They emerged from the remnants of the vines, their wings gleaming with renewed energy. The tiny creature gasped in joy, darting toward them. My family, you did it. Thank you. Lily felt a mixture of exhaustion and elation wash over her, a newfound appreciation for the power of unity in standing against darkness. Together we can face anything, Arya murmured, smiling at her friends. With the family of tiny creatures fluttering around them, their glowing presence symbolizing triumph, they realized there was much yet to do. The battle against darkness was far from over, but this victory served as a beacon of hope, reminding them of the strength they found when they stood united. Let's keep moving, Tom said, determination flickering in his eyes. We need to ensure the shadow vines don't return and to understand what drives this dark force in the first place. The forest still holds secrets, and we have to uncover them for the sake of balance. With their hearts lightened but their resolve solidified, the group, now joined by the tiny creatures, continued deeper into the forest prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the group ventured further into the forest, they felt a new sense of purpose. The light from their recent victory guided them, and the tiny creatures flitted joyfully around them, sharing their gratitude. The bond forged through the trial with the shadow vines had strengthened their resolve. Together, they were empowered to face whatever darkness lay ahead. As they continued along the winding path, they emerged into a vast clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone circle, covered in vibrant moss and entwined with delicate flowering vines. The air hummed with a gentle energy, and the group instinctively felt they had stumbled upon something important. In the center of the circle, large stones were engraved with intricate symbols that glimmered as if charged with a hidden magic. "This must be a place of power," Arya said, stepping closer to the stones. "If we can unlock the secrets here, perhaps we can find a way to restore balance to the forest entirely." Tom approached the stones, tracing his fingers along the symbols. "These must be connected to the heart tree. They likely tell the story of the forest and how to maintain its balance." Together, they began to decipher the engravings. They learned that the stone circle was once a gathering place for those who revered the heart tree and sought to protect the forest. It held the knowledge of ancient rituals designed to restore balance whenever dark forces threatened. The tiny creatures, now looking reinvigorated, explained that they had heard stories of the stone circle from their elders. It was said that only when the heart of the forest was truly threatened would the circle unveil its greatest power. But as the group pieced together the message, shadows began to stretch around the clearing. A chill swept through the air. The dark force behind the shadow vines was not gone. It was watching and preparing to strike again. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a figure emerged from the shadows. A dark sorcerer clad in a cloak that seemed to absorb light itself, his eyes glowing with malice. He had been the one to unleash the shadow vines, feeding on the imbalance in the forest and seeking to conquer the heart tree's power. "Fools!" the sorcerer sneered, his voice echoing ominously. "You think you can thwart me? The shadows will consume this place, and I will take the heart tree's essence for myself." Fear gripped the hearts of the group momentarily, but as they exchanged resolute glances, they felt the energy from the ancient stones pulsing in rhythm with their own hearts. They had faced darkness together before. They could do it again. "Together!" Lily shouted, raising her hands. "We won't let the shadows take our home." The tiny creatures, inspired by their bravery, joined in unison, their shimmering forms adding to the light surrounding the group. With a deep breath, Tom, Arya, Max, and Lily joined hands, channeling all their strength into one powerful pulse of light aimed at the sorcerer. "By the power of the heart tree and the unity of our hearts, we stand against you," they cried out in unison as their collective energy surged forward. The sorcerer scoffed, extending his arms to counter the light. But the brilliance of their unity struck him with an unparalleled force, breaking through the darkness surrounding him. The light wrapped around him like a vine, pulling tight. "No!" he bellowed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "This can't be." With one final push, the combined power of their hearts erupted in a burst of radiant energy. The sorcerer was engulfed in pure light, his dark form shattering into translucent shards that dissolved into the air, leaving nothing behind but a lingering memory of his malevolence. As silence settled over the clearing, the tiny creatures danced around them, their voices jubilant and sweet. "You did it. You defeated him. The shadows are banished." "But the work is not yet over," Tom said, catching his breath. "We must activate the stone circle. It holds the knowledge needed to reinforce the heart tree's power and ensure that darkness can't rise again." Understanding washed over the group, and they quickly followed the instructions revealed by the stone's engravings. With the tiny creatures assisting, they performed a sacred ritual that called upon the elements: earth, air, fire, and water. The stones began to glow in response, and the forest around them seemed to breathe as life and energy returned to the land. As the final chant echoed through the clearing, a radiant beam of light shot up from the center of the stone circle, merging with the heart tree's glow in the distance. The balance they had fought for pulsated through the forest, rejuvenating every corner as colors returned. Flora flourished, and wildlife emerged from hiding. The group fell into an embrace, overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment and relief. "We did it," Lily whispered, tears of happiness filling her eyes. "Together, we protected our home." As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the rejuvenated forest, the tiny creature's family joined them. "You have restored not just the heart tree but all of us," the leader of the tiny creatures said. "You are true guardians of the forest now." Recognizing their bond with the heart tree and its magic, the group vowed to safeguard the forest and its ancient mysteries. They understood that their roles were not just momentary. They were now part of an ongoing legacy, a guardianship that would require vigilance and unity. With the shadows driven back and the heart tree's power restored, the forest once again thrived with life and harmony. As they turned to leave the stone circle and head back to the heart tree, they knew their adventure was just beginning. They would explore new corners of the forest, protect the balance of nature, and share their story, teaching future generations about the strength found in unity, the importance of respect for the natural world, and the gentle power of the heart tree. Together, they would face every challenge, because they had learned that as long as they stood united, no darkness could extinguish the light of hope. And with that, they stepped forward into the twilight of the forest, ready for whatever awaited them next.
The Three-Legged Man. Welcome back to Storietional, where the shadows hold secrets and every step could lead to a nightmare. If you're a fan of eerie, spine-tingling tales, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell. Tonight, we're diving into a story that will make you think twice about walking alone in the dark. Let's begin. The town of Greystone was small, quiet, and ordinary, or at least that's how it seemed to outsiders. But those who lived there knew better. For decades, a shadow had loomed over the town, not figuratively but literally, in the form of an ominous legend passed down through generations. They called him the Three-Legged Man, a figure said to haunt the thick woods surrounding the town. The stories were always the same. Someone walking alone at night would hear strange, uneven footsteps, step, step, thud, coming from the darkness. If they turned around, they'd see him, a tall, gaunt man with an extra leg that jutted awkwardly from his side. No one knew where he had come from or what he wanted, but the elders of the town were adamant. Never walk into the woods after dark. And if you hear the footsteps, don't look back. Alex was never one to believe in ghost stories. He grew up rolling his eyes at his grandmother's superstitions and laughing at the ridiculous tales his friends would tell on camping trips. At 27, he had a job at the local hardware store, a small house on the edge of town, and no time for nonsense. But one cold November night, everything changed. Alex's shift at the hardware store had run late. By the time he locked up and got into his car, it was nearly midnight. The road home was a narrow, winding stretch that cut through the edge of Greystone Forest. On normal nights, Alex found the drive peaceful. The dense trees seemed to wrap the road in a cocoon, their branches arching overhead. But tonight, the forest felt different. The moonlight barely pierced the thick canopy, and the air seemed heavier, colder. As Alex rounded a bend, his headlights caught something in the road ahead. A figure standing still, its back to him. He slowed the car, squinting to get a better look. At first, he thought it was a hitchhiker, but as the figure turned to face him, Alex's breath caught in his throat. The man was tall and impossibly thin, his limbs too long and his movements unnatural. But it was his legs that made Alex's stomach churn. There were 3 of them, 2 normal legs and a third one that jutted out from his side, bending at an odd angle. Alex blinked, hoping it was some kind of optical illusion, but the man started walking toward him, and the sound of his footsteps shattered the stillness of the night. Step, step, thud. The sound was rhythmic, deliberate, and horribly wrong. Alex's hands tightened on the steering wheel as he shifted the car into reverse. But as soon as he started backing away, the Three-Legged Man stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the man tilted his head as if he were studying Alex. He raised one long arm and pointed at the car. Alex's pulse quickened. He slammed on the gas, the tires screeching as he sped backward. But the man didn't run after him. Instead, he just stood there, his blank, featureless face staring as the car disappeared around the bend. By the time Alex reached his driveway, his hands were trembling. He locked every door and window in the house, drawing the curtains tight. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the image of the man or the sound of his footsteps. The next morning, Alex tried to convince himself it had been a trick of the light, his tired mind playing games. But when he stepped outside to get the morning paper, he froze. There, in the dirt path leading up to his house, were footprints. 3 of them. 2 normal ones and a heavier third print, dragging slightly with each step. The tracks led up to his front door and stopped. The following nights were worse. Alex began hearing noises, soft whispers outside his window, the faint sound of footsteps circling his house. Every time he looked outside, the street was empty. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger, suffocating him. One night, as he lay in bed, he heard it again. Step, step, thud. The sound was coming from inside the house. Alex's heart pounded as he grabbed his phone and turned on the flashlight. Slowly, he crept out of bed, his breath shallow and ragged. The sound grew louder, coming from the hallway. When he stepped into the living room, the light from his phone landed on a figure standing in the corner. It was him. The 3-legged man stood motionless, his blank face turned toward Alex. His third leg twitched unnaturally, and the shadows around him seemed to shift and writhe, as if alive. Alex opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. The man raised an arm, pointing at Alex, and whispered in a voice that seemed to echo from everywhere at once. "Why did you look?" The shadows surged forward, swallowing the room in darkness. The next morning, Alex's neighbor noticed something strange. Alex's car was still in the driveway, but the house was silent. Concerned, they knocked on the door, but no one answered. When the police arrived and forced the door open, they found the house empty. Alex was gone, and the only sign he had ever been there was a set of footprints leading out the front door. 2 normal ones and a dragging third. Thank you for listening to tonight's story. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to Storietional. And remember, if you ever hear an uneven step, thud, behind you, don't turn around. The silent pact. The wind howled outside, rattling the window panes of the old house. Ethan sat on the floor of his dimly lit bedroom, surrounded by scattered toys that seemed untouched for weeks. He was 8 years old today, but there had been no celebration, just the sound of rain pounding against the roof like a persistent drum. It was as if the world outside knew something was amiss. His mother, Sarah, paced anxiously in the kitchen, peeking through the doorway every few seconds. She sighed, rubbing her temples, murmuring soft prayers under her breath. Doctors had come and gone, each one shaking their heads as if her son were a puzzling riddle they couldn't solve. Not a word from him in 8 long years. It was a silence that weighed heavily on her heart, a silence filled with unspoken words and unasked questions. "Ethan," she called softly, her voice barely above a whisper, hoping he'd hear her despite the storm. "Are you all right, sweetheart?" A low, intermittent thud echoed from his room, the sound of a small object dropping to the floor. Sarah's heart raced as she stepped into the room, the light flickering as the electricity struggled against the storm. And there he was. Ethan sat perfectly still, his wide eyes reflecting the flickering shadows that danced across the walls. For a moment, he appeared lost in a trance, his fingers tracing an invisible pattern on the rug beneath him. "What are you doing, honey?" she asked gently, kneeling beside him, her heart aching at the sight of her son's unchanged, innocent face. But just as she was about to reach out to him, he turned to her with a gaze that was unervingly focused. Deep, dark eyes that seemed to hold more than the simple innocence of childhood. "Malachi," he whispered, his voice soft yet clear. The name hung in the air like a thunderclap, and Sarah felt a chill creep up her spine. "What did you say?" she asked, leaning in closer, her breath catching in her throat. "Malachi," Ethan repeated, and this time a small grin spread across his face, but it was a grin that didn't reach his eyes. It was as if a curtain had been pulled back, revealing a glimpse of something far more sinister. The lights blinked out for a heartbeat before returning, casting the room in a gloomy half-light. The shadows shifted, and for just an instant, Sarah thought she saw a dark figure lurking just beyond the wall, a silhouette that seemed to mirror the very essence of dread. "Ethan," she hesitated, the weight of his words settling in her chest. "Who is Malachi?" Ethan's expression transformed. The playful innocence melted away to make room for something chilling. "He talks to me," he said, and with each word, an unnatural cold filled the room. "He knows about the darkness." The usually heated air turned frigid, and Sarah shivered as she felt the temperature drop. "Well, what does he say?" She struggled to keep her voice steady, her mind racing through the folklore she had learned from the Storietional videos. Tales of demons and dark entities, of children being corrupted by whispers in the night. But Ethan merely smiled, tilting his head as if listening to a distant melody only he could hear. "He says it's time for you to know," he whispered, the words seeping into Sarah's bones, entwining itself with her fears. "He shows me the past." As the storm outside raged on, it became abundantly clear that the silence that had enveloped Ethan for so long was over, replaced by his newfound voice. A voice that would unearth the horrors hidden within their family's history and awaken the restless spirits that longed to escape. That IT was late, the glow of the night casting shadows that seemed to inch closer, wrapping around Sarah as she sat in the dim living room, a heavy book in her lap. The diary she had found in the attic, yellowed and frayed, had transported her into her family's dark legacy, an entanglement of rituals and demonic lore that sent shivers down her spine. Ethan was upstairs, his soft whispers drifting down the hallway like a mournful tune. She had heard him speaking to Malachi for hours. It was as if the storm had conjured the very entity his grandfather had once described. Her heart pounded in her chest as fear clawed at her thoughts, a frantic dance of motherly instinct battling against the supernatural knowledge she was beginning to absorb. Suddenly, the whispers stopped. "Ethan," she called instinctively, her voice echoing in the heavy silence. The air felt charged, electric, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted. An uneasy knot twisted in her stomach as she slipped the diary into the drawer of the coffee table, shutting away the darkness it contained. Rising to her feet, she crossed the floor and climbed the stairs, the creaking wood underfoot sounding like ominous warnings. As she reached the top, she glanced toward Ethan's room, the door slightly ajar, a sliver of light spilling into the dark hallway. Tentatively, she pushed it open, her heart racing. What awaited her inside? Ethan sat on his bed, his back to her. The shadows played tricks with her vision, elongating the contours of his small frame. "Ethan," she whispered, stepping closer. His head turned slowly, and his eyes glimmered with an unnatural light. "He wants to show you," he said, his voice strangely flat, devoid of the warmth she had always known. "Show me what?" The air felt thick, and she fought to hold her ground as her instincts screamed for her to flee. "Everything." Again, that chilling smile. A child's face twisted into something more ancient, sinister. At that moment, the light flickered wildly, casting long, distorted shadows against the walls. For a fleeting second, Sarah thought she saw a figure standing just behind Ethan, an outline cloaked in darkness. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared, but the sense of something watching, something waiting, clawed at her mind. "What does Malachi want?" she pressed, her voice barely above a whisper. "He wants to play." Ethan's words dripped with a sweetness that felt oddly poisonous. He rose from the bed, gliding towards her with an eerie smoothness, his steps silent against the wooden floor. "No games, Ethan. We don't play with things we don't understand," she replied, her heart pounding fiercely as she battled against the growing dread in her chest. "But I understand him," Ethan said, tilting his head to the side, as if trying to see inside her thoughts. "He says I'm special. He says you need to stop being afraid." Sarah shook her head, stepping back as the shadows seemed to reach for her. "What do you mean, special?" "Ethan, you don't have to listen to him." He says he can help us help you, he insisted, his voice eerily calm, as if he were suddenly no longer the boy she knew. A sudden chill filled the room, and Sarah's breath froze in the air. "What do you mean?" she asked again, this time desperation creeping into her tone. "Help us how?" Ethan grinned wider, and for the first time, it looked like something twisted and dark, a reflection of a child's innocence stripped away by something far more sinister. "He wants to let you see," he said, pointing towards the open window where a gust of wind surged through, carrying with it the scent of rain mixed with something foul. "See what?" she demanded, feeling the walls close in around her. "Everything we've lost," he whispered, and in that instant, a cacophony of voices filled the air, the sound of cries, laughter, and the crackle of flames. Shadows began to swirl above Ethan's head, coiling like smoke around a flickering flame. "Ethan," she reached for him, her motherly instinct surging to the forefront, fighting against the supernatural pulse that gripped them both. "You need to come back to me." But as the shadows thickened, it became all too clear. Malachi was pushing against the boundaries, and with each moment, the darkness threatened to engulf her son entirely. The air in the room crackled with energy, the shadows swirling with a life of their own. Sarah's heart raced as she stepped back, every instinct screaming at her to protect her son. "Ethan, please listen to me. We can find help. We don't need Malachi." But Ethan's expression had shifted, his features growing more somber. "You don't understand," he replied, his tone suddenly wise beyond his years, each word tinged with a weight that felt unnatural for a child so young. "He knows things, Mom. Things about you, about us." "Things about what?" "About our family? About the suffering we've faced." She could feel the room closing in, the walls vibrating under the weight of her own fears and doubts. The more she fought it, the stronger Malachi seemed to become. "Yes." Ethan nodded. "He says it doesn't have to be like this, that we can uncover everything that's been hidden." "What do you mean?" Her voice trembled, the strength seeping out of her. "What's been hidden, Ethan? What are you saying?" "The things we've lost," he murmured, his gaze distant. "He says he can help you remember, help you forgive, but you have to trust him." An icy dread slithered through her. Forgive what? Forgive who? She felt like she was walking a tightrope, one misstep sending her tumbling into madness. But Ethan's eyes darkened, shadows pooling beneath them. "You have to stop running, Mom. You can't keep pushing the past away." At that moment, the light flickered violently, plunging the room into darkness. Sarah felt something shift behind her, a rustling noise just out of sight. She turned swiftly, but it was just the storm raging outside, rain pounding against the window with a ferocity that echoed the chaos inside her mind. "Don't look away!" Ethan's voice was sharp, cutting through the storm's roar. "If you look away, he'll take me." She spun back to him, her expression fierce. "No one is taking you. Do you hear me? You are my son, and I will protect you from this." "Protect me?" He laughed, a childlike sound that transitioned into something hollow, echoing with Malachi's influence. "I need to understand what he wants, Mom. He says I'm meant for more than this, more than you." Each word felt like a pinprick, digging deeper into her heart. "What does that even mean?" She gripped her trembling hands, fighting against the surge of panic rising within her. "Mom, you've been scared for too long. Malachi can show you the truth." And with that, Ethan raised his palm, and shadows erupted from him like smoke, curling in delicate tendrils that reached for Sarah. She stumbled backward, her back pressed against the wall as the shadows flickered under the refrigerator's light. A figure began to form within the darkness, a swirling mass that gradually took shape, a visage that felt both familiar and terrifying. "Do not resist, Sarah," the shadow intoned, its voice echoing with an otherworldly resonance. deep and resonant, more a vibration than a sound. All you seek is within your reach. Open your mind, and I will unveil the secrets you bury deep. Get away from him, she screamed, but the words felt inadequate. They trembled on the brink of her lips, barely escaping with any force. The figure smiled, its features obscured by shadow, but she felt a cruel satisfaction radiating from it. He is eager to learn, Sarah. He is destined to be my vessel. He carries within him the bloodline of those who came before. Stop it, Sarah shouted, fury igniting within her as it unleashed a rush of adrenaline. You will not take him. Ethan's eyes flickered again, a flash of confusion overshadowed by the enchanted darkness. Mom, stay away from him. She slammed her palm against the wall for support, her heart hammering wildly. Determination surged within her, like a tide pushing against the encroaching darkness. Yet before she could say another word, a sharp gust of wind rushed through the room, extinguishing the refrigerator light. They were cloaked in darkness, and she felt the weight of the figure closing in, the air thick with its presence. Your fears anchor you, Sarah, but they do not have to, the shadow whispered, an insidious promise laced within its tone. Trust the boy, and he will lead you to liberation. No, she cried, forcing herself to stay in the moment, pushing against the rising tide of uncertainty. You are not his master. In that instant, a flicker of light burst back to life, illuminating the room. Ethan standing tall, but unsteady, shadows swirling around him like a tempest, his little body caught in the crossfire between her fierce love and the seductive pull of something ancient and dark. Ethan. She reached out, and for the first time, she recognized the true essence of her son within that moment of chaos. Listen to me. You are more than this. Fight it, baby. Fight him. The shadows momentarily wavered, as if struggling against her words, and Ethan's expression shifted from confusion to clarity. Mom, But before he could finish, the shadow lunged, an ethereal hand stretching towards him, reaching for something that lay dormant inside. No! Sarah shouted, a primal cry spilling from her lips as she stepped forward, breaking through the darkness, wrapping her arms around Ethan as the shadow recoiled. Together, they became a beacon of defiance, a surge of love that illuminated the room, casting the darkness into retreat. I am your mother, and I will always fight for you, she declared, holding him tighter. Feeling the warmth of his small body fueling her strength, as the shadow writhed and twisted, the grip of Malachi faltered and for the first time, she felt the tide begin to turn. The light pulsed rhythmically as Sarah held Ethan close, their hearts hammering in synchrony against the encroaching darkness. The shadow writhed and twisted, battling against the glowing aura created by their shared defiance. Malachi's voice echoed through the room, laced with a mix of fury and disbelief. No, it bellowed, a low growl that reverberated within the walls. You cannot take him from me. With a surge of adrenaline, Sarah focused all her strength and determination, pouring her love for her son into her words. Ethan is not yours. He belongs to no one but himself and to me. The resolve in her voice shattered the oppressive darkness like glass, sending shockwaves through the air. For a fleeting moment, their shared light flickered brightly, illuminating aspects of the shadow that had once seemed imposing and all-consuming. Ethan's eyes widened with clarity, the haze of darkness lifting as he turned to look at his mother. Mom, I remember, he stammered, his voice wavering with emotion. Remember what? She asked, concern flooding her expression. What do you remember? Everything Malachi showed me about the family, the past, about the darkness. He blinked rapidly, sweat beading on his forehead, and shook his head as if trying to clear a fog from his mind. He wanted me to see it all, to understand it. But I don't want Sarah squeezed him tighter, her heart swelling with relief and pride. You're strong, Ethan. Stronger than that thing. In that moment, the intensity of their light shifted, growing brighter until it seemed to push against the dark. The swirling shadows writhed and recoiled, the figure of Malachi dissipating into wisps of smoke, its insidious whispers growing faint. Your connection with the past is a gift, Ethan. It does not bind you. It makes you someone new, she urged him, reinforcing his resolve. The darkness shook, faltering under the weight of their love and shared strength. You think you can defy the darkness? Malachi bellowed, but his voice was starting to fade. You will regret this moment. But Sarah held her ground, refusing to let fear take root. They were not alone. You cannot hurt us anymore. We choose to walk in the light of our truth. She felt Ethan nod against her, and it buoyed her spirit. With a final, ferocious roar, the darkness dissipated completely, leaving the room washed in a soft, warm glow that felt like the dawn breaking after a storm. Silence enveloped them, a soothing balm that washed away the lingering echoes of Malachi's presence as the shadows receded. Ethan pulled away first, his eyes wide with fear, but also a newfound understanding. I don't feel him anymore, he exclaimed, astonishment unspooling within him. Sarah brushed her hands across his shoulders, grounding him in the present. You did it, Ethan. You fought back. We fought back. Tears brimming in her eyes, she sank down to sit beside him on the bed. I was so scared. I'd never faced anything like that before. I was scared too, he admitted, his voice still shaky. But there was something about your words. They felt powerful, like they could push the shadows away. That was your strength, Ethan, she said, wiping a tear from her cheek. You were so brave. Together, we made it through. They sat quietly for a moment, soaking in the remnants of their shared victory. But as the stillness settled around them, the weight of reality returned. The battle against darkness wasn't over. The remnants of Malachi hung in the corners of her mind, a reminder that chaos often lurked just beneath the surface. Mom? Ethan's small voice interrupted her thoughts, tinged with worry. What happens now? Is Malachi gone? I don't think he's gone for good, she confessed, her hands trembling slightly as she clasped her son's. But we don't have to be afraid. We can fight together. If we stand strong, we can protect each other, even from the things in the dark. What if he comes back? Ethan asked, his brows knitting together in concern. We'll be ready, she assured him, conviction hardening her resolve. And we'll seek help. We need to learn everything we can about what we're dealing with, about Malachi and the past likes to resurface. We'll uncover the truth together, no matter how painful it may be. Ethan swallowed, a flicker of determination igniting within him. Can I learn everything? Can I learn how to be strong like you? Yes, my beautiful boy. You can, and I'll be right by your side every step of the way. As the rain began to taper outside, the scent of damp earth and fresh air filtered through the window, mixing with a sense of renewal that blossomed between them. In that moment, Sarah felt a profound connection re-establishing itself, one that transcended the darkness they had faced. They were not just mother and son. They were warriors, bonded not only by love, but by the resilience that had begun to stitch them closer together. As long as they upheld one another, she knew together they could confront whatever came next. Let's figure this out, Sarah said, pulling Ethan close in a warm embrace. Whatever it is, we'll face it as a team. He nodded against her shoulder, his breath steadying, while Sarah felt the flicker of hope igniting once more. Though the road ahead might be fraught with shadows, they had forged a light, a beacon that would guide them through the most tumultuous storms. The following days unfolded in a quiet but tense rhythm. The storm outside gradually subsided, the rain giving way to crisp, clear skies. Yet the atmosphere inside their home felt charged, like the calm before another tempest. Sarah and Ethan spent hours discussing their next steps, poring over old family documents and journals left behind by relatives they hardly knew. It was during one of those afternoons, sitting cross-legged on the living room floor surrounded by dusty books and faded photographs, that Ethan stumbled upon something curious. "Mom, look at this," he exclaimed, pointing to a yellowed passage in an old journal. Sarah leaned over, her heart racing with curiosity. "What is it, baby?" He read aloud, his young voice quivering with excitement. "It's from Grandma's journal. She wrote about the family's history with darkness." She mentioned a name. He paused for effect. "Malachi." An icy chill crept down Sarah's spine. "What did she say?" "This part here." Ethan uncrossed his legs and turned the page gently, careful not to tear the delicate paper. "She wrote about an entity named Malachi who haunted our family for years. She thought he was a myth, but he wasn't. She said he could take over the minds of the ones he touched. He feeds on fear and sorrow." Sarah felt memories of her own childhood surge back, tales whispered among family members, hushed and half-remembered. "I thought they were just stories, old wives' tales meant to scare children." "Me too," Ethan agreed, his brows furrowing as he read further. "But Grandma said that there might be a way to break the cycle." Her heart raced at the prospect. "What does it say? We need to know." Ethan glanced down, scouring the lines as he searched for the answer. "Here," he said, tapping his finger on a passage that looked crucial. "It talks about a gathering of others like us, people who faced the darkness and found a way to fight back. They found strength in each other." "Gathering? Where?" Sarah leaned closer, her panic mounting but mingling with a flicker of hope. "In the woods, near the old chapel." Ethan pointed to a crude drawing of a building that looked weather-worn and forgotten. "It's not far from here, but it says they meet only on certain nights during the full moon." Sarah's thoughts raced. Could this gathering be their chance? A way to connect with others who understood? She smoothed the journal's pages, focusing on the words while her heart swelled with the possibility of finding allies. "Remember what you said, Ethan. We can't be afraid." A determined nod from her son steeled her resolve. "Let's go. We need to find them." That night, as the moon hung full and bright in the sky, they prepared for their journey. Sarah packed her bag with essentials: flashlights, their family journal, and a protective charm passed down from her grandmother, a talisman meant to fend off dark forces. "Do you think it will work?" Ethan asked as he fastened his jacket, his eyes glinting with a mixture of fear and excitement. "I believe it can," she replied. "It's not just a charm. It's a symbol of our family's strength. It shows we're not alone in this fight." As they slipped into the darkness, the world outside their home transformed, the moon illuminating their path, casting silver light that felt both comforting and haunting. The woods were dense but familiar, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets and tales of old. After a short hike, they reached the chapel, its silhouette rising against the night sky. Vines clung to its crumbling walls, and the air felt thick with anticipation. "Do you think anyone will be here?" Ethan whispered, glancing around nervously. "They should be. Just remember to stay by my side," Sarah answered, her heart beating in rhythm with the forest sounds. Suddenly, shadows shifted at the edge of the clearing. Figures emerged from the darkness, stepping into the moonlight, an eclectic mix of people, each wearing expressions of seriousness blended with hope. "Welcome," a woman said, her voice strong yet gentle. She stepped forward, her long hair flowing like the night itself. "I am Claire. We've been waiting for you." "Waiting for us?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Yes. Your family has faced the shadows before. We sensed you would come. Clara's eyes sparkled with an understanding that sent a shiver down Sarah's spine. Many have felt Malachi's influence, but few have dared to stand against him. We need you. Tell us how, Ethan chimed in, his youthful enthusiasm cutting through the tension. Clara smiled, revealing a warmth that encompassed the gathering. Together, we'll share our stories, our experiences. Understanding is the first step. We can't fight shadows alone, but united, our light will be brighter. One by one, the others introduced themselves. Each had their own tale of darkness, a brush with Malachi that had profoundly altered their lives. There was Thomas, a former historian whose family had lost its legacy to Malachi, and Annabelle, a gifted artist who had fought against the despair that threatened to consume her after her family's tragedy. As Sarah listened, each story began to weave a tapestry, a collective struggle against the darkness that spanned generations. They shared rituals and practices, reinforcing the power of connection and trust. Finally, Clara turned to Sarah and Ethan. I felt the pull of darkness in our collective, but none have shown the spirit to resist as fiercely as the two of you. As fear grows, so does the darkness. But as you've shown, the light within will always blaze brighter. Their eyes locked, and Sarah realized that vulnerability being shared among warriors was powerful, like a cleansing flame that exposed true intentions and connections. That night marked the beginning of their transformation. Under the silver moonlight, Sarah and Ethan felt their burdens lighten, shadows losing their edge as they forged kinship with others who refused to bow to fear. As they finished sharing their stories and formed deeper bonds, Clara laid out a plan. We need to face Malachi in a way that he cannot ignore. There's a way to confront him and cast him out, together. A wave of determination surged through Sarah's chest. They were on the precipice of something greater than just a fight for survival. This was a battle for hope, love, and the new legacy they would create together. As the pulsating glow of the full moon bathed the clearing in a luminous silver, Sarah and Ethan sat among their newfound companions, eager to map out a plan against the darkness that threatened to engulf them. Clara gathered everyone's attention, her commanding presence radiating authority and comfort. We gather here not just to share our stories, but to forge a path forward, Clara began, her voice steady as she glanced around at the circle of faces. Malachi is cunning. He feeds on our fears and doubts. We must confront him with our collective strength. Thomas, a tall man with kind eyes shadowed by past losses, spoke next. Clara is right. He will try to isolate us to instill fear in crisis. We need to find the source of his power. He cannot thrive in unity. Ethan's eyes sparkled with determination as he leaned closer to his mother, the gravity of their mission settling into a palpable sense of urgency. What can we do to help? There has to be something we can offer. Clara nodded appreciatively. The light you two shared against him was extraordinary. We need to harness that energy and channel it during our confrontation. Sarah exhaled slowly, absorbing the weight of their task. How do we do that? We will create a circle of light, Clara explained. In this circle, we'll gather our combined strength, memories, and hopes, forming a barrier against Malachi's influence. Each person here has a unique gift, an ability to contribute to the light in their own way. She gestured towards Annabelle, the artist. Annabelle has been creating pieces that embody our history, infusing them with resilience. Annabelle stepped forward, showing them a small canvas. The painting depicted a radiant sun breaking through a stormy sky, vibrant colors swirling together. This is more than just art. It's a representation of all our struggles. I want to create a mural that captures the essence of light and hope within our community, a powerful symbol when we confront Malachi. Sarah's heart swelled with pride for the collective. We could use it during the confrontation, a physical reminder of our strength. Exactly, Clara said, nodding enthusiastically. Each of us needs to contribute something that embodies our spirit and intent. When we gather in the chapel under the full moon, we'll bring those symbols together into a circle of light, our collective heart, our united defiance against the darkness. Throughout the night, team members shared their skills, experiences, and ideas, each one stepping forward to contribute to the greater vision. Thomas offered his knowledge of protective rituals passed down through generations, explaining how certain chants and movements could amplify their energy as they stood together against Malachi. As these ideas circulated, Sarah felt a renewed sense of purpose, but also an acknowledgement of her fears. The enormity of their task weighed on her, yet she drew strength from Ethan beside her. What if it doesn't work? What if Malachi is too powerful? Ethan turned to her, his youthful voice steady. Mom, we've already beaten him once. We could do it again. We all want to fight back. We won't let him take us again. His unwavering conviction enveloped her like a warm embrace. You're right. We've already come so far together. With a renewed spirit, the group continued to discuss strategies until the early morning hours when dawn began to break. Beneath the romance of stars fading into pink morning light, Clara concluded the gathering with a powerful invocation, calling upon their forebears and the strength of the earth that had witnessed their struggles. Let's meet again before the next full moon to finalize our plans, Clara said, her voice resonating with certainty. We will reclaim our lives and our legacy. Together, we can create a light that pierces through even the deepest shadows. As the group began to disperse, Sarah felt a deep sense of connection blossoming within her. They were no longer just individuals bound by fear. They were a community forging a path of hope together. She and Ethan exchanged glances that spoke volumes. Words weren't necessary. They both understood the weight and grace of what they faced in the days that followed. Sarah immersed herself in preparations. She remained focused on gathering supplies and connecting with the other members of the group. Each evening, they met in the woods, forming a close-knit team bound by trust and resilience. Ethan's excitement fueled her sense of adventure, and she encouraged him to express himself through creative pursuits. He decided to write a narrative about their journey, pulling together his thoughts and fears into a story that could serve as a rallying cry against future darkness. Every night, he read aloud to the group, weaving tales of courage amidst their fears, gradually uniting their spirits further. But as the full moon approached, Sarah began to notice a shift. Shadows lingered longer, and whispers coiled around her, teasing edges of doubt that threatened to snuff out the light they had built. One such evening, after an exhausting day of preparations, she found herself sitting alone in her living room, grappling with the growing dread. She glanced at the dark corners of their home, haunted by memories of Malachi and the confrontation they had faced. What if it's not enough? She pondered aloud, her breath hitching with raw vulnerability. Ethan, who had been finishing his story in the other room, entered just in time to hear her. Mom, are you okay? She started, but the heaviness of her thoughts spilled over. What if we fail, Ethan? What if he comes back stronger than before? He approached her slowly, his small hand reaching out to cradle hers. We won't fail. We're not alone, remember? Everyone's counting on us. We have a plan, and you've been so strong throughout this whole thing. His earnest gaze bore into her, unearthing her resolve. With his warmth cradling her fears, she could feel the weight slightly lift. You're right. We have so much strength in our community. Plus, we have our light. Ethan grinned, his voice rising with excitement. When we stand together, no darkness can touch us. Hours passed, and the anticipation grew. The night before the full moon, Clara gathered everyone for one final meeting, the air crackling with a potent mix of excitement and trepidation. Lanterns illuminated the chapel, creating a sacred space that held the stories of many as they embraced their collective fears. "We're ready," Clara proclaimed, her arms raised as a call to camaraderie. "When we stand together, we channel our pain, our victories, and our hopes for the future. When Malachi comes, we must remember that he thrives on our fears. We refuse him that power." As members of the group responded with words of encouragement, Sarah felt a wave of gratitude swell within her. This journey had transformed her and Ethan, and through the support of their friends, they felt truly empowered. Under the luminous glow of the full moon, they felt the bittersweet completion of their preparations, ready to forge ahead. Tomorrow would be their stand against darkness, a test of their strength, but one they would face together. The night of the full moon arrived, cloaked in a stillness that felt both serene and electric. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable energy swirling around the group assembled at the old chapel. The moon hung high in the sky, a luminous sentinel watching over them, its glow illuminating the members of the circle of light as they gathered. Sarah adjusted the protective charm around her neck, feeling its weight, a comforting reminder of her grandmother's strength. Ethan, beside her, was a bundle of energy, his bright eyes scanning the group with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. The sense of purpose that had brought everyone together pulsed in rhythm with the heart of the earth beneath them. Clara stood at the forefront, her voice breaking through the collective murmurs as she called them to order. "Tonight, we stand not just as individuals, but as a unified family." She gestured to the symbolic mural that Annabelle had painted, now hung prominently in the chapel's heart. It flickered with candlelight, the sun breaking through dark clouds, a testament to their resilience. "We will channel the roots of our pain into something more potent, our light," Clara continued. "When Malachi arrives, we will not falter. Together, we'll invoke the strength of all those who came before us, and in that unity, we will find hope." The group nodded, their faces a mosaic of determination and fear. It was time. Their plan started with a conscious breathing exercise, grounding themselves in the present moment, a practice of focus that Clara led with grace. "Close your eyes," Clara instructed, her voice soothing. "Feel the pulse of the earth beneath you. Connect to the beating hearts beside you. We are stronger together." As Sarah closed her eyes, she felt the warmth and energy radiating from those around her, their anxieties swirling into a collective resolve. She thought of the stories shared over the past weeks, the laughter, the tears, and the unbreakable bonds formed in the face of darkness. She pictured Ethan's shining face, his unwavering belief in their mission, inspiring her to push past her fear that I end this moment of connection. The world outside felt distant, as if the chapel was a sanctuary that existed between realms. But then a subtle shift rippled through the group, a chill creeping over them as the wind howled outside, echoing a voice that felt all too familiar. "He's here," Ethan whispered, his voice trembling with trepidation. The mood shifted as shadows danced beyond the chapel walls, the atmosphere thickening, pressing against them like a physical weight. "Take your places," Clara ordered, her voice sharp and steady, cutting through the rising tension. Form the circle of light around the mural. With purpose, the group moved into position, forming a sacred ring, holding hands as they encircled the mural. Sarah and Ethan stood together on one side, their fingers intertwined in a comforting grip. Their hearts beat in tandem, an unspoken pact between mother and son fortified by the trust they had built together. As the first tendrils of darkness seeped into their sanctuary, Clara raised her voice, commanding their focus. We will light our way through this darkness. Remember who you are and who we are together. Together, they began to chant, a collective medley of voices weaving together words of protection and hope. The air crackled with energy, flickering like the flames of their candles as they poured their hearts into the words, drawing on the strength of their ancestors and the power of their shared experiences. That Malachi's presence began to take form, a swirling mass of shadows that slithered at the edges of the chapel, trying to worm its way into the circle. Sarah felt the hairs on the back of her neck prickle. The darkness felt suffocating, like a heavy fog enveloping their resolve. Fight back, Clara shouted, her voice unwavering. Stand firm. With every chant, lights flickered brighter, the colors of the mural radiating warmth and defiance. Sarah felt the protective charm around her neck grow warm against her chest, as if it were resonating with the spirit of her grandmother, urging her to continue. Ethan, she called, her heart swelling with pride. Now, bring your story. Ethan stepped forward eagerly, unafraid, recalling the narrative he had crafted in the days leading up to this moment. In the face of fear, he began, his voice strong and clear. We rise. Each of us holds the light within, love, strength, and hope. We will not be broken. His words echoed, reverberating through the chapel, empowering the group. The mural seemed to pulse with energy, each heartbeat synchronized with the resolve they shared. Light shimmered, pushing back against the encroaching shadows that festered around them. That Malachi's voice slithered through the air like a hiss, trying to infiltrate their unity. You think you can defeat me? I thrive on your fears. Your stories are weak. But the group pressed on, chanting louder, their voices mingling into a fierce chorus. We are not weak. We are not alone. With each word, Sarah felt a surge of energy coursing through her, swelling like a tide that needed to break free. You are nothing, she yelled, her voice blending with Ethan's. Your power is illusion. We are light. And then it happened. As if triggered by their unwavering belief, the darkness recoiled, jerking back from the strength of their collective light. The chapel illuminated, casting brilliant rays that sliced through the shadows, pushing back against the terror that had gripped them for so long. Malachi writhed, his form twisting in agony as their light enveloped him. The air sparkled with vibrancy, painting a halo around the group as their unified strength surged forth. This is your end, Clara shouted, raising both arms to the sky. We banish you. The mural began to glow intensely, swirling with colors that represented not just their fears, but their triumphs. The laughter, the love, the memories forged in shared pain. Sarah's heart raced. She could feel the lifeblood of their community, the weight of their struggles transforming into pure power. With one final chant, they released the energy, and a beam of light erupted from the mural, piercing through the heart of the darkness. Malachi howled, a sound filled with despair, as the shadow that had haunted their lives began to disintegrate, dissolving into nothingness. As the last remnants of darkness faded, the chapel fell silent, the overwhelming pressure lifting as a new calm washed over the group. They stood there, breathless and shaken, but alive, hearts racing with the realization of their victory. Joyous cries of triumph began to emerge, a ripple of laughter and tears that echoed against the chapel's stone walls. Sarah enveloped Ethan in a tight embrace, her heart full as they reveled in their shared success. Clara stepped forward, a radiant smile illuminating her face. We did it together. We've faced the shadows and emerged stronger. The group erupted into cheers, the sound echoing into the night as the moon above cast a gentler light down upon them. They had transformed from a collection of individuals into a formidable community, a shared strength breaking through the darkness that had once threatened to consume them. Suddenly, Sarah felt a profound shift within herself, as if the shadows had not just retreated, but had also offered her a lesson in resilience. It was not merely about battling darkness. It was about nurturing the light, the connection, and the community that anchored them. Today, as they began to gather around the mural, sharing stories of their triumph and newfound hope, Sarah raised her voice to join the chorus, feeling lighter than she had in years. They had faced Malachi, and together they had prevailed, proving that love and unity could illuminate even the deepest shadows. That as the echo of their victory subsided, the group gathered around the mural, still illuminated with the vibrant glow of their combined energies. The air thrummed with excitement and relief, but beneath it, there were whispers of uncertainty and the weight of the journey ahead. "We did it," Ethan breathed, a wide grin splitting his face. His eyes sparkled with a mixture of disbelief and exhilaration, reflecting the light of the mural. "We really did it." Sarah hugged him close, feeling the warmth of his joy envelop her. "Yes, we did. Together." Her heart swelled, not just with sorrow for the battle fought, but with pride for the family they had forged in the flames of adversity. Clara stepped back from the mural, her face illuminated with pride and resolve. "This is just the beginning, my friends. We have raised the light, and now we must nurture it. Each of us carries a spark that can't be extinguished." The group began to disperse, chatting and celebrating their triumph. Yet Sarah noticed the flickers of concern in some of her friends' eyes. She turned to Clara, whose gaze was now contemplative as she traced the edges of the mural, a canvas still filled with the remnants of their battle. "Clara," Sarah began, her voice softening as she approached her mentor. "What happens now? I can still feel remnants of what we fought against." Clara sighed, her brow furrowing slightly. "The shadows may have receded, but they leave behind echoes of fear. We must not only celebrate our victory, but also stay vigilant, because darkness can return if we let our guard down." A wave of understanding washed over Sarah. It was true. They had faced Malachi, but there could be others, dissension, remnants of doubt, and fear seeking to reclaim their ground. "Then we should do what we can to heal," Ethan interjected, his voice firm with determination. "We can't let this be a momentary victory. We need to strengthen our bonds." With a smile, Clara nodded, her spirits rising at Ethan's words. "Exactly. We must focus on support, on growth, and on building our community further. This is our new chapter, a moment where we can forge deeper connections." Offering Ethan a gentle nudge forward, Sarah smiled as she watched him gather the group together. "Let's make this a celebration of healing," she suggested, her enthusiasm infectious. "We can share our stories, how we've overcome our fears, and what we've learned." The group, still buzzing with energy, responded eagerly. They formed a circle around the mural once more, their hearts open, ready to share. One by one, they spoke, sharing tales of bravery, vulnerability, and the trials they had faced together, each story illuminating the bonds they had created. Annabelle spoke first, her voice steady despite the tremor of emotion. "For me, this journey has been about finding my voice. I felt so lost before, but now I understand the importance of speaking my truth." Her eyes sparkled as she gestured toward the mural. "We painted a new story that reflects who we truly are." Another member, Lucas, shared his tale of overcoming anxiety that had long haunted him. "When Malachi threatened us, I felt my fears creep back in. But standing here, I realized that fear holds no power when faced with love and unity. Each story built upon the last, weaving the fabric of their shared experience tighter, stronger, an unbreakable tapestry of resilience and hope. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow through the chapel's windows, Sarah felt a renewed sense of purpose. They had turned a page together, and the weight of their battle's aftermath now seemed lighter, transformed into a reservoir of strength and promise. Once everyone had shared, Clara raised her hands, her eyes sparkling with determination. Let us create a new ritual, a promise to each other that we will carry this light forward. Whenever we face shadows in our personal lives or in our community, we will return to this place, to each other, and nurture our connection. The group nodded vigorously, some with tears in their eyes, and others with resolved grins. They clasped hands, forming a chain of light, a living monument to their victory and union. Each member took turns voicing their commitment, an echoing chorus that filled the air with intention. I will nurture the light within and around me. I will support my brothers and sisters through every shadow. I will stand guard in defense of our community. In that sacred space, under the gentle embrace of dawn, they felt invincible, a collective force born not from singular strength, but from trust, vulnerability, and love. As the last words of commitment faded into the morning breeze, Sarah glanced at Ethan, her heart swelling with pride. He was growing into a remarkable young man, and this journey had transformed both of them. A few moments later, Clara broke the silence with a smile. Now let's plan a feast. We have so much to celebrate. Ethan's enthusiasm bubbled over. I'll take care of the food. We can make it a potluck. Laughter erupted among the group, their spirits buoyed by the promise of friendship and shared meals. They dispersed to prepare, each filled with renewed purpose and joy, a collective step into the future. As Sarah set out to gather supplies for their feast, she felt a shift within her, a newfound determination, a sense of belonging, and an awareness of the ongoing challenge ahead. For in every story shared, in every commitment made, they had forged a new path together filled with strength and possibilities, the BY redefining their understanding of community. They had transformed the darkness they had faced into a guiding light, one that would carry them forward into uncharted territory, armed with hope, resilience, and most importantly, each other. As sunlight bathed the chapel in warm hues, the group sprang to life with a renewed sense of purpose. Laughter filled the air as they organized the potluck feast, every member bringing something from their home: fragrant bread, vibrant salads, hearty stews, and sweet treats that reflected their diverse stories and cultural backgrounds. Sarah stood with Clara, who had taken charge of preparing a large batch of herbal tea that would serve as a calming balm for the group. It's amazing how much has changed, Sarah remarked, her eyes glancing around the chapel, now infused with a sense of joy and community. Just a few weeks ago, we were shrouded in fear. Clara smiled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, but it's in our darkest moments that we discover just how strong we truly are. As the smell of food wafted through the air, Ethan and his friends engaged in a spirited game of charades near the mural, their laughter ringing out like music. Each chuckle was a testament to how far they had come, each playful interaction a reminder that they had emerged victorious, not just against Malachi, but against the fears that had plagued them individually. When the feast was finally ready, everyone gathered at a long table adorned with handmade decorations, wildflowers picked from the meadow, colorful cloths that echoed the hues of the mural, and candles that flickered gently in the soft breeze. Clara stood at the head of the table, raising her cup. Let's take a moment to honor our journey and the light that each one of us brings to this community, she said warmly. May we always remember the strength we've found in each other and let it guide us forward. As they clinked cups and offered blessings, Sarah felt a swell of emotion rise within her. To family, she called out, her smile brightening as she looked at Ethan, the family that we choose. To family, the group echoed, their voices rising in harmony as they savored the realization that the relationships they had built were now as vital as the blood ties they once thought defined them. The celebration became a tapestry of stories, laughter, and reflection. Under the flourishes of nature and the harmonious sounds of joy, each member shared their hopes for the future, weaving dreams that intertwined like the threads of a vibrant fabric. As dusk began to settle in, casting a soft glow across the table. Ethan stood up once more, his voice steady and heartfelt. I want to say thank you to everyone. I never thought I could find such strength or courage, but being here with all of you has shown me that we're stronger than we think, especially when we're together. His words resonated deeply. Each member of the Circle of Light felt the truth of his sentiment, a bond forged through shared struggles and victories, a connection that transcended the challenges they faced. When the last bite was eaten and the last story shared, an air of contentment enveloped them. Clara motioned for everyone to gather back around the mural, united once more. Tonight, as we celebrate our growth, let's also plant seeds for the future. Each of us has the power to amplify this light beyond our circle. Let's create ways to support others, to build a community that stretches beyond these walls. With a renewed pact of commitment, they each carved a small symbol, drawing inspiration from their experiences, into the earth outside the chapel, a promise to remain dedicated to their own growth while sharing their light with others. The night deepened, stars twinkled overhead, and one by one, they shared their intentions for growth. Sarah spoke of fostering a safe space for people to share their stories, where vulnerability was met with compassion and hope thrived. Clara talked about creating workshops to empower others in their struggles against darkness, teaching skills to help build resilience. As the final intentions were voiced, a warm wind swept through the grove, rustling the leaves and carrying their promises into the night sky. It felt like a benediction, a reminder that they were not alone, and that their light would continue to grow, not just within them, but in the world around them. As the gathering began to wind down, Sarah held Ethan close, looking at the faces of the people she had come to love like family. No matter what lies ahead, we'll face it together, she said softly, her heart swelling with pride. Ethan nodded, a newfound confidence shining in his eyes. Together, he echoed, his voice a promise. The night faded into a deep silence, but within that quiet was an orchestra of possibilities. They had been through storms and emerged illuminated. With hearts full of hope, the Circle of Light had transformed their pain into strength and forged a community centered on love, unity, and resilience. As they parted ways, Sarah took a final glance at the chapel, the mural still shining in the moonlight, a beacon of what had been and what was to come. They were bound together not just by circumstance, but by choice, and that bond was indomitable. From that day forward, the Circle of Light stood as a testament to the power of community, a guiding force against the shadows, ready to illuminate whatever challenges lay ahead. In their journey, they found not just a refuge from darkness, but the spark to ignite the light within themselves and others. As the last of the candles flickered and the echoes of laughter faded into the night, the members of the Circle of Light made their way home under a blanket of stars. Each step felt lighter, charged with the joy of shared experiences and the collective strength they had built to end the days that followed the celebration. A newfound energy enveloped the chapel and the surrounding town. The Circle harnessed their momentum to initiate outreach programs aimed at bringing light, to those who faced their own shadows. They organized weekly gatherings, workshops, and support circles, creating a ripple effect that transformed their community. Ethan, stepping into a leadership role, began to lead sessions designed to help younger kids express their fears and dreams through art. With each mural they painted together, he felt the threads of his past loosen, allowing him to find confidence in his voice. No longer did the shadows of his insecurities bind him. He had become a beacon of optimism for those who felt lost. Sarah found purpose in creating a safe space where people could share their stories. Every Friday night, the chapel became a sanctuary where individuals could allow their vulnerabilities to surface, met with compassion and understanding. The circle listened, celebrated, and healed together, building relationships that fortified their community against future storms. Clara took her work into the schools, teaching children about mindfulness and resilience. She introduced techniques that encouraged emotional growth, empowering the next generation with tools to combat fear and foster their inner strength. Seeing the children flourish filled her heart with hope, causing her spirit to soar. As time flowed, whispers of the circle's impact began to reach neighboring towns. People inspired by their message traveled from afar, and soon, other communities began to form their own circles, spreading the light even further. Years later, as Sarah stood in the same chapel, now adorned with vibrant murals representing the lives touched by their efforts, she marveled at the transformation. The walls felt alive with energy, each stroke of paint a testament to countless stories shared, to the fears faced and overcome. Ethan joined her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Can you believe how far we've come? It feels like just yesterday we were fighting to break free from Malachi's shadow." Sarah smiled, the memories washing over her vividly. "And look at us now. We've become something more than we ever imagined. We turned our pain into purpose." Just then, a group of children entered, with laughter bubbling at the seams as they ran toward the mural they had painted during one of their recent workshops. Sarah felt warmth fill her heart, knowing the future was in good hands. "Hey, look!" one of the children exclaimed, pointing to a sun symbol they had added. "This is our hope. It will always shine for us." The sun sparkled brightly against the blue backdrop, a reflection of the bond they had all nurtured. Clara entered behind the children, her smile radiant. "I think it's time we celebrate once more. We can host a gathering to honor all the new light we've ignited in our community." Cheers erupted from the children, influenced by Clara's boundless enthusiasm. As they set to work planning the celebration, Sarah smiled at Ethan, knowing it was another opportunity to bring everyone together. Old friends, new acquaintances, and those who had found light in their shared experiences as the preparations began. Sarah felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude wash over her. They had faced darkness, but through it all, they discovered an unbreakable bond, a circle that transcended individual pain, creating not just a family, but a legacy of light that would endure. That night, as the town gathered under the stars, sharing stories of triumph and vulnerability, Sarah took a moment to reflect. The circle of light had grown far beyond their initial fears. They had transformed themselves and their community into a source of hope and strength. And in the heart of it all stood the mural, a brilliant tapestry of their journey, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, their light would always shine. Through day as the evening deepened, lanterns cast a warm glow over the chapel grounds, where laughter and music intertwined with stories of courage and unity. Sarah stood amidst it all, watching the circle of light thrive, a testament to their shared resilience. Ethan approached her, his eyes alight with joy. "Can you believe this? The love here is incredible." "It's beautiful," Sarah replied, her heart full. "And it all began when we faced our fears together. One by one, People shared stories of struggle and triumph, each voice weaving a tapestry of hope. Clara's words inspired the crowd to expand their circle, spreading kindness far and wide. Later, under the starlit sky, Sarah, Ethan, and Clara buried a small wooden box beneath the oak tree by the chapel, a symbol of their journey, marked with the words, "From darkness to light." As the night closed, they embraced, their hearts bound by a promise to carry each other's light into the future, inspiring all who sought strength and unity. The circle of light was just beginning to shine. The shadow of whispers. Beneath the pallid glow of the harvest moon, a soft rustling broke the fragile silence of Vale Hollow. The chill in the air carried more than just an autumn breeze. It whispered secrets long buried, secrets that clawed at the edges of sanity. Olive Everhart stood at the threshold of what remained of the Norwood estate, its crumbling facade a ghost in the night, a silent witness to the sins that had stained its walls in crimson. She had come not just to explore, but to confront the shadows of her past, echoes of a childhood fraught with the terrors of her imagination. And yet, she suspected that the estate held more than mere memories. It harbored a presence as ancient as the trees that sprawled around it, a presence that seemed to breathe with her every step. As she crossed the threshold, the air thickened, laden with dust and despair, the scent of mildew creeping into her lungs. Olive's heart raced, a wild drum in her chest, the echo of each beat a reminder of why she had returned. 5 years had passed since her father disappeared without a trace, swallowed by the very darkness that now beckoned her deeper into the abyss. The young woman shifted her weight from one foot to another, her trembling fingers clutching the flashlight that flickered like the waning hope she carried. Suddenly, a gust of wind pushed through the broken windows, rattling shutters that hung precariously, as if they were trying to speak, to warn her. "Welcome back," they seemed to whisper, though Olive would not acknowledge it. She wouldn't allow the memories to trickle in just yet. Instead, she focused on the ground beneath her, the uneven cobblestones, overgrown with weeds, a testament to the neglect that had befallen this hollow shell. With resolve, she stepped into the cavernous room, where the scent of decay lingered like an uninvited guest. The floor creaked beneath her, a warning that she was intruding on sacred ground. Shadows danced against the walls, long and unnatural, twisting into grotesque shapes that clawed at the edges of her vision. Yet, in that fractured light, the remnants of life remained, dust-covered furniture draped in white sheets, and the demonic portrait of her forebear, Alexander Norwood, a hollow-eyed specter watching over his domain with a lurking hostility. Inhaling slowly, trembling with anticipation, Olive recalled the stories her mother had told her to ward off the nightmares, the guests that faded away, the laughter that turned to screams. They were mere bedtime tales, she thought, nothing more than products of an overactive imagination, a shield against the darkness. But now, standing in life's cruel theater, she couldn't shake the persistent thoughts that skittered across her mind, reminded of the day her father left the estate just like everyone else. Disappeared. The truth was her mother had never returned to Vale Hollow either, her eyes haunted and vacant whenever the estate loomed back into their life. Chalking it up to cowardice, Olive scolded herself. Wasn't she the brave one who ventured forth against the memories? Yet with each step she took deeper into the house, shadows seemed to coalesce around her, thickening into a tangible fog that stirred echoes of whispered conversations and muffled cries. Curious, she trudged onwards, her flashlight illuminating the walls only to reveal more questions. What had happened to her family? Where had they gone? Her heart raced, and the air grew damper, almost claustrophobic. With only a guttural growl from the old house to keep her company, Olive turned left into an adjacent room, one she remembered from her youth. Tattered curtains fluttered like spirits as she approached the arched windows, cracks radiating out from their edges, mirroring her fractured memories. It was here she had seen her father last, perched in a chair, scribbling intently into a notebook that now lay abandoned, dust-covered and spectral, on the floor. The air was suddenly still, smothering, as she knelt beside it, her pulse echoing loudly in her ears. With careful hands, she picked it up, the leather spine cracked and peeling, and opened it to the first page, ink scrawled in hurried bursts, a madman's desperate ramblings. "Listen to the whispers," it said, "for they will lead you to truth." Her breath caught in her throat. Truth or terror? She couldn't tell. The weight of what that might mean hung over her like a dark cloud. .it was at that moment a creaking floorboard sent chills racing down her spine. Olive spun around quickly, the flashlight beam panning across the room until it locked upon a shadow, briefly. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Olive's throat tightened. Heart pounding against her ribs, she whispered, "Hello? Father?" Silence was her only reply. Doubts uncoiled within her, but fueled a fierce urgency. She had to uncover what had happened, or risk waking nightmares she dared not confront. Escaping the room, she stumbled back into the hallway when suddenly she felt it. A presence. Cold fingers tightened on her arm, sending sparks of electricity through her veins. She yanked back, startled, and the sensation vanished as quickly as it had come. Breathe, she reminded herself, but the sinister atmosphere layered her thoughts with dread. Rushing past the fading memorabilia of a life long gone, Olive found herself in the expansive kitchen, where time had painted everything in shades of anguish. The tables appeared laid for a feast never to be. Blackened pots stood like sentinels on the hearth, and the air felt thick with suffering. It was here she caught sight of the cabinet. That one single cabinet that had always been slightly ajar, a secret holding its breath, waiting, gripping the handle as if grasping desperately for life. She flung it open, and dust burst forth like a ghost emerging from its sleep. Inside lay nothing but a single ornate box, adorned with sinister carvings of intertwined vines and faces twisted in torment. She hesitated, the heaviness returning to her chest. Could this be the object of her father's madness? Something powerful, something that had led him to madness? Time stretched and twisted as she reached inside, fingers brushing over its wooden surface, feeling the vibrations, a distant pulse beneath her skin. What lurked within? Olive was repulsed, yet drawn like a moth to a flame. With trembling hands, she opened the box to reveal an assortment of trinkets and a mirror. The surface was black as pitch, unreflective as a void, yet an unsettling energy crackled around it. Her breath quickened. The night seemed to close in, the shadows wrapping around her like a lover before darkness swallowed her whole. The mirror's surface rippled as she peered closer. Olive gasped, not recognizing her own face, but instead, a figure hovering behind her, pale and ethereal, a grin stretching unnaturally wide across a ghastly visage engulfed by shadow. Nothing human existed in its gaze, just a void of hunger. Hysteria clawed at her insides as she stumbled backward. "Olive," it hissed, a voice that shattered the stillness. A single word imbued with both her name and her doom. Staggering back, she crashed into something solid. The air grew thicker than before, twisting her stomach as she turned, eyes darting frantically to the entrance, where an ominous figure swathed in darkness stood, bathed in the moon's light. A specter born of her fears, yes, if the world had conspired against her. Olive darted back towards the kitchen door. With every stride, she felt the pull of the darkness, sinister, grasping. The realization that she was not alone tore through her mind. It was a warning she knew too well. This house swallowed those who came too close to its heart, those who sought to unveil the truth. Outside, the starlight had vanished beneath a suffocating blanket of clouds. Thunder rumbled in the distance, heralding the storm that was brewing. Beneath the fading light, soulless eyes seemed to peer through the windows, watching, waiting. "No," she whispered, convincing herself that fear had woven its tale too deeply. But as she stepped into the open air, the estate groaned behind her, alive with a fury she had awakened. Her pulse raced as she made her escape, the world around her shrinking into a cage of despair. And with each step, she fought against the primal instinct to flee. But night stretched infinitely, darkened corners concealing threats more dreadful than her imagination. A truth so potent that reason itself could unravel. She had to find a way to conquer the shadows that haunted her, or risk becoming a captive, ensnared in the web of her family's past that I in the heart of Vale Hollow. Where all hopes dimmed, whispers began anew. "Follow them," they chorused, a symphony of voices luring her back, teasing her with promises laced in dread. Olive paused at the threshold, a tempest brewing within her. "What truths do they hold?" she murmured, and the answer emerged not with words, but with piercing eyes and anguished moans that spoke of blood and inheritance. Nightmares lapped at her heels faster than her resolve. Pushing through the thick foyer, she clutched the box. Pigeonholed by its evocation, she understood that within lay the key to unlocking the estate's heart, and perhaps releasing a soul, the lost fragments of her father. Fear gripped tightly, but determination hoisted her towards awakening the darkness rather than surrender. Staring into its shadowy depths, Olive's breath stilled. "I'll find you," she hissed into the void, spurred by something greater, a need to cleanse the darkness consuming this hollow echo of a once vibrant home. Olive Everhart had come to confront her demons, and beneath the dim-lit heavens, the shadows circled tighter. Only the foolish dared enter. Only the brave could hope to escape unharmed. In a bold moment, she thrust her hands into the box again, delving blindly to unearth the last vestiges of her family's history, the sins of her ancestry, the objects whispering tales long obscured. Snapshots of their lives started to reveal themselves, curling an insidious grip around her consciousness. Nightmarish visions flashed before her, wine-stained banquets where laughter twisted into screams, shadowy figures merging into a tapestry of blood and betrayal written in time's relentless passage. And right then, in the eye of the storm, she understood. The whispers she'd long feared were not just remnants. They were calls of the lost. The cries of souls ensnared in secrets that extended far beyond her bloodline, anchoring them eternally to the estate, eternally to the shadows. What she had thought to escape had woven itself into her very being. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive. And trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? "Help me." The words escaped her lips, a prayer relinquished to the dark. Would they respond? Would they grant her the strength she needed to preserve the lucid shreds of her identity and break free from the eternal echo of Vale Hollow? It was then that the air boiled over as shadows surged, pouring from the well of despair, swirling around her, faces wailing in mute agony. Desperation clawed at her heart, and she stumbled back into the darkened world, each breath stale and stinging as reality warped. Figures encroached, rooting themselves into the depths, thrumming with the memories locked in the house's spine. At the moment when she believed she would be devoured by her family's darkness, a new whisper rose above the cacophony, familiar, resonant, and heartbreakingly human. Olive, it beckoned soft, inviting her into a remembrance. Her father's voice. The haunting thread of love that spurred her on even as the shadows screamed in contest. They need you, he persisted, drawing her deeper into the melee of tortured faces, into their realm. A space between existence and darkness. Picking up the remnants of courage, Olive shoved her fears down, plunging into the thick of them. She would not be swallowed. This was the chance to find a way back. As she clasped the object her father had left behind, each pulse reverberated with the wall of shadows crashing around her like an unrelenting tide, dreadful yet alluring, a dance of life and death intertwined. She felt the truth shimmer in her hands, the power of her lineage coursing around her, invigorating, a shield wrapping her in warmth. "Show me!" Olive cried out once more, unleashing that divine spark within her being as she turned toward the storm raging behind her eyes. The shadows screeched, a terrible wail of anguish and recognition that echoed through Vale Hollow, wresting loose the chains binding their sorrow for all its generations. In a moment suspended by silence, the shadows shrieked a final time, their screams rising towards the heavens before fracturing into jagged pieces of themselves. Wisps of darkness mingled with the silver light of the moon, drifting like ash settling into the ground, leaving behind a path, a radiant thread leading to the exit. Heart of the house recoiling at the revelation gathered through whispered legacies. It could no longer devour what it could not possess. Immersed in the pulse of ancestral strength, Olive stepped forth through the remnants, past the tight embrace of secrets as they retreated. Each corner she turned urged her closer, a heartbeat thrumming against her chest, guiding her home. Breaching the door to the world beyond, sunlight emerged unfiltered, surrounding her, washing away the malignancy that had kissed the estate for far too long. There, at the precipice, Olive could still hear their whispers, softening into sighs as a sense of release began. Victory wrung from the very fibers of despair. She was no longer their vessel, nor their victim, but the herald of their freedom, their truth set upon her shoulders. Vale Hollow behind her stood resolute and quiet, silence now lingering like a crumbling monument, a haunting shadow in her mind, yet no longer a source of fear that as radiant dawn broke overhead. Olive stepped across the threshold toward the awaiting world, darkened memories slowly being sifted away like sand in the wind. The chains of her lineage would not ensnare her. Instead, they whispered a promise of warmth, resilience, and hope. Through the course of her journey, she discovered the hidden power of stories yet to be told, a tapestry of horror interwoven with triumph that defined the very nature of existence. Now, they lay as fragile truths in the corners of tangled dreams, each tale a reminder not merely to remember, but to share. Happy endings could bloom even amid the grotesque. If you've enjoyed my story, don't forget to give a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Olive breathed, a gentle smile marking the edge of her lips as the shadows slipped seamlessly from view. And subscribe to Storietional for more tales that linger long after the pages have closed. In that, the promise weaved itself between starlit nights and shadows, a new beginning unfurling, bringing life to narratives that united souls, binding them, not with chains, but bonds of truth that anchored on the journey shared. Life was a continuous loop, and within it, every story held a lesson, every shadow a whisper. In the fading echoes of Vale Hollow, love, legacy, and resilience clung fiercely against the dark, a promise that would linger long, haunting perhaps, but transforming anguish into strength and shadows into light. Beneath the pallid glow of the harvest moon, a soft rustling broke the fragile silence of Vale Hollow. The chill in the air carried more than just an autumn breeze. It whispered secrets long buried, secrets that clawed at the edges of sanity. Olive Everhart stood at the threshold of what remained of the Norwood estate, its crumbling facade a ghost in the night, a silent witness to the sins that had stained its walls in crimson. She had come not just to explore, but to confront the shadows of her past, echoes of a childhood fraught with the terrors of her imagination. And yet, she suspected that the estate held more than mere memories. It harbored a presence as ancient as the trees that sprawled around it, a presence that seemed to breathe with her every step. As she crossed the threshold, the air thickened, laden with dust and despair, the scent of mildew creeping into her lungs. Olive's heart raced, a wild drum in her chest, the echo of each beat a reminder of why she had returned. 5 years had passed since her father disappeared without a trace, swallowed by the very darkness that now beckoned her deeper into the abyss. The young woman shifted her weight from one foot to another, her trembling fingers clutching the flashlight that flickered like the waning hope she carried. Suddenly, a gust of wind pushed through the broken windows, rattling shutters that hung precariously as if they were trying to speak, to warn her. "Welcome back," they seemed to whisper, though Olive would not acknowledge it. She wouldn't allow the memories to trickle in just yet. Instead, she focused on the ground beneath her, the uneven cobblestones overgrown with weeds, a testament to the neglect that had befallen this hollow shell. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive, and trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? With resolve, she stepped into the cavernous room, where the scent of decay lingered like an uninvited guest. The floor creaked beneath her, a warning that she was intruding on sacred ground. Shadows danced against the walls, long and unnatural, twisting into grotesque shapes that clawed at the edges of her vision. Yet, in that fractured light, the remnants of life remained, dust-covered furniture draped in white sheets and the demonic portrait of her forebear, Alexander Norwood, a hollow-eyed specter watching over his domain with a lurking hostility. Inhaling slowly, trembling with anticipation, Olive recalled the stories her mother had told her to ward off the nightmares, the guests that faded away, the laughter that turned to screams. They were mere bedtime tales, she thought, nothing more than products of an overactive imagination, a shield against the darkness. But now, standing in life's cruel theater, she couldn't shake the persistent thoughts that skittered across her mind, reminded of the day her father left the estate just like everyone else. Disappeared. The truth was her mother had never returned to Vale Hollow either, her eyes haunted and vacant whenever the estate loomed back into their life. Chalking it up to cowardice, Olive scolded herself. Wasn't she the brave one who ventured forth against the memories? Yet with each step she took deeper into the house, shadows seemed to coalesce around her, thickening into a tangible fog that stirred echoes of whispered conversations and muffled cries. Curious, she trudged onwards, her flashlight illuminating the walls only to reveal more questions. What had happened to her family? Where had they gone? Her heart raced, and the air grew damper, almost claustrophobic. With only a guttural growl from the old house to keep her company, Olive turned left into an adjacent room, one she remembered from her youth. Tattered curtains fluttered like spirits as she approached the arched windows, cracks radiating from their edges, mirroring her fractured memories. It was here she had seen her father last, perched in a chair, scribbling intently into a notebook that now lay abandoned, dust-covered and spectral on the floor. The air was suddenly still, smothering, as she knelt beside it, her pulse echoing loudly in her ears. With careful hands, she picked it up, the leather spine cracked and peeling, and opened it to the first page. Ink scrawled in hurried bursts, a madman's desperate ramblings. "Listen to the whispers," it said, "for they will lead you to truth." Her breath caught in her throat. Truth or terror? She couldn't tell. The weight of what that might mean hung over her like a dark cloud. That IT was at that moment a creaking floorboard sent chills racing down her spine. Olive spun around quickly, the flashlight beam panning across the room until it locked upon a shadow, briefly. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Olive's throat tightened. Heart pounding against her ribs, she whispered, "Hello? Father?" Silence was her only reply. Doubts uncoiled within her, but fueled a fierce urgency. She had to uncover what had happened, or risk waking nightmares she dared not confront. But as she ventured deeper into the estate, each room revealed fragments of a family history twisted by horror. Dark secrets lay cloaked in dust and despair. An abandoned nursery with a child's ragged toys, the remnants of laughter trapped in still air, and a study where the light of understanding had turned to shadow. Every corner turned revealed more. Scraps of letters, photographs with faces scratched out, laughter that once echoed, now twisted into silence. But with every path she chose in the house, the boundaries of reality began to strain and fray, warping into illusions that whispered of the past and beckoned with promises of the future. Soon, she would learn that to learn the truth would mean confronting the deepest darkness that clung to her lineage, awakening echoes of anguish that could not remain silent if she sought to find her father and reclaim her own voice against the shadows. That Olive's heart raced as she stood frozen in the nursery, her eyes swept across the dust-laden room, haunted by remnants of her childhood. The sunlight that struggled to penetrate the grime of the window cast an ethereal glow, illuminating the edges of a rocking horse, its paint chipped and faded, waiting in silence for a child that never returned. A sudden rush of memories flooded her, a time when laughter echoed through these halls, and fear was a mere shadow lurking at the periphery. Tentatively, she stepped closer to the rocking horse, brushing her fingertips over its surface. It felt cold, and a shiver danced up her spine. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken words, the suffocating silence alive with echoing whispers that seemed to float just beyond her understanding. "Where are you?" she murmured, though she doubted the walls had answers. Instead, the air responded only with a faint rustling, like a soft sigh escaping from the depths of a suffocating darkness. Turning on her flashlight, she pointed the beam toward the corner where a faded doll lay abandoned, its button eyes glinting like tiny obsidian marbles in the dim light. Olive approached, drawn to it as if compelled by an unseen force. She knelt down beside the doll, thumbing the tattered dress and twisted hair. "What happened here?" she whispered to it, perhaps hoping for some acknowledgement. But instead of a reply, she felt it, a shift in the air, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Olive's instincts screamed at her to leave, yet a strange resolve held her firmly in place. She felt a pull towards understanding, as if the very fabric of her family history was woven into the fibers of this decrepit home. Breathing deeply, she closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on the whispers beneath the surface of her thoughts. "Bring me the truth," she silently pleaded, desperate for clarity amid the confusion. The flashlight flickered, casting jittery shadows around the room. In the corner of her vision, she caught movement but turned quickly to find nothing there. Heart pounding, she stood upright, every nerve ending alive with anticipation. "Focus, Olive," she chided herself, shaking her head to dispel the prickling anxiety. She needed to find her father's notes, his thoughts on the shadows that plagued him. They were here, a sanctuary of secrets waiting to engulf her. No more distractions. Olive exited the nursery, her determination rekindled. and ventured down the narrow hallway, each step absorbing the eerie ambience. The walls were adorned with portraits of her ancestors, their painted eyes following her as she walked. A chill enveloped her as if they were silently accusing her of trespassing into their realm. But she pressed on, unwilling to turn back now. Another door stood ajar, its creaking hinges beckoning her closer. This room was initially her father's study, a sanctum where he concocted grand stories and scribbled his musings. Olive pushed the door open and stepped inside, her breath hitching at the sight that awaited her. The room was an amalgamation of chaos and order, a testament to the man who once inhabited it. Books lay sprawled on the floor, pages yellowed and edges frayed, while the desk stood littered with papers, notes, and what appeared to be sketches of grotesque figures with elongated limbs and shadowy faces. She flicked on her flashlight again, illuminating the chaos in front of her. Pulling on her curiosity like a thread, she shuffled through the piles of paper, her eyes scanning the chicken scratch of her father's handwriting. The whispers, one note read, "A curse that consumes." She frowned, the words dancing ominously in her mind. What did he know? The longer she lingered in the study, the more she could feel the shadows tugging at her consciousness, urging her to leave. The air felt heavier still, charged with a palpable unease, as if something lurked just beyond the veil of reality. Desperately sifting through the notes, she stumbled upon a more comprehensive journal, its cover cracked, but the pages surprisingly intact. The title etched upon the first page sent cold shivers through her veins, "The Norwood Legacy." Flipping it open, she began to read. The entries detailed her father's dive into the history of the Norwood family, a lineage entwined with dark folklore and unspeakable tragedy. Each paragraph painted a grim picture of cursed relatives lost to madness, their names overshadowed by whispers of the unseen. The deeper she delved, the more she learned of the vile entity, an ancient creature born from fear and despair, thriving on the suffering of the living. As she turned the pages, the words became frantic, unveiling a narrative that mirrored her descent into the abyss of the estate. The journal described harrowing experiences, parents losing their children, the feeling of being watched, voices calling from the shadows, and the price that had to be paid to silence the whispers, a sacrifice of blood. It is said the entity feeds on fear, grows stronger with each drop of despair. Olive's breath hitched as she repeated the words. They echoed against the walls, suffocating her with dread. In that moment, a sound erupted in the hallway, a soft, fleeting whisper intertwined with a faint rustle of fabric. Startled, she looked toward the doorway, the flashlight's beam trembling. Was someone there? Her heartbeat thundered as she edged cautiously towards the threshold. Peering out, she saw only shadows, just the house. Olive breathed, willing the anxiety to fade and pushing through the door's threshold. Yet as she stepped outside the room, a draft slipped past, a whisper brushing against her ear, a fragment of a voice that felt hauntingly familiar and yet entirely foreign. It sent an icy chill down her spine. Listen, the command resonated within her, urging her forward. But this time, it didn't feel like just the house, not at all. She followed the sounds, almost instinctively, down the winding hallway until she reached the grand staircase. The whispers intensified, weaving around her like mist, pulling her onward. At the foot of the stairs, she hesitated, glancing back at the study, a sanctuary suddenly corrupted by an unknown malevolence. Swallowing her fear, Olive descended as she reached the bottom. The whispers crescendoed into audible words, chaotic and desperate. Help us find the truth. Her mind reeled, and she felt the weight of their anguish pressing down against her chest. Below her, the living room was shrouded in darkness. shadows dancing with hysteria. She could make out the contours of furniture, warped by the lack of light, the air thick with an ancient sadness that wrapped around her like a shroud. That I in the center of the room. A dim light flickered, beckoning her like a will-o'-the-wisp. It pulsed softly against the stillness, revealing the outlines of long-forgotten memories. Old family photographs scattered across a worn coffee table. Olive stepped closer, drawn to the luminous glow. It illuminated a cluster of faces, her relatives, wearing expressions that betrayed glimpses of joy muddled with unimaginable sorrow. Suddenly, the light flickered violently, and the temperature in the room dropped. Her breath misted before her like spectral smoke, and the whispers transitioned to wails of pain. "Free us! Free us!" they clamored, echoing within the recesses of her mind, carving a place there that would not easily fade. Gazing across the table, her heart sank as she spotted a familiar photograph, herself as a child, cradled in her father's arms. But next to it lay an eerie picture, one that froze her in place. It portrayed an empty room, the nursery, taken at twilight, where her father had been silhouetted against the window, his expression tormented, lost in a world of his own creation. In the background, she swore she saw shadowy figures gathering, waiting that a darkness pooled beneath her feet, pulsating like a heartbeat, threatening to pull her under. Panic surged within her. This was more than she had bargained for. Shakily, she turned away, but was caught off guard when a familiar voice whispered her name. "Olive. Father?" She spun around, the tremor of fear lacing her voice. A figure stood at the edge of the light, obscured and hauntingly familiar, a shadowy echo of the man she had known. "Is it you? Don't look back. You must find the truth." His voice emerged, both frantic and pained, yet distorted, as if filtered through layers of despair. "They are here, Olive. They need you." His form flickered, wavering between the dimensions of chaos and clarity. "What do you mean? Who? What do they need?" she cried, her voice breaking as she instinctively took a step closer, desperate to understand, desperate to reach him. But he began to fade, the darkness around him thickening. "You must confront." Suddenly, the light swallowed him whole, extinguishing his figure, dragging her father's voice into the cold void. And with one final echo, the walls trembled with silent screams. "Identify the sacrifice, and you will break the cycle." Just as the words left the ethereal R, darkness surged forth, swallowing the shimmering glow around her. Olive staggered back, terror coursing through her veins as the shadows took shape. The agitated cries became a cacophony of wails, spirits of those lost in the depths of the estate yearning for release. They wreathed around her, their despair palpable. They craved acknowledgement, purpose, and she understood. She was their vessel, their tether to the world. With resolve igniting her spirit, Olive stepped closer to the flickering remnants of light, refusing to succumb to the darkness. "I will find a way," she shouted over the clamor, her voice echoing defiantly against the walls. It felt as if the very foundations of the house trembled in response. "I will free you." But at that moment, a wave of chilling fear overtook her, causing the shadows to close in. The air crackled with anticipation. She could sense the boundary fracturing, yet she stood firm, pushing through the veil of darkness that threatened to engulf her. It was now or never. She would confront the whispers, unmask the truth buried within the estate's core. As she gathered her courage, the shadows seemed to retreat, offering her a passage deeper into the abyss that lay ahead, a depth that held unfathomable horrors and the key to unlocking the curse that bound them. With one final glance at the photographs, Olive spread her arms wide and followed the tendrils of darkness ahead, resolute in her mission. The house may try to break her, but she wouldn't falter. For every secret it held, each whisper would bring her closer to salvation. Olive stepped into the dense shadows, drawn forward by an inexplicable compulsion. The whispers became a symphony of anguish and hope, swirling around her, urging her onward as if fueling the fire of her determination. She threaded her way through the darkened expanse, the air thickening with an ancient energy that clung to her skin like a heavy cloak. As she moved deeper into the heart of the Norwood estate, Olive encountered an array of haunting landscapes, long-abandoned rooms that bore the weight of 1,000 sorrows. She pushed through dust-covered doorways, each room revealing fragments of a bygone era. Faded photographs, tarnished silverware, a cracked mirror that reflected the solemnity of her quest. Each piece whispered tales of love, loss, and despair. "Where do I find you?" she breathed, feeling the invisible gaze of the restless spirits growing heavier on her shoulders. "What do you want from me?" The shadows flickered in response, coiling as if anticipating her next move. An unsettling sense of urgency surged through her, urging her to uncover whatever dark secret lay at the center of it all. As she pressed on, a familiar chill skittered across her spine. It felt like a warning. Suddenly, she found herself at the entryway to the cellar, an ominous door that loomed before her. It was slightly ajar, creaking softly on its rusted hinges as if beckoning her closer. The whispers intensified into a haunting chant, their tones mingling with the low growl of the wind that curled around the estate, casting an ethereal glow just beneath the surface of her fear. "You have to confront it," she whispered to herself, summoning the resolve born from the strength of her ancestors. Gathering her breath, she pushed the door further open, the scent of damp earth and mold wafting up to greet her. With her flashlight piercing the darkness, she descended the worn stone steps, each creak of the floor echoing in the hollow space below. The cellar opened into a vast chamber, dimly lit by a single flickering bulb above that swayed from the ceiling like a dying star. Olive squinted against the gloom, her heart racing as she scanned the room. Old crates and barrels lay piled haphazardly, creating an obstacle course of memories hidden beneath layers of dust. In the center of the room stood a wooden table, dark and stained, its surface marked by deep cuts and scratches, remnants of a history steeped in ritual and secrecy. Approaching the table, she noticed what appeared to be a book, its spine cracked and pages yellowing. Olive's breath hitched as she gently brushed her fingers across the cover, revealing intricate symbols and a title that sent chills through her: The Notebooks of Shadows. This was the journal of her ancestor, the one who first encountered the entity that now haunted their lineage. A chronicle of madness and obsession. With trembling hands, she opened the book, revealing page after page filled with frantic scrawls, records of rituals, names of sacrifices, and grotesque illustrations of the dark entity that haunted their family. One passage caught her eye. To break the curse, blood must bind the past and present. The one who links both realms must become the vessel. In the confrontation lies the key. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive. And trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? Her fingers trembled over the words, a realization dawning upon her. "I am the vessel," she whispered, the weight of her ancestry slamming down upon her shoulders. The shadows of her past had always loomed large, but now they transformed into a desperate plea for liberation. "But what do I have to do?" As if in response to her question, a gust swept through the cellar, causing the pages of the book to flutter wildly. The whispers grew louder, cacophonous shrieks that echoed within the chamber, urging her to enact the ritual described within. Hesitantly, she gathered the ingredients mentioned, various objects piled around the room that felt integral to the unfolding ritual. A small vial of salt, a relic from a long-forgotten family member's grave, and a candle, its wax yellowed but still intact. Her heart raced as she arranged them upon the table, recalling her father's frantic notes on binding the entity to the earthly realm. Once everything lay in place, she paused, gathering her courage. "What binds must be broken," she recited, her voice stronger now, cutting through the darkness. "I am here to confront you." Her heart swelled with an intoxicating mix of fear and resolve, the shadows thickening around her as she prepared for the unknown. She took a deep breath and ignited the candle, its flame flickering defiantly in the enveloping gloom. As she invoked the incantation suggested within the book, a whirlwind of emotion coursed through her. "Spirits of the Norwood estate, I call upon the strength of those who walked this path before me. Lend me your power to face the darkness that has ensnared us all." The air vibrated with energy as an otherworldly silence blanketed the cellar. The shadows began swirling, forming a vortex that coalesced before her, a manifestation of fear and despair. The temperature dropped sharply, as if the very essence of the room were being stripped away, revealing the raw, pulsating heart of the malevolence that fed upon sorrow. Suddenly, the entity emerged from the vortex, its shape twisting and contorting, a mass of darkness with eyes that glowed like embers, seething with rage and pain. It loomed over Olive, its presence suffocating, filling her with dread. "You dare challenge me, child?" it hissed, its voice a sinister symphony of malice and despair. "I do," Olive replied, forcing herself to stand tall, though her heart threatened to break free from her chest. "I refuse to let you continue this cycle of torment. You feed on fear, but I bring light." The entity snarled, lunging toward her, but Olive held firm, summoning every ounce of strength coursing through her veins. "I am the bridge between our worlds. I will not falter," she shouted, the volume of her voice building as she drew from the shadows of her ancestors. They stood with her, their whispers becoming a cacophony of defiance. In that moment, she plunged her hand in her pocket, clutching the vial tightly, feeling the cold glass against her palm. "By the blood that bind us, by the names that echo through time, I cast you out." She poured the salt fiercely around her, creating a protective barrier as she continued the incantation, knowing it was now or never. The shadows recoiled, hissing as the salt burned. "You think you can free them? You think you can banish me?" The creature shrieked, its visage distorting in agony. "You are but a child. I am the answer to your curse," she yelled, summoning every last remnant of her family's strength and hope. "Let the truth be revealed." The flames of the candle surged, dancing wildly in response to her words. The air crackled with energy as the vortex erupted, flashing with flickers of long-lost memories of her ancestors. Each face a testament to their pain, their shadows merging with the light in a striking display that echoed through time. "Free us!" Their voices rang in unison, cascading through the basement until the walls trembled. "We are bound by your blood, by your will." Olive felt their strength pierce through her, their voices wrapped around her, harmonizing with her own. With one final cry, Olive thrust her arm forward, the light intensifying until it burst forth with a blinding brilliance, bathing the room in pure, radiant energy. The entity shrieked, unraveling under the force of the combined will of her family's spirits, the shadows collapsing in on themselves until the darkness was no more. As the brilliance dissipated, Olive collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by an intoxicating sense of freedom that washed over her. The whispers transformed into soft sighs of relief, echoing gently around her. She looked around the now silent cellar, her heart racing with the knowledge that she had done it. She had confronted the darkness and broken the cycle. But as the shadows faded, something tugged at her, a lingering essence that refused to be fully released. She glanced to the table where the notebooks of shadows lay and noticed a new phrase scrawled across the final page, only visible in the aftermath of her confrontation. In the light of truth, a new path is forged. Olive's curiosity piqued. There was more to uncover. She could sense it deep within her bones, the pull of a larger narrative that had yet to unfold. With new determination, she regained her composure and gathered the notebooks. Her journey was far from over. This was just the beginning. Swallowing the remnants of fear, she unfolded her plans. The Norwood legacy was intertwined with the very fabric of what she was destined to discover, and she would not shy away from it. She would delve deeper, unearthing the truths that bound her family, not just the shadows of the past, but the promise of a future illuminated by the light of understanding. As she ascended the cellar stairs, the world around her felt anew. The air was lighter, rejuvenated by the release of the spirits that had long suffered in silence. She'd faced the darkness and emerged victorious, a guardian of the legacy that still lingered. Stepping into the corridor, she felt the warm sun filtering through the windows, illuminating her path, a promise of hope, a glimmer of possibility. She was no longer a prisoner of fear. She was a seeker of truth, embarking on a journey that would unveil not only the history of the Norwood estate, but the intricacies of her own heart. As Olive emerged from the cellar, the newfound light of the day felt like a fresh beginning, a promise that the darkness she had just faced would not claim her or her family ever again. The eerie quiet of the Norwood estate now seemed more like a dormancy, a sleep held in abeyance rather than an ominous veil. With the notebooks of shadows tucked under her arm, Olive ascended the worn staircase and wandered into the living room. It felt alive with a gentle hum of memories now freed from their torment. The sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the dust motes swirling lazily in the air, as if releasing the weight of generations gone by. Pushing away the exhaustion that threatened to envelope her, Olive settled onto an old, creaky chair and opened the notebook once more. The pages, now drenched in resonance, appeared to vibrate with energy as if inviting her to discover the threads of her lineage. She sought insights from the notes scrawled in her ancestors' hastily penned script, seeking clarity about the burden she had inherited. Your lineage is a tapestry woven with courage and despair, one passage read. Each generation has faced the dark whispers, trapped between worlds, bound by duty to confront what has come before. Olive felt the weight of those words. She was not the first to wield the power of choice, nor the first to grapple with the darkness. Many had come before her, and she understood now that she stood on the precipice of something grander than merely confronting an entity. She was part of an enduring cycle, a legacy that pulsed through her veins, connecting her to those who had fought and ultimately fractured the chains of bondage. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive, and trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? As she flipped through the pages, she sensed a profound pull toward a particular passage that spoke of the Weavers of Shadows, a clandestine group of family members who had sought to both bind and face the darkness. They understood that knowledge was not just power. It was a protective shield, a means to unravel the sinister. The Weavers believed in forging destinies. Olive read, her heart racing. Through the threads of their stories and sacrifices, they sought to restitch the fabric of their reality, pushing back against the void and reclaiming their legacy. Olive realized then that she too could step into this role. With each chapter of her family's struggle laid out before her, it was not just a narrative of sorrow, but of strength and redemption. She could weave her own story, infusing it with hope and the light of those whose lives had shaped her own. The mention of artifacts caught her attention, items that belonged to her ancestors, imbued with purpose and power. In these artifacts lies their truth, she noted, tracing her fingers along the margins filled with desperate scrawls. The remnants of a forgotten ritual. Determined, Olive decided it was time to dig deeper into her family's past and unearth these artifacts. The remnants of her ancestors' sacrifices held the potential not only for clarity, but for healing, both for herself and the lingering echoes of anguish trapped in the shadows. Grabbing her backpack and the notebooks, she set out to explore the estate further, her spirits buoyed by the knowledge that she was not alone. Each room had likely been touched by the strife her family faced and bore witness to their resilience. The Norwood estate harbored secrets yet to be uncovered, and within those secrets loomed her connection to a world beyond understanding. The first place that came to mind was the attic. It was a space she rarely ventured into after she moved back home, confined beneath layers of dust and forgotten memories. As a child, it scared her, a realm untouched by time, a sanctuary of things once loved but lost. But now, with renewed resolve, she felt it might house the relics of her family's history. Climbing the stairs to the attic, Olive felt a shiver of anticipation. The air grew heavier and warmer, thick with memories preserved beneath the layers of time. She hesitated at the door, unsure of the depth of what she might find, but a quiet voice nudged her onward. Inside, the attic unfolded like a forgotten world. Cobwebs clung to the rafters, and boxes were cast about haphazardly, their contents long lost. A few stray beams of sunlight broke through the boarded-up windows, casting a delicate glow upon the disheveled remains of a life once vibrant. She began rifling through the boxes, her heart racing as she unearthed old clothes, faded books, and ornaments that spoke of a time long past. Memories whispered around her, and she let them wash over her like a tide, each object a bridge to her ancestors. Remnants of their joys, their traumas, their victories. While her fingers brushed through the pile, they landed upon a small, velvet pouch. Curiosity piqued. She pulled it close and untied the drawstring. Inside was a delicate silver locket, intricately engraved with a pattern that seemed to shift like shadows. When she opened it, she gasped, a miniature portrait of a woman she recognized from the family photographs, a distant relative whose piercing gaze was both familiar and unsettling. Great-great-grandmother Eleanor, she whispered, the name rolling comfortably off her tongue. Olive felt an inexplicable bond with her ancestor, a connection forged through circumstances woven across time. As she turned the locket over, another item slipped free from the pouch, an old key, rusted yet intricately designed. Her heart raced as she examined it closer. It bore the same swirling patterns as the locket. What door does this open? She mused, knowing instinctively it was meant for something significant, something tied to her family's past. With locket and key in hand, she scanned the attic for clues, eyeing the assortment of old trunks and chests. Then, her gaze fell upon a weathered trunk carved with the same swirling patterns. Could it be? She whispered to herself, rushing towards it. The trunk was locked, but her heart thrummed with recognition. The key fit perfectly. With a turn, a satisfying click signaled the chest's release from its prison. Olive's fingers trembled as she lifted the lid, uncovering a trove of ancestral relics. Letters bound together with twine, a faded journal, and various trinkets that seemed to pulse with memory. Among the treasures lay yet another journal, this one wrapped in worn leather that emanated a sense of age and wisdom. Carefully, she unwrapped it and opened the cover, her breath hitching as she read the first few lines. Script both fervent and passionate. "My children, if you find this, know that the darkness is alive, and it feeds on our fear. But we are not defenseless. We must learn to weave our stories together, gathering strength from each other and facing what we cannot control." The entry flowed with urgent knowledge, detailing her ancestors' encounters with the entity that had plagued their family for generations. It spoke of rituals and sacrifices, the desperate clutches of torment, and finally, the palpable hope that emerged when they banded together. "This will help," Olive murmured, feeling the weight of responsibility settle firmly on her shoulders. "We've faced this before, and we can face it again." As she delved deeper into the chest, she felt a surge of anticipation and fervor, artifacts that seemed to breathe with life, encapsulating the dreams, fears, and strength of those who had come before. They had all been woven into the tapestry of her lineage, and she was now the custodian of that legacy. Suddenly, Olive stiffened, her instincts alert. A sound echoed from below, a soft echo that reverberated through the halls. Was it just her imagination, or did she hear the soft whispers of her ancestors guiding her, urging her to listen more closely? She stood, holding the key tightly, the locket resting against her heart. "All right, time to see what other secrets the estate may hold," she resolved, determination surging through her. With the artifacts gathered and fresh insights unfolding within her mind, she felt ready to piece together the puzzle of her family's past and confront the other remnants of darkness lingering in the corners of her soul. Stepping away from the trunk, Olive made her way down the stairs and into the corridor, her heart racing with possibility. The whispering seemed to guide her, leading her not just through the house, but into the very depths of her familial lineage. The Norwood estate spoke in riddles and whispers, but she was prepared to listen, to unearth what lay within the shadows and illuminate the hidden truths of her lineage. Empowered by the legacies that bound them, she took her first steps toward a new chapter, ready to confront the past, reshape the present, and secure her family's future. Olive descended the staircase, the weight of her newfound knowledge pressing upon her, yet invigorating her resolve. With the locket and the key safely ensconced in her pocket, she felt like a vessel for the voices of her ancestors, a conduit for the stories they had left behind. As she traversed the halls of the Norwood estate, she could sense the house was waking up, shedding the layers of dust and neglect it had accumulated over the years. The air felt charged with energy, each footstep echoing like whispers of encouragement through the corridors. She decided her next course of action would lead her to the library, a place where she might uncover more about the weavers of shadows and the family members who had battled the darkness before her. The library, usually cloaked in an oppressive silence, welcomed her with open arms. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, and the musty scent of worn pages filled her nostrils. Olive felt at home here, surrounded by stories waiting to be unearthed. She moved purposefully, her fingers grazing the spines of dusty tomes, seeking the wisdom contained within their pages. That as she navigated the labyrinth of shelves, a particular book caught her eye, a large, leather-bound volume with intricate engravings that echoed those of the key and locket. Pulling it from the shelf, she noticed it appeared to be the family's history. Its title read, "The Chronicles of the Norwood Lineage." Flipping through the yellowed pages, Olive felt a flutter of excitement. This book didn't just narrate the events of the family's past. It was filled with handwritten notes, comments penned by family members over generations. She came across sketches of her ancestors, intermingled with illustrations hinting at the rituals they performed in their attempts to keep the darkness at bay. The deeper she went into the book, the more she uncovered. There were entries detailing successful confrontations with the entity that plagued them, Each family member crafted their own strategies based on wisdom passed down through the ages. Then she found a heart-wrenching entry from her great-grandmother, Lucia. We attempt to guide our children away from the shadows, but the darkness knows us. It seeks to lay claim to our fears and binds us in unseen chains. We cannot allow it to consume us. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive, and trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? Olive's heart ached for her great-grandmother, who may have fought valiantly against the same malevolence she too had faced. The vulnerability and determination of her ancestors imbued her with a sense of responsibility to honor their struggles, to continue the fight they had waged. Then, buried amongst the entries, she stumbled upon a more cryptic passage. The words danced before her, an incantation that sent shivers down her spine. The threads of fate can bind or break, and only the one who holds the key may weave the final tapestry. To confront the shadows, one must first summon the memories trapped within. Summoning memories, a profound notion that resonated deeply with her. Olive realized it was essential to connect with the essence of those who had come before her, to explore the depths of their experiences. The light of their hope shone in stark contrast to the darkness that surrounded them, and she would need to call upon it. Closing the book gently, she resolved that she must conduct her own rite to summon the memories of her ancestors. The attic and its relics would serve as the focal point for this gathering, a sacred site to reflect upon the sacrifices that had paved her path. Returning to the attic, Olive felt the thrum of energy kick up at her approach. She arranged the items she had discovered, the locket, the key, the journal, and the trinkets neatly upon the table she had set up earlier. She lit a candle and imagined how her ancestors might have done the same, their faces illuminated by the flickering flame, casting shadows that danced with memories of joy and pain. Once again, she inhaled deeply, centering herself in the moment. Olive let each memory of her family wash over her, calling forth the names and stories she had discovered, the laughter, the tears, the victories, and defeats. As she began to chant the incantation she discovered from her great-grandmother, the air surrounding her thickened, swirling with the presence of her lineage. Soft whirs of energy flitted around her, making her heart race. "I call upon you, my ancestors," she declared. "Share your gifts of memory, your joys, and your struggles illuminate the path before me." The candle flickered violently, flickering shadows leaping against the walls like spirited figures reaching out to her. Olive closed her eyes, breathing deeply, allowing the ethereal energy to wash over her, saturating her with introspection. Images began to flood her mind, a tapestry of memories woven with echoes from generations. A woman wreathed in white, dancing in the moonlight, her joyous laughter soaring through the cool night air, then a man kneeling over a hastily drawn circle, chanting in an urgent whisper. Fear etched across his features as darkness loomed around him. Children playing, the sunlight streaming. Between the leaves, innocent laughter filling the air, a protective circle woven beneath the vastness of the sky. With each image, Olive's chest swelled with emotion. Her great-great-grandmother's struggle, her great-grandfather's courage, and the tenderness of those who supported one another as they bravely weathered the storms. They were threads in her tapestry, blending effortlessly to form the woman she was becoming. "Guide me," Olive whispered, feeling the remnants of their faces flicker inside her mind. "Let me honor your stories. Let me be the one who continues your fight." In that moment, a profound clarity washed over her. The reason she had been drawn back to the estate was not merely to confront the darkness, but to weave together the strength that had been so dearly forged by those before her. She could feel their presence, solid and fortifying, a guardian of the shadows who had guided her thus far. Just then, the shadows at the edges of the room began to shift, swirling along the walls as if drawn by an unseen force, forming patterns that whispered secrets of hope and warning. A figure emerged from the darkness, a swirling entity that took shape, forming a face she recognized. Olive, the spirit breathed, its voice a melodic echo laced with familiarity and sorrow. "You've begun to understand. Who are you?" she asked, her heart beating wildly. "I am Eleanor," the spirit replied, her form shimmering like starlight. "I have watched over you, guiding you through the veil of darkness and illuminating the path ahead." Eleanor's presence felt warm and protective, igniting a spark of recognition within Olive. You once wore the locket, didn't you?" "I did, my dear. It is a vessel of our connection, a reminder that we are never truly alone. You possess the key now, the key to our legacy and the stories we must continue to weave." "What must I do?" Olive implored, her voice steady with conviction. "Gather our stories, ensure that the truth of our lineage is shared, and confront the darkness that clings to our past. Only through ignorance shall it have power over us. You have the strength of our ancestors within you, but you must use it to unveil the truth that lies buried within the estate." "I will," Olive promised, emboldened by Eleanor's presence. "I will share our stories and ensure they live on." "Remember," Eleanor added, her figure growing fainter yet resolute, "the shadows will always seek to obscure, but in sharing our truths, you will anchor yourselves firmly in the light." As her essence faded into the ether, Olive felt a rush of energy surging through her, an electrifying connection to her lineage. The remnants of the past mingled with her courage, guiding her steps as she sought to reclaim the narrative of the Norwood family. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive, and trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? The flickering shadow at the edges electrified the air, clinging to the promise of the future she was determined to build. Olive stood resolute in her understanding. Her lineage's shadows would not define her. Instead, she would weave together their stories into a new tapestry, one that honored the past while illuminating the path ahead, a beacon of resilience against the darkness that threatened to overshadow her family's legacy. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive, and trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now, let's step back into the darkness, shall we? The remnants of Eleanor's ethereal presence lingered in the air as Olive steadied herself, her pulse thundering in her ears like a war drum. With a fierce sense of purpose coursing through her, she sat back down amidst the remnants of the attic, feeling the newfound warmth of her ancestors' love and courage. "Gather our stories," she murmured, echoing Eleanor's words. She recognized this was her call to action, not just for herself, but for every woman who had faced trials in silence, every soul whose sacrifice had almost faded into obscurity. It would be the stories woven from truth, vulnerability, and strength that would pull the Norwood legacy from the shadows and into the light. But her immediate task needed focus. Olive began to compile the artifacts before her. Each item told a different facet of her ancestors' tales. A delicate silver hairpin, possibly belonging to her great-grandmother. A rusted pocket watch etched with intricate designs. Faded letters dating back to when her family had first moved into the estate. She meticulously cataloged them, jotting down notes about their significance and how they connected to the narrative she uncovered in the chronicles of the Norwood lineage. As dusk fell around her, the deepening shadows of the attic cloaked her in an intimate sense of solitude. Olive felt re-energized, knowing she was forging threads of connection that traversed generations. The fear that once paralyzed her was replaced with an exhilarating determination. She was not merely a distant descendant. She was an integral part of this tapestry. With a flick of her wrist, she reached for the journal she had found earlier, the one wrapped in leather, and began to read more closely, jotting down emotions and occasions expressed within its pages. One entry stood out amidst the haze of memories. The darkness has a face, a trickster who preys on our vulnerabilities. But I know that together, we can confront it. We must gather when the moon is full, just as the weavers of shadows did before us. There we will find strength in unity and silence in our fears. Her heart raced. This entry hinted at a ritual, a gathering to confront the darkness. Could this be a connection to the weavers of shadows her ancestors had established? If they had crafted a means to confront their fears collectively, then surely Olive could honor that tradition by doing the same. The nights passed quickly as she read through the pages of the journal, piecing together the fragments of her family's story. Each revelation ignited a fire within her, fueling her desire to delve deeper into the estate's past and confront what lay hidden. Armed with her compelling findings, she decided it was time for a gathering of her own. This would not simply be a reunion. It would be a shared exploration, a chance for her family to reclaim their stories alongside her. The next evening, as the golden rays of dusk neared their end, Olive picked up her phone and began reaching out to her family. She called her mother, her cousins, and her aunt, inviting them to the estate for a night of remembrance and storytelling. Join me on the full moon. There's something I need to share, some truths I've uncovered, Olive urged, feeling a swell of anticipation ripple through her words. Her family readily agreed, although she sensed a thread of trepidation knitting itself into her mother's voice. That night, as shadows gathered around the Norwood estate, Olive prepared the living room for the gathering, arranging a circle of cushions around the fireplace. She lit candles, their flames dancing playfully with each draft. The room became an oasis of warmth against the encroaching dark. When her family arrived, there was a palpable energy in the air, a mix of curiosity and anxiety. Her mother, Lisa, entered first, her demeanor reflective yet determined, followed closely by Olive's cousins, Clara and Jack, and her Aunt May, who wore skepticism cloaked in concern. Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional, where every story takes you deeper into the shadows. Your support helps keep the fear alive. And trust me, there's so much more to uncover. Now let's step back into the darkness, shall we? Olive, what's all this about? Lisa asked, taking in the candlelit room with cautious eyes. The weight of Olive's previous experiences spoke volumes, and Olive felt a surge of determination rising within her. I've discovered a great deal about our family's history, about the darkness that has haunted us, she began, gesturing for them to sit. But I believe it's time we confront it together. Our ancestors faced this same darkness, and I think we owe it to them to honor their struggle. Jack furrowed his brow. Isn't that what you've gone through before? Why dig it up again? Because we need to know, Olive replied fiercely. It's not just about confronting the darkness, but reclaiming our stories. We can't allow fear to govern our lives. We need to empower ourselves with the truth of who we are. Clara nodded, her green eyes wide with understanding. What do you want us to do? We're going to share our family stories, reflect on what we've learned, and create our own ritual. We need to weave our truth into something that strengthens us. Slowly, the atmosphere began to shift. Lisa looked to her brother, Jack, then to her sister, May, whose expression softened. All right, Lisa finally acquiesced. If this is going to help us understand our past, I'm in. As the night unfolded, Olive guided her family into storytelling, inviting them to recall memories, some buried, some cherished. They shared laughter. Teardrops mingled with reverberating silence, and Olive felt the weight of generations pooling like healing balm around them. Clara spoke of the stories their grandmother had shared, tales of resilience that seemed brimming with hope even amidst despair. Jack recalled the unsettling feelings that always surrounded their family reunions, feelings he had struggled to understand for so long. At the center of it all, Olive began to weave together the patterns that emerged, a shared tapestry that reflected both pain and joy. Finally, it was Olive's turn. Heart pounding, she revealed the frightening encounters she had experienced, the figures in the shadows, the chilling sensations that haunted her at night. Her family listened intently, their eyes wide, the weight of their collective experiences forming an invisible bond that only strengthened as she spoke. I found artifacts and journals in the attic, she explained. Our ancestors faced this too, but they came together to confront it. We must do the same. The fire crackled as the last of the sunlight surrendered to the dark. An energy filled the room, palpable, a sense of unity kindling amongst them that I end the climax of the gathering. Olive suggested they engage in a ritual to reclaim their narratives and confront the fears of the unknown. We'll light a candle for each of our ancestors, honoring both their struggles and triumphs, she proposed. Her family stood, moving to gather candles from the mantel. Each candle represented a piece of their history, a tribute to the sacrifices that had forged their familial bond. They lit them one by one, watching the flames flare against the shadows that seemed to stretch towards them. Yes, they shared thoughts for each flame lit. A candle for the great-grandmother who'd faced the darkness alone, another for the grandfather who had battled fear with relentless determination, and one for Eleanor, who had passed the torch without hesitation. Olive felt an overwhelming sense of calm wash over her. Together, we are the light, Olive stated, her heart swelling as she looked into the eyes of her family. We honor our past, and with that honor, we shield ourselves against the darkness. No more will we allow it to divide us. Her words echoed in the air, weaving an unseen thread as the flames flickered and danced. They were gathered in a circle, a tapestry of shared strength, and together they reclaimed their histories. Across the room, the shadows began to recede, harmonizing with the light they had collectively summoned. Olive was no longer just a descendant of the Norwood lineage. She stood as a guardian of their stories, a weaver of hope against the encroaching darkness. The night faded into a warm embrace, the candlelight guiding them toward their shared destiny. Side by side, they turned their backs on fear, stepping together into the light. In the small coastal town of Crescent Bay, where the sun dipped below the horizon like a sly secret and the waves whispered tales of love and loss, there danced a certain magic in the air, a magic that somehow intertwined the lives of its inhabitants. Among them was Clara Hawthorne, a spirited woman of 30, known for her vibrant laughter, a talent for painting, and a void that ached in her heart. Each stroke of her brush on canvas was an attempt to capture the beauty of sunset hues. Yet deep down, she wrestled with sunsets of a different kind. The ones that marked the passing of her late husband. Ethan, that if you enjoy stories that touch your soul and keep you captivated, make sure to like this video and subscribe to Storietional. By subscribing, you'll never miss another tale that transports you to a world beyond your imagination. Now, sit back, relax, and let the story unfold. Welcome to Storietional, where every word comes alive. Clara often felt adrift, painting by the beach where salty breezes encouraged her thoughts to wander and her heart to feel free. Ethan had been her world, a steady lighthouse guiding her through stormy seas. Yet his passing left her with an unresolved pain that clouded her inspiration. Friends and neighbors would often remark on her resilience, but Clara knew that their kindness masked their pity. She had learned to wear her smile like a shield, deflecting the inquiries into her heart, when all she truly craved was to fill her home with laughter again, that as fate would weave stories for each of us. It brought Ryan Sinclair to Crescent Bay. A renowned photographer, Ryan was seeking solace after a messy divorce and had rented the old beach house on the outskirts of town. With his rugged good looks, tousled hair, and a charming smile, he was every bit the artist, capturing fleeting moments that evoked emotion. His lens, honed through years of experience, lingered on the ordinary until it became extraordinary. Yet, in his personal life, he felt anything but. The first time their paths crossed was during one of Clara's beach walks. He was fumbling with his camera, trying to get the perfect shot of the sunset. She noticed the way his eyes lit up when the waves caught the golden light, and despite herself, a flicker of curiosity danced within her. "Are you capturing the sunset, or is it capturing you?" she called out, the teasing lilt of her voice surprising even herself. Ryan turned, the corners of his mouth tilting up. "Maybe a bit of both. I can't seem to let go of the idea that some moments are too beautiful to stay confined in memory." Intrigued, Clara wandered closer, her interest piqued. "You might just be right, but then again, beauty is subjective, isn't it?" And thus began a connection that would weave the fabric of their lives together, thread by thread, colors blending into one another. They spent days exploring Crescent Bay, with Clara showing Ryan hidden spots known only to locals and Ryan capturing her laughter, effortlessly framing her in images that made her shine. She introduced him to the townsfolk, who quickly warmed up to him, enchanted by his earnestness and sincerity. And just as easily, Ryan brought her view to the world wider, teaching her to see beauty in everything, beyond her canvas, beyond grief, into the vibrancy of life itself. As they developed an easy friendship, Clara found herself drawn to Ryan in ways she hadn't expected. The gentle warmth of a shared sunrise, late-night conversations about dreams and fears, and moments of comfortable silence began to unfurl feelings within her long-buried heart. She felt alive, seeking the thrill of being seen again, while shadows of guilt wove through her thoughts like a tormenting whisper every time she savored his attention. Ryan, too, struggled against the tide of emotions stirred within him. Clara's laughter, her kindness, and the subtle depth of her melancholy tangled with his own sore heart, making him feel things he thought were lost to him forever. Yet he hesitated. Her fragility reminded him of a time he'd once vowed to protect someone, and he feared that such vulnerability would only lead to pain again. But the universe has an interesting way of nudging two souls together. After weeks of laughter, shared secrets, and creative endeavors, Clara invited Ryan to an art show at the local gallery, featuring pieces influenced by her rebirth after Ethan. On that night, surrounded by vibrant colors and captured moments, Clara stood before a canvas that echoed her journey, a sunset where the storms broke to reveal light. Ryan stood beside her, his gaze tracing the curves of her painted story. "It's beautiful, Clara. It speaks volumes. It tells the world you're ready to live again." "A part of me is," Clara answered, the truth pouring forth. "But there's still so much doubt, Ryan. I loved Ethan so deeply. Moving forward feels like betrayal. Living life fully doesn't diminish the love you had. It honors it. It honors you." When their eyes met, the air thrummed with unspoken emotions, layering a tension that surrounded them like an electric charge. But just as the moment could shift, Ryan's cell phone buzzed, or perhaps it was fate nudging them apart. He pulled away, grabbing the device, his expression briefly shifting to an unreadable mask as he checked the screen. "Sorry, it's my ex," he stammered, his voice lost between the lines of difficulty to read. Clara's heart dropped, feeling like the colors she'd splashed on her canvases were quickly drained away. The night took a turn. Ryan's ex arrived, uninvited, but with intentions fogged by jealousy and unresolved feelings. Carefully layered scars from a romance turned sour. The atmosphere shifted as conversations turned to awkward glances, and Clara felt more like an outsider looking in rather than the vibrant artist celebrated that night. In the days that followed, Clara withdrew, wrestling with the familiar waves of self-doubt and longing. The ache of a heart that had begun to feel alive again only to be reminded of its fragility. She retreated to her studio, where the smell of turpentine and the retreating tide framed her isolation. The brush glided across the canvas, but the vibrant colors began to dull, reflecting the emotional turmoil within her. Ryan found himself in a storm of his own. His ex's sudden presence was unsettling, drenching him in memories he thought time had washed away. He had come to greet a fresh start, yet here he was tangled once more in a relationship filled with chaos and heartbreak. It was a struggle that weighed heavily on him as he wandered the streets of Crescent Bay, an artist seeking a muse who now eluded him. Clara felt the distance growing with every passing day, and a relentlessness began to gnaw at her, a fear of never finding closure or the ability to move forward. She craved the light of connection Ryan had ignited within her. It was blinding yet beautiful. One evening, seated before the easel, she realized that for her to truly embrace love again, she must first face the specter of her past. And so, deep in their beloved town, she painted her heart onto the canvas yet again, this one brimming with emotion, tears, joy, and the kind of love that transcended loss. The following day, Clara walked down to the beach where Ryan often found solace. Clasping her resolve like a warm blanket, she found him adrift, his gaze lost somewhere beyond the horizon. Walking up to him, she pulled in a deep breath. "Ryan," she began softly. He turned, surprise washing over his features, but sadness lingered like a cloud ready to burst. "Hey, Clara, I think I've been scared. Scared because I don't want to feel alone anymore, and it felt easier to hide," she confessed. "But I need you to know it's okay to love again, even if it feels foreign. Ethan always wanted me to embrace everything, paint with every color, every emotion." His eyes searched hers, and she could almost hear his thoughts wrestling against the tides. "I don't want to drag you into my mess, it's not fair. But you're not dragging me. We're walking the path together, aren't we? Let's help each other through it." Clara took his hands, warmth curling through fingers that had long waited for mere touches. "Let's make this canvas, this life, something worth sharing." In that moment of vulnerability, their silence spoke volumes. And just like that, clarity burst forth, ushering in a new dawn. Together, they fostered a growth that was tender yet fierce, a journey of healing that was forever entwining their hearts, painting their own beautiful narrative. As weeks turned into months, they danced along the edges of affection. Their relationship was filled with passionate whispers, fragile doubts, playful teasing, and a growing commitment that blossomed each day. Ryan introduced Clara to spontaneous adventures. From sunset hikes to midnight stargazing, they embraced life's unpredictability, each adventure making Clara feel more vibrant than she had since Ethan. Clara, in turn, infused Ryan's world with a renewed sense of warmth and focus, coaxing him out from the shadows that lingered from his past. Through laughter, late-night talks, and the gentle cadence of shared dreams, they forged a bond that showed them the possibilities of love could indeed be infinite. Just as they began to skate smoothly across the surface of their relationship, life naturally surfaced deeper conflicts. Small misunderstandings turned into heated arguments. Circumstances both external and internal clawed at their fragile tranquility. The emotional conundrum of Ryan re-engaging with his ex, coupled with Clara's hesitations, often sent them spiraling into moments of doubt. The very trust they had built seemed to fray at the edges. One evening, under the silvery moonlight, after a particularly intense confrontation about Ryan's connection to his past, Clara broke down, tears tracking down her face, leaving behind a portrait of pain she had been trying to paint over. Ryan desperately wanted to console her, but was paralyzed by the situation. "I just can't do this. We're like two magnets pushing apart, and I don't want to lose you." His heart ached fiercely, not just for her pain, but for his own lack of understanding. "I'm sorry," he murmured, uncertainty chasing worry across his brow. "What do we do from here?" Clara lifted her gaze, determination blooming within her. "We fight for us, Ryan. We've both suffered heartaches. Let's not give up before we know what we can truly create together." The next few days were laden with a profound sense of reflection and cautious hope. They returned to that spot where they'd first intersected, and under the same dusky skies now tinted with promise, they poured words into the open air, confessions, fears, and shared aspirations that echoed among the waves crashing around them. "We have to trust again," Ryan said earnestly, taking her hands between his. "We can't let fear rob us of what could be." He looked deep into her eyes, and Clara felt the connection spark anew, the charge of their love overcoming all obstacles in its path. And so, season turned to season, and their love ripened through trials and triumphs. They learned the artistry of compromise, the delicate balance of giving and taking in a world where two unique souls merged. With each passing day, the pressures faded, swept away by a tender urgency that drew them closer, a shared longing that got painted upon the canvas of their lives. Months later, standing together amidst the blossoms of spring, their gazes fell upon the sea, where the horizon held unfathomable futures. They were no longer running from their pasts. Instead, they intertwined their narratives as if created from the same brushstrokes. "I can't imagine a life without you, Clara," Ryan whispered, his gaze aflame in the softness of dawn. "And I can't imagine stifling my dreams," Clara replied, her heart now emboldened, colors bursting forth with hope and legacy. "Together we'll create the canvas of a lifetime." It was then that Ryan reached into his pocket, revealing a small gem of a ring, a lovely rose gold band whose elegance curled with understated luxury. "Will you marry me?" he asked, his voice carrying the weight of dreams sculpted over time. "Will you paint this life with me, always?" In that tender moment, Clara gasped, tears of joy pooling in her eyes amid a world that had, only months ago, felt so heavy. "Yes, 1,000 times yes," she cried out, her heart racing as she accepted the promise of unconditional love. And so, the artist and the photographer embarked on creating a shared masterpiece, a life kaleidoscoped with laughter, love, and the promise of tomorrow. They eagerly welcomed each chapter, each brushstroke that life offered, knowing that together, they could weather any storm. That as Clara began to teach workshops out of her gallery, and Ryan hosted photography nights, the community began to reflect their shared journey, each person discovering how to embrace life anew, how to cultivate love, and how to cherish both moments of introspection and the fullness of companionship. Crescent Bay thrived beneath the sun, each sunrise a testament to what love could cultivate, while the moon witnessed their flourishing bond, echoing stories whispered on the shores below, of enduring relationships, forgiveness, and the incredible power of second chances. And as Clara painted her latest canvas, the colors more vibrant than ever. She knew that each time she dipped her brush, she was creating not just art, but a family, a world, and a legacy that would transcend time. Through softness and discord, through passion and peace, there lay a promise that reminded her of the joys life had to offer. And as they stood, hand in hand, hearts entwined, Clara silently vowed never to stop sharing her story, the story stitched together by heartbreaks and healings, a continual reminder to herself and others to embrace love, to cherish it fiercely, the very essence woven into the colors of their life. For now, the world was theirs to create, one brushstroke, one photograph, and one memory at a time. This beautiful journey of Clara and Ryan is but one of many possible tales, woven in the fabric of love itself. If you enjoyed this heartfelt narrative and want to explore more captivating stories of emotion and connection, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our YouTube channel Storietional for more enchanting adventures tailored just for you. We can't wait to bring more love stories to life. As the seasons changed in Crescent Bay, so too did Clara and Ryan's love evolve, deepening and expanding in ways they had never imagined. They held art shows together, each more vibrant than the last, showcasing not only Clara's paintings, but also Ryan's stunning photographs. Their collaboration drew in crowds, locals and tourists alike flocking to witness the fusion of their creative spirits. Within the gallery's walls, stories unfolded, and soon the couple found themselves not just recognized as individual artisans, but as a shared force, an inseparable duo in art and life. That Clara's paintings began to reflect not just her journey of healing, but the joys of love and partnership. Each canvas was a window to their shared experiences, depicting the sunlit days filled with laughter, tender moments spent under the stars, and the soft touches exchanged in the quiet of their home. With each brushstroke, she portrayed the depth of their bond, a vivid testament to love's power to heal and transform. Meanwhile, Ryan's lens captured the beauty of everyday moments. There were candid shots of Clara at the easel, lost in thought, spontaneous laughter shared during beach bonfires with friends, and quiet reflections by the water's edge where their souls met. His work complemented Clara's vividly, highlighting the interplay of their journeys and amplifying the emotional hues of their lives. But the easel of life, as Clara had learned, was never devoid of challenges. As they carved out their dreams, an unexpected opportunity arose when a prestigious art gallery from a neighboring city offered Clara a solo exhibit. It was the chance she had always dreamed of, a spotlight that could catapult her career. But it also meant stepping away from Crescent Bay, even if just temporarily, leaving the comforting shores where she had learned to embrace her rebirth. Clara was torn. The opportunity gleamed like a golden sunset, but the prospect of leaving Ryan and their cherished life felt like a tempest brewing in her heart. Over a dinner that felt infused with unsaid fears and unasked questions, Clara shared her dilemma with Ryan. "I want this, Ryan, but I don't want to lose what we have. Can we survive this distance?" Her voice trembled as she toyed with her fork, uncertainty weaving into her words. Ryan, ever supportive, reached across the table, his hand enveloping hers. "Clara, this is your moment. You've fought so hard to get here. I believe in you and your art. We'll figure this out together. Love doesn't wither just because distance separates us. We'll make this work, just like we always have." With a bittersweet resolve, Clara accepted the offer, ready to step into a new chapter. As the date of her exhibition approached, they found themselves navigating the complexities of their relationship, balancing calls, late-night video chats, and the intimacy of shared moments captured through screens. They continued to cultivate their love through distance, each moment a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart, they were always connected through the colors they painted together. The laughter, the tears, the vibrant tapestry of their shared experiences. The night of Clara's exhibit arrived, and the gallery was abuzz with excitement. Friends and family gathered to support her, but no one could replace the comfort of Ryan's presence by her side. They had planned for him to join via video call, and Clara made sure his image filled the center of her heart, where she felt his unwavering support. As guests admired her work, Clara's heart raced, not just from the thrill of unveiling her art, but from the realization of how far she had come. "This piece," she said to a group of admirers, gesturing toward a large canvas bathed in radiant pastels, "is about my journey. It's about love and loss. How even when we lose someone, we can find the strength to embrace life again." When the evening came to a close, and after receiving accolades from critics and patrons alike, Clara stepped outside into the cool night air, her heart overflowing with gratitude. She hastily dialed Ryan, excitement bubbling in her voice. "You won't believe it. It was just, I felt so alive. They love my work, Ryan." A smile broke across Ryan's face, despite the distance. "I'm so proud of you, Clara. I knew you could do it. It was your story to tell, and you told it beautifully." As they exchanged words of joy and pride, Clara noticed something sparkling at the edge of her peripheral vision. It was the sea, shimmering under the silver light of the moon, reminiscent of the nights they had spent dreaming by the water, hand in hand. "I can't wait for you to see it, to share this place with you again." As they talked until the early hours of the morning, Clara felt her heart ache for the warmth of Ryan's embrace, for the laughter they would share over cups of coffee and paint-stained fingers. Yet deep down, a quiet knowing blossomed within her. This was a step toward her own strength, a testament to how love could exist in myriad forms. They were constantly growing, learning, and evolving together, no matter how far the distance stretched between them. Months passed, and though the distance was occasionally a challenge, it created a new harmony in their relationship. Ryan visited whenever possible, filling Clara's world with bursts of laughter and adventure. Each reunion was marked by a fresh intensity, fusing their lives with newfound appreciation for every moment spent together. They created cherished memories during these visits, diving into the ocean waves under the sunny skies and seeking solace in the tranquility of shared silences while gazing up at the stars. As Clara's career flourished and she received invitations to showcase her work in distant cities, she worked tirelessly to create a life in which art and love thrived together. Art became the bridge that connected them, as Ryan captured her growth through his photographs, chronicling every artistic endeavor while she poured her heart into her canvases. Every stroke a love letter in its own right. But no painting could truly encapsulate the depths of their journey together. In one evening, as the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in the fiery colors that Clara adored, Ryan surprised her with a visit to her favorite spot on the beach. As they strolled side by side along the shoreline, waves danced at their feet, and Clara could feel the crescendo of emotions building inside her, weaving a tapestry of moments since they had first met. "Clara," he began, stopping to gently turn her toward him, "you've transformed my life in ways I could never have imagined. You've shown me the light, even in the darkest places. I want to be the one you share all of your tomorrows with, and I want to keep building our dreams." He then knelt on one knee, the pink and gold of the sunset illuminating the soft shadows of his features, and presented a ring that glimmered with promise. "I want to paint a life together. Will you marry me?" Tears of joy spilled from Clara's eyes as joy surged through her heart. Just as she had painted her journey onto her canvases, Ryan had brought their love to life through the lens of his camera. "Yes," she replied, her voice a choked whisper filled with emotion. "Yes, 1,000 times yes." With the world as their witness, Clara accepted the ring, feeling its weight as a promise of forever, a commitment to cultivate their love, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. They stood together as the sun dipped into the ocean, illuminating their world with the brilliant hues of a new beginning. Later, as they planned for a future filled with laughter, canvases splashed with color, and photographs capturing their moments, Clara realized that love truly is an art form, a masterpiece forged over time through trust, vulnerability, and resilience. With the sun setting on Crescent Bay, Clara and Ryan embraced a future rich with history, creation, and the beautiful chaos of love, forever intertwined in a narrative neither had anticipated but both cherished deeply. Their hearts resonated an unbreakable bond, united in their journey as artists and lovers, with every brushstroke bringing them closer, painting a love story that would inspire others to follow their dreams while daring to embrace love fully and freely. Yes, Clara often reminded herself, and others now, love isn't just found. It is cultivated, nurtured, cherished, and shared. Whether through the strokes of a brush or the snapshots created in shared laughter, love is the canvas upon which we paint our lives. And as their lives carried them forward, Clara felt an overwhelming joy knowing that their story would continue to unfold, each moment a brushstroke in the vast canvas of their eternity. If you've enjoyed following Clara and Ryan's journey of love and growth, we invite you to like, comment, and subscribe to Storietional for many more captivating tales that inspire, uplift, and remind us of the beautiful intricacies of life and love. Your support means the world to us, and we can't wait to share more journeys with you in the future. In the quaint town of Eldeview, where time seemed to drift as lazily as the clouds overhead, stories were woven into the very fabric of everyday life. Each cobblestone street and rusty lamppost seemed to beckon to the past, capturing the essence of those who had walked before. At the heart of this town stood a small, unassuming bookshop called The Nook, filled with the delightful scent of aged paper and an atmosphere infused with peace and nostalgia. The Nook was owned by an elderly gentleman named Harold Whitman. With a gentle demeanor that made everyone feel welcome, he had a gift for storytelling that could transform any mundane afternoon into an adventure. His fingers were always dusted with the remnants of old pages, a testament to his love for history. A seasoned bibliophile, Harold had a knack for immersing his visitors in tales from ages past, drawing them in with every word he spoke. Most afternoons, you could find locals nestled comfortably in the leather chairs scattered around the shop, savoring herb tea and diving into the pages of history. Young and old alike would gather, captivated by Harold's storytelling, an experience that resonated with joy, laughter, and profound reflection. It was in these moments that the bonds of the community strengthened, where history felt alive, breathing through their shared experiences. One particularly breezy Thursday afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun streamed through the windows, sending dancing shadows across the wooden floor, Harold prepared for another gathering. He carefully arranged his favorite books on a small table, knowing they would serve as the canvases for the stories he had chosen to share. As the clock struck 3, the familiar sound of the bell above the door jingled, and in walked a young woman named Emma. With bright eyes and an adventurous spirit, she had always admired Harold's ability to bring the past to life. Emma was a frequent visitor, often seeking solace in the pages of history that Harold shared. Today, however, she seemed a bit troubled. "Good afternoon, dear Emma," Harold greeted with a warm smile. "What brings you here on this glorious day?" Emma sighed softly, settling into one of the comfortable chairs. "I just feel a bit overwhelmed, Harold. Life lately has been moving so quickly, and I find myself in need of a break from it all." Harold nodded his understanding. "Ah, my dear, you're not alone in that feeling. The world rushes around us, but it's essential to take a step back and appreciate the moments that matter. the whispers of time that are often forgotten in the chaos of life. Would you like to hear a story? Her eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I'd love that. With a twinkle in his eyes, Harold settled into his chair, adjusting his glasses and opening a worn leather-bound book. I have just the tale for you, a story that traverses both time and space, filled with the essence of the human spirit. As he began, his voice took on the melodic quality of a gentle stream flowing over smooth stones, carrying Emma into another world. Picture, if you will, a village nestled in the rolling hills of France, where the laughter of children mingled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender. This is the story of Marie, a young girl who dreamed of becoming a painter. Harold wove the tale of Marie's life with delicate precision. Marie had grown up in the vibrant colors of her countryside home, her days spent watching the sun's golden rays dance across fields of lavender and wheat. With each brushstroke, she'd bring these colors alive on canvas, her talent blossoming like the flowers she adored. Yet in the village, people judged art as a fleeting pursuit, a luxury rather than a calling for the young women of her time. Instead, they pushed Marie to follow the traditional path laid out for her, to marry a local farmer and tend to the household. However, with the encouragement of her mentor, an older artist named Monsieur Dupont, Marie found the courage to challenge societal norms. You must paint your truth, Marie, he would tell her. Art is your soul speaking to the world, and you must never silence it. As Marie ventured outside her comfort zone, she began to create pieces that captured the essence of the village's beauty, each painting a celebration of her love for the world. Soon enough, whispers of her talent spread beyond her village. She found herself invited to exhibit her work in Paris, a feat no woman from her village had achieved before. As Harold spoke, Emma felt herself enveloped in Marie's journey, each obstacle resonating with her own struggles. She could visualize the bustling streets of Paris and the intoxicating excitement buzzing through Marie as she prepared for her first exhibition. The tension built as opening night approached, with everyone curious to see if Marie would succeed or fail in the face of such daunting expectations. But on that night, as music filled the air and laughter echoed around the gallery, Marie stepped out into the soft glow of candlelight, her heart racing. In that moment, she remembered Monsieur Dupont's words. With unwavering confidence, she revealed her paintings, allowing her artistry to speak for her. The guests were entranced, each piece resonating with emotion. Lush fields of lavender danced before their eyes, captured perfectly in a vibrant cacophony of color. The night was a triumph, and Marie's heart soared with the knowledge that she had claimed her path, redefining what it meant to be an artist in a world that didn't always welcome women's dreams. To Harold's voice, steady and soothing, wound down as he reached the climax of Marie's tale. Marie taught us all the importance of chasing our dreams, no matter how the world may push back against them, he concluded. Her legacy became a beacon, encouraging women to embrace their passions. Years have passed since Marie displayed her art in Paris, yet her spirit lingers on every canvas that dares to share its truth. Emma let out a soft breath, a smile forming on her lips. I love that story, Harold. It's so inspiring. It's a perfect reminder of how we sometimes need to push against the tide of expectation. As she expressed her sentiments, Harold's eyes sparkled with encouragement. That's precisely the power of stories, Emma. They remind us of our shared humanity, our struggles, and our triumphs, allowing us to find connection even across different epochs. With a childlike sense of wonder, Emma leaned forward, eager to hear more. Do you have another story? They're so soothing. I could listen to them all day. Ah, me dit Emma, Ido. And for those seeking relaxation in history, many tales await to be shared. However, I must take a moment to mention, if you enjoy hearing these stories, don't hesitate to let others know. The world can always use more tales to remind us of where we've come from. And if anyone is interested in hearing more, they can subscribe to a wonderful channel called Storietional, where history comes alive through engaging narratives. Remember to like and comment. It's essential for fostering a community of fellow storytellers. Emma chuckled and nodded appreciatively, heartily agreeing that the power of storytelling should be shared widely. Now, let's venture to a different painting, one that hails from an even older time. Let us journey to the majestic land of ancient Egypt, Harold continued, flipping to a new page in his book while the light from outside softened. The villagers in ancient Egypt lived with a deep connection to the Nile, and among them was a woman named Amina. She was a gifted weaver who created fabrics that told stories through intricate patterns and colors. As their society flourished, so did Amina's desire to learn the art of storytelling through her craft. She believed her weavings could connect the past to the present, a belief that allowed her creations to transcend mere decoration. Yet as Amina's skills gained favor, a dilemma arose. The traditionalists in her community believed textile creation belonged solely to men, believing it was a pastime that women should not engage in. Undeterred, Amina embarked on a journey to prove the worth of her art and to reclaim textile weaving as an expression of feminine strength. With candles flickering nearby, Harold's voice embraced the story of Amina's struggles. Amina bravely gathered women from her village, and as the sun dipped low in the sky, they came together, unified by their shared dream of creation. They wove vibrant tapestries that encapsulated the sun's many hues, celebrating life along the Nile, honoring the gods, and embracing their dreams. As Harold's voice flowed with ease, Emma felt a sense of camaraderie with Amina and her friends. She could envision the joyful working sessions, laughter ringing through the warm air, and the resonance of their collective determination to create art as meaningful as any pharaoh's decree. The women's work gained recognition, transforming their community's perception. The vibrant tapestries, adorned with intricate patterns, told the stories of their lives, battles fought and won, friendships formed, and the beauty of their existence. Amina's perseverance served as a painting in its own right, highlighting the voices that welcomed new ideas into a world often bound by tradition. By embracing their passions, Harold continued, Amina and her community showed that art is not limited to one tradition or gender. They quashed the barriers of expectation, breathing life into their aspirations and standing as an emblem of creativity for generations to come. Emma sat in rapt silence, touched by Amina's resilience, and felt the urge to share her own creative dreams. Thank you, Harold. Both stories show how powerful it is to craft our destinies. I think I'd like to express myself more through art. I've always loved drawing, but haven't taken it seriously. Then it is time. Dear Emma, Harold smiled warmly. Art in all forms is worthy of pursuit. Let the passions of your heart take flight, just as Marie and Amina did. And if you are ever inspired to share your artistic journey, remember the community at Storietional. They encourage creators to connect and express themselves. Who knows who might be waiting to hear your story? Emma grinned widely, feeling the thrill of possibility dance around her. I will. I want to send my love for art into the world just like them. With their hearts buoyed by tales of bravery and creation, Harold continued to share stories, traveling through timelines filled with creativity and vigor. He drew upon a myriad of cultures, weaving tales of explorers, poets, and inventors whose ideas shaped the world as they knew it. Each story blended beautifully into the next, creating a tapestry of historical achievements and triumphs. There was Leonardo da Vinci, the imaginative genius whose deeper understanding of human anatomy and perspective created art that transcended the bounds of his time. There was Maya Angelou, whose words lifted the spirit of many and became a measure of resilience for people everywhere. As the afternoon sun began to set, casting a warm amber hue across the bookshop, Harold drew a deep breath and felt the room's palpable appreciation for the moments they had shared. Emma sat entranced, fully invested in the richness of every word, the world growing dimmer outside the nook while the inner glow of connection remained vibrant. I feel rejuvenated, Emma admitted quietly. These stories help me remember who I am and who I can become. Exactly, Harold replied, his eyes twinkling. Stories do more than entertain. They remind us of our roots and guide us to our futures. They weave together our collective consciousness, showing us that we're never truly alone in our struggles and dreams. Life may rush on, but these tales create spaces we can always return to, no matter how far we roam. Just then, a light sound came from the door. A group of children raced in, laughing and carrying art supplies. They had heard the stories from the older townspeople and sought to join in the magic. They rushed toward Harold, curious and excited. Can you tell us a story too? A small girl named Lila pleaded, her eyes wide with wonder. Of course, my young friends. Gather round. Harold welcomed them wholeheartedly, his heart swelling as he thought of the bond they were about to create through sharing history. Emma watched with a smile as Harold shifted gears. His voice shifted to speak to the children, yet it retained that warmth that had enveloped her moments prior. If you'd like, I can share a tale about a curious little boy who dreamed of flying. As the enchanting tales rolled on, Emma sat back, embracing the ambience that enveloped them all. Laughter filled the air, complemented by the aroma of tea and the soft crackle of the evening breeze. She felt a sense of belonging, a connection not just to the stories but to the hearts of those around her. Eager for the evening to last, she decided she would return to the nook often, allowing each story to immerse her fully. Harold had a gift that eased the burdens of daily life, urging the townspeople to celebrate their existence by remembering the lives that came before. As she rose to leave, she turned toward Harold and the children warmly. Thank you for today, Harold. I'll take these stories with me, and I promise to share them with everyone I can find. Harold beamed at her enthusiasm as he waved goodbye. Remember, dear Emma, stories grow more substantial as they are shared. Carry them with you always, and let them inspire those around you to adventure. And if they enjoy them too, they can join the community at Storietional to discover new tales that honor history's voice. As Emma walked back home through the moonlit streets of Eldaview, she felt lighter, as if the stories, now woven into her heart, were painting the world in vibrant colors. Each step resonated with potential, no longer bound by the heaviness of everyday life. That in the weeks to come, Emma indulged herself in new creative endeavors, drawing beautiful landscapes inspired by the remarkable women she had come to admire. She shared her works with friends and family, and many praised her talent, encouraging her to pursue her artistic dreams as she had always yearned. Invigorated, Emma shared the stories with others, subtly illuminating their meaning, encouraging her peers to discover their paths amidst the chaos of ordinary life. And in those exchanges, she grew more confident in her creativity and in becoming a voice for others who felt tethered by expectations. Word spread about the Nook and Harold storytelling sessions, the community blossoming under the allure of history as the young and old alike gathered to listen, learn, and create together. Many newcomers joined in, each bringing their own stories, weaving them into the rich tapestry Harold had begun. With each gathering, the greater purpose became clear to Emma. Through the tales shared and the experiences exchanged, the Nook transformed into a sanctuary, a place to celebrate the past, present, and future. It grew to be recognized as a cornerstone of Elderview's identity, a herald of creativity and connection. The world may spin rapidly, with life often dragging people along in a whirlwind. Still, through the unbroken chain of stories, Harold inspired them to relax, to remember, and to dive deep into the common thread that united them all. And so, in Elderview, surrounded by the whispers of time, Emma and her community continued to explore history, art, and humanity. As they embraced the beauty of their existence, they realized the power of their individual tales and how they could intersect, resonate, and encourage others to do the same. Wherever life led each of them, they knew they could always return to the Nook. For amidst the tallest tales and the softest whispers of history, there emerged a promise that every story experienced and shared light brought them one step closer to understanding the very essence of life. And in this beautiful embrace of time, every visitor belonged, connected through the art of storytelling and the gentle reminder that while life may rush on, history, and the stories born from it, remain ever inviting, waiting patiently for those who seek its solace that I in this vibrant tapestry, intertwined with threads of love, dreams, and shared history. Everyone learned to capture the beauty of their journey. And so, with hearts alight and stories in hand, they ventured forth, always ready to like, share, and subscribe to the stories that beckon them to cross the threshold into the enchanting realms of creativity. As the nights turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the Nook became a haven for those seeking respite from the fast-paced world outside. Emma, now an emerging artist in her own right, found herself taking on a central role in the community's creative journey. She organized workshops, encouraging others to express their own stories through art, while also introducing them to the power of historical narratives that inspired her. During one particularly sunny Saturday afternoon, while Emma prepared for a workshop at the Nook, she gazed out of the antique window. The sun cast a warm glow on the street outside, where laughter and conversation filled the air. Children played with imaginative abandon, and couples strolled hand in hand, enjoying the simple pleasures of life. Emma felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. "Harold," she said, turning to the elderly gentleman who was sorting through a stack of old books, "can you believe how much we've grown here? Just a few months ago, it was just you sharing stories, and now look at all these people seeking to connect through art and history." Harold looked up, his eyes twinkling with pride. "Indeed, it warms my heart to see how stories carry us away from our worries and into the embrace of creativity. Every person who finds their passion here adds to the legacy of the Nook." Emma smiled, recalling how, through their stories and shared time, they had cultivated a beautiful garden of inspiration. They were once scattered lives coming together as one flourishing community. In that moment, she felt deeply rooted in this place, bound by the threads of history and creativity. As the workshop began, a diverse group of participants filled the cozy room. They ranged in age and background, each person eager to translate the tales they had heard into art forms that reflected their own experiences. Emma guided them through exercises on using colors to express emotions, just as Marie and Amina had done with their art. "Let this be a journey of self-discovery, just like the artists we admire," she encouraged. "Each brushstroke and line carries your history, telling a story that dares to be heard. And remember, for those of you who find joy in what we create today, there's always a place to share your work. Consider joining Storietional, where the storytelling extends beyond this room." This invitation came more easily now. She understood that sharing her journey could empower others, just as it had empowered her. Many of the attendees nodded eagerly, inspired by the notion of connecting with a broader community. As the sun dipped low, casting rich hues across the canvases, Emma moved among her participants, marveling at their creativity. One by one, they revealed their works, pieces that spoke of struggle, victories, love lost, and dreams fulfilled. She took her time with each person, sharing her thoughts and celebrating their unique expressions. Later, as everyone stepped back to admire their collective handiwork, Emma felt a swell of affection for the community in which she thrived. "What a beautiful collection of stories we've created today," she exclaimed. "Remember, art is not just a solitary endeavor. It binds us, helping us to forge connections that transcend time. That sentiment resonated deep within them all as they left the Nook, holding their artwork and hearts high. She could see how the stories had transformed into a spirit filled with possibility. In the following months, that spirit continued to grow, and the Nook became synonymous with creativity in Eldaview. News of their successful workshops and storytelling sessions spread like wildfire, drawing in visitors from neighboring towns. Writers, artists, and dreamers alike were all keen to partake in the magic that Harold and Emma had nurtured. Every gathering felt like a celebration, an homage to shared experiences and historical narratives that echoed through time. They launched a monthly storytelling Sunday, where community members brought tales from their own families, an exploration of their roots that illuminated the diverse tapestry of the town's history. As the seasons changed seamlessly around them, the Nook remained a warm and inviting sanctuary. Harold watched with a smile as Emma continued to shine, her creativity blossoming into new projects and ideas. He relished the evenings filled with laughter and inspiration, taking the time to share stories he had long treasured and new ones that emerged from the hearts of the community. The culmination of their efforts arrived on one bright summer day when Eldaview hosted its first Arts and History Festival. The whole town came together, filling the streets with colors and sounds that danced through the air. Artists displayed their work, storytellers narrated their tales on the makeshift stages, and history enthusiasts set up exhibits celebrating the rich past of the area. Emma stood proudly beside Harold, taking in the scene as they watched, their hearts filled with joy. "Can you believe how far we've come?" she said, glancing at him. "The stories have become alive." "Yes, indeed. And now they resonate even more, as they are all intertwined," he replied, a satisfied smile stretching across his face. Amidst the hubbub, they both spotted familiar faces in the crowd. Children from past workshops, families recounting stories of their ancestors, and new visitors inspired by the tales of Marie, Amina, and other remarkable figures. Each one seemed to carry the spirit of storytelling, embodying the essence of the community that Harold and Emma had cultivated together. As the sun set, casting a golden glow across Eldaview, laughter echoed down the streets, and Emma felt a gentle sense of peace envelop her. In that vibrant evening light, surrounded by creativity, history, and the warmth of shared stories, she realized that this was just the beginning. Together, they would continue to explore history, create art, and celebrate life, forever embracing the notion that every person's story contributed to the grand narrative of humanity. And as the festival pulsed with life and energy, Emma knew the heartbeat of Eldaview would go on, continuing to whisper the timeless tales of the past into the eager ears of all who wished to listen. Hand in hand, she and Harold looked towards the horizon, where the past and future intertwined, breathing life into the pages yet to be written. With every gathering, every shared story, they ignited a light in those around them, inspiring generations to cherish their history and set forth, creating their paths in the ever-unfolding tale of life. And thus, the enchanting journey continued, fueled by the illuminating power of stories. A wondrous reminder that history is not merely what has been, but a bridge to what is yet to come. As the Arts and History Festival drew to a close, Emma stood among the throngs of revelers, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. Harold, with a satisfied grin, looked on as the townspeople shared their experiences, reminiscing about the stories they had grown to love and the art they had created together. Emma had observed how stories had a way of weaving connections between people. Strangers turned friends, neighbors sharing laughs, and children with eyes sparkling at the wondrous tales unfolding around them. In every corner of the festival, echoes of their collective history mingled with laughter and music, much like the brushstrokes on the canvas of life that they all contributed to today as twilight descended. The sun's last rays painted the sky in brilliant colors, mirroring the vibrancy of the community spirit they had cultivated. Emma found herself standing alongside Harold once more, the essence of their shared journey tangible in the air around them. "Today was magical, Harold," she said, her voice tinged with emotion. "It feels like we've created a little piece of history ourselves, a moment that will resonate for years to come." "Indeed, my dear," Harold replied, his eyes gleaming with pride. "What began as simple stories have transformed into a movement, inspiring not just this town, but perhaps sparking a flame in hearts beyond Eldeview. The beauty of storytelling lies in its ability to travel." Emma nodded, realizing that the seeds they had sown had nurtured a landscape rich with imagination and inspiration. It was no longer just a small bookshop or a solitary storyteller. It had become a sanctuary where dreams were born, nurtured, and set free, each individual empowered to explore their unique narratives. That as the festival wound down, they prepared to gather everyone for one final moment of reflection. Emma took her place at the dais, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and gratitude. "Thank you all for being here today. Each of you has contributed to this beautiful celebration of history and creativity," she began, her voice steady and clear. "We've seen how stories create connections, remind us of our roots, and inspire new journeys. And I encourage you all to carry the echoes of these tales into your lives." The crowd erupted into applause, a mix of joy and commitment to nurturing the threads they had woven together that day. "Remember, the stories you tell matter, not just for you, but for generations to come. Share them widely, and don't forget to seek out more tales, whether in books, art, or even through community gatherings like this one. And if you'd like to explore even more fascinating narratives, check out our friends at Storietional, where history awaits just for you." A wave of excitement and acknowledgement rippled through the gathered audience. Encouraged by the articulate young woman before them, many felt the urge to dive deeper into their personal stories and histories, connecting past and present in meaningful ways. When the crowd finally dispersed, Emma returned to Harold, the weight of accomplishment transforming into a light-hearted energy. "Today was truly special," she whispered, grateful tears glistening in her eyes. "Yes, it was. Yet this is merely the chapter before many more to come," Harold replied, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Each person who walked through our doors and heard our tales is now part of something larger. Their legs may traverse the world, but their hearts will always carry the essence of this day." Emma couldn't help but smile, envisioning the possibilities that lay ahead. They had sparked something significant, a movement grounded in love, creativity, and the timeless art of storytelling. Yes, lingering remnants of the festival faded into the night, and stars twinkled overhead like stories waiting to be told. Emma felt a deep sense of peace wash over her. She understood that every single person had their narratives to share, moments filled with adrenaline, laughter, trials, and triumphs. Like strokes of vibrant color, they added richness to the tapestry of life that in the gentle embrace of the twilight. She found herself looking forward, not just to her own stories, but to the many that would continue to unfold around her. The once quiet town of Eldeview thrummed with hope and potential, and she felt ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited. Together with Harold and the community they loved, as Emma made her way home. Her heart echoed with the gentle knowing that in the embrace of stories, the past intertwined beautifully with the present, creating a sense of belonging, an invitation to dream and to discover the extraordinary in the everyday. Tomorrow, and every day after, will be filled with new narratives to embrace, new tales to share, and perhaps new journeys that would lead to the unearthing of yet more hidden treasures within history. The pulse of life thrummed steadily, and Emma was ready to dance to its rhythm, pen in hand, embracing all that would come. Under the tranquil canopy of stars, their vibrant energy pulsed in tandem with the warmth of community, guiding them toward the endless horizon of possibilities. In Elderview, where history held hands with imagination, Stories would forever be birthed anew, inviting all to participate in the grand, ever-unfolding tale of life. And so, the adventure continued.
The Curse of the Crimson Castle. Welcome to Storietional. Tonight we delve into a tale of terror, a legend steeped in blood and darkness. If you're ready for a story that will chill you to your core, stay with us until the end, and don't forget to like this video and subscribe to Storietional for more haunting stories. Now, turn off the lights, settle into your seat, and prepare yourself for the horrifying tale of The Curse of the Crimson Castle. Deep within the Bavarian Alps, where jagged peaks pierce the sky and mist clings to the earth like a ghostly veil, there stands an ancient fortress known as Castle Rosengard. Perched precariously on a cliff overlooking the shadowed valley below, the castle was once a beacon of power, wealth, and nobility. But its glory faded centuries ago, replaced by an air of foreboding so thick that even the bravest of souls would tremble at its gates. The castle is a place of whispers, of shadows, of secrets too terrible to be spoken aloud. Its dark history begins with its last master, the infamous Lord Alaric von Eichen, whose name still strikes fear into the hearts of the locals. Lord Alaric was no ordinary man. Born into privilege, he was known for his insatiable hunger for knowledge, particularly the kind forbidden by both the church and common decency. He studied alchemy, ancient rituals, and the occult, driven by a singular obsession: the quest for immortality. Alaric believed that life eternal could be achieved through the power of blood, the essence of life itself. He began experimenting in secret, luring peasants from the surrounding villages with promises of cures for their illnesses. But those who entered Castle Rosengard never returned. Some were said to have vanished into thin air, while others were found days later in the woods, their bodies drained of blood, their faces twisted in expressions of unimaginable terror. Despite the growing fear and outrage among the villagers, Alaric was untouchable. His guards patrolled the castle grounds day and night, and his wealth ensured the silence of those who might have dared to challenge him. But the villagers knew something terrible was happening within those stone walls. They spoke of strange lights that flickered in the castle's windows at night, of unearthly cries that echoed through the valley, and of a red mist that sometimes seeped from the castle gates, dissipating into the air like a foul exhalation. Then came the night of the blood moon. It was a night unlike any other, when the moon hung low in the sky, glowing a deep, ominous red. A violent storm rolled in, and lightning illuminated the castle in stark, jagged flashes. The villagers, huddled in their homes, heard the most terrible sounds, screams, chants, and a deafening roar as if the earth itself were splitting apart. By dawn, the storm had passed, and an eerie silence fell over the valley. A group of the bravest villagers ventured to the castle to uncover the source of the commotion, but what they found defied explanation. The grand hall, once a place of opulent feasts and celebrations, was unrecognizable. The stone floor was stained deep crimson, as though it had been soaked in blood. The walls were scorched, and the air was heavy with the smell of sulfur and decay. Of Lord Alaric and his household there was no trace. It was as if they had been swallowed whole by the castle itself. From that day forward, Castle Rosengard was abandoned, left to rot atop its cliff. But the villagers knew the curse was far from over. They spoke of shadows moving within the castle's windows, of ghostly cries that carried on the wind, and of a presence, something malevolent that lingered within the stone walls, waiting. Nearly 5 centuries later, in 1893, a young historian named Evelyn Hart arrived in the nearby village of Greifswald. Evelyn was a woman of great ambition and intellect, known for her daring expeditions to uncover the truths behind ancient legends. She had heard whispers of Castle Rosengard during her travels and was determined to unravel its mysteries. The villagers, however, were less than welcoming. They regarded her with suspicion and fear, urging her to abandon her quest. The castle is cursed, they told her. Those who enter never return. But Evelyn was not easily deterred. Armed with her journal, a lantern, and a strong sense of curiosity, she made her way to the castle one cold, misty evening. The sight of the fortress looming above her, its turrets shrouded in fog, sent a chill down her spine. But she pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. The castle gates creaked open with an unnatural groan, and she stepped inside, the air growing colder with every step. The grand hall was just as the villagers had described, dark, foreboding, and dominated by the infamous crimson stain that seemed to shimmer faintly in the flickering light of her lantern. Evelyn could feel the weight of the centuries pressing down on her, the oppressive silence broken only by the sound of her own breathing. She began her exploration, moving through the castle's decaying corridors and dusty chambers. In the library, she discovered a book bound in black leather, its pages filled with cryptic symbols and writings in a language she did not recognize. One phrase, however, was repeated over and over. "He who seeks eternity must embrace the crimson sacrifice." As she read the words aloud, a sudden gust of wind extinguished her lantern, plunging her into darkness. A low, guttural whisper filled the room. "Leave, or suffer the curse." Despite the warning, Evelyn pressed on, her determination outweighing her fear. She found a hidden staircase behind a tapestry, leading deep into the bowels of the castle. The air grew colder with each step, and the faint glow of red light began to illuminate the darkness. At the bottom of the staircase was a chamber unlike anything she had ever seen. The walls were lined with grotesque carvings, and at the center of the room stood a stone altar. Lying atop it were the skeletal remains of Lord Alaric, his hollow eye sockets seeming to stare directly at her. The air grew heavy, and the red glow intensified, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. Evelyn felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread as the whispers returned, louder this time, almost deafening. The skeletal figure on the altar began to move, its bony fingers reaching toward her. The room seemed to close in around her, the walls pulsating as if alive. She screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the oppressive darkness. When the villagers found her the next morning, Evelyn was seated in the grand hall, her journal open on her lap. Her hair had turned stark white, and her eyes were empty, staring into nothingness. She never spoke again. Her journal, however, told a different story. The final entry, written in a trembling hand, read, "The curse is eternal. The crimson sacrifice must never end." To this day, Castle Rosengard remains untouched, its gates sealed by time and fear. On nights of a blood moon, some say you can see a woman in white standing in the castle's highest tower, her empty eyes fixed on the valley below, waiting for the next soul brave or foolish enough to enter. If this story left you breathless, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to Storietional for more chilling tales. Remember, some doors are best left closed. Until next time, if you dare.
Whispers in the dark. Sarah Mercer sat on her porch, a steaming mug of tea in hand, as the chilling autumn wind danced through the trees. Just as dusk descended, a shiver ran down her spine, a feeling she couldn't shake. It was at that moment the letter arrived, delivered without a sound. It bore an unfamiliar crest on thick parchment. The message inside sent a chill through her bones. "You are invited to the Holloway estate. Curious secrets await. Join us." Have you ever received an invitation that made your stomach drop? Let me know in the comments. The Holloway estate was the stuff of local legend. A sprawling mansion rumored to be haunted, a place where people had been swallowed by the darkness, never to return. Yet something about this invitation sparked an irresistible curiosity within Sarah. Against her better judgment, she decided to attend, hoping to uncover the mansion's mysteries. That on the day of the gathering, she arrived, joined by a small group of strangers. David, an ambitious journalist always chasing the next big story. Mia, a tech-savvy skeptic who scoffed at anything supernatural. And Lucas, a brooding artist whose dark paintings whispered of hidden emotions. As they approached the looming mansion, a weighty silence enveloped them, and Sarah glanced at her companions, each visibly on edge. What would you do in this situation? Would you enter or turn back now? Share your thoughts. Upon entering the estate, they were greeted by Helena Holloway, the enigmatic hostess. Her smile was deceptively warm, yet her eyes sparkled with secrets. "Welcome. Let the secrets unfold," she said, guiding them into the dimly lit foyer. That if you were in their shoes, would you trust her? Comment below. As night wrapped its dark cloak around the mansion, candles flickered to life, their glow revealing timeless portraits of the Holloway ancestors. Each face seemed to watch them, their expressions cold and mournful, sending chills racing through Sarah. The group gathered in the grand hall, sharing ghost stories that filled the air with an eerie tension. But as laughter faded, an oppressive silence blanketed them, a shroud of fear enveloping their hearts. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and a loud crash echoed from the dining room. Sarah's heart raced. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, but the others nodded, fear etched on their faces. "Are you scared yet?" "Because I certainly would be." Gathering their courage, they ventured into the dining room, only to find a shattered mirror on the floor, reflecting distorted images of desperation and fear. The piece of broken glass glinted ominously in the candlelight. It felt as though it had revealed something untold, a glimpse of the darkness lurking just beyond their comprehension. "It's just a mirror, right?" Mia said with a forced laugh, but the tension in her voice betrayed her bravado. Just then, Helena reappeared, her expression unreadable. "Some things are better left hidden," she murmured, a chill running down Sarah's spine. "What secrets would you want to uncover? Type your wildest theories in the comments." The air grew thicker, suffocating their laughter. Then Helena proposed a game, a twisted version of truth or dare that promised to expose each of their biggest fears. It was a horrifying idea, but an irresistible one. As they navigated the rooms, each door they opened led them deeper into the estate's morbid heart. In one room, Mia faced echoes of betrayal, visions of her closest friendship crumbling under pressure. In another, Lucas was consumed by the shadows of his failed artwork, with darkness threatening to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, Sarah found herself in a room lined with portraits of missing people from the town, faces she recognized. Has something ever shaken you to your core? What was it? I want to hear your creepypasta. Desperate, Sarah pulled the group together. "We can't let this place win. We have to confront it." An agreement passed silently among them, a bond forged in fear. But just as they joined hands, ready to fight back, the lights died, plunging them into a suffocating darkness. Whispers surrounded them, morphing into sinister growls. Panic surged. They were being drawn into the very heart of the mansion's terror. "Stay close," David shouted, adrenaline lacing his words, but their grip slipped as they were pulled into the void, separated one by one. The relentless darkness clawed at them, and they stumbled blindly through the hallways, desperate to reconnect. Would you stand your ground or would you run? Comment your decision below. With every passing moment, the whispers grew bolder. "You cannot escape," they crooned, echoing the names of those who had gone before them. "Join us forever." Finally, Sarah stumbled into the library, where Helena awaited, a predatory glint in her eye. "You've all awakened something," she said, a touch of cruel delight in her voice. "And now, it's time to play for real." Just then, they found a hidden diary tucked in the library's shadows. The words were anguished, confessions of a long-lost Holloway ancestor who had made a dark bargain for power, but had instead invited madness into her home. "I can hear them," they whispered to me from beyond. The chilling realization struck like lightning. They were not just guests or players in the game. They were sacrifices that what's your worst nightmare? Let's hear those fears in the comments. Panic bubbled over as the mansion responded to their collective dread. The walls closed in, rooms fading, twisting, and turning. Sarah felt a deep sense of resolve rising within her. "We'll fight it together," she declared, heart racing. "We will not be your prey." With renewed determination, they formed a circle, each taking a moment to speak their truth, transforming fear into power. As the mansion groaned around them, the shadows roiling in anger, they began to chant, calling on the spirits, those trapped between realities. "We release you." Suddenly, the room erupted in a cacophony of light. The shadows recoiled, and Helena screamed, a sound filled with fury and despair. "You cannot defy me." As the mansion began to shake, walls ripped apart as the ancient spirit trapped within fought against its bindings. The more the group chanted, the more the mansion twisted and contorted, releasing trapped souls that swirled around them, finally finding peace. What would you do if you faced such a horror? Would you stand together or fall apart? Tell us below. In a final push, they cried out together, summoning every ounce of strength they had. With a deafening roar, the mansion imploded beneath them, light spilling into every shadowed corner. They pushed through the chaos, emerging into the moonlit night, gasping for breath, covered in dust and sweat. As they looked back at the crumbling structure, a surge of triumph filled them, yet something unsettling lingered in their chests. The shadows they had banished didn't just evaporate. They had woven themselves into the fabric of their beings, whispering secrets and old fears long after the first light of dawn. What do you think happened to them after they escaped? Would the horrors follow them? Share your theories. Weeks turned to months, but Sarah frequently felt the shadows lurking just beyond her sight, whispers floating through the air like a chilling breeze. Late at night, she could almost make out voices in the dark, muttering secrets she dared not confront. As she leaned into the camera one last time, her expression serious, she posed the question, "Do you believe some spirits never truly leave us?" Make sure to comment with your thoughts. And remember, sometimes the darkest corners hold the most profound secrets. Until next time, stay vigilant and never forget to watch the shadows. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more chilling tales. What will the next one reveal? Only time will tell. The air was crisp and invigorating in Summit Ridge, where the granite cliffs loomed like ancient giants over the small town below. Maple trees lined the streets, their leaves turning shades of gold and crimson under the early autumn sun. Emily Hart sat cross-legged on the ground outside the local climbing gym, her heart racing with anticipation as she mentally prepared for the upcoming mountain climbing competition. Emily had always felt more at home in nature than among the chatter of townsfolk. From a young age, her spirit of adventure had compelled her to climb the trees that bordered her backyard, then the hills behind her childhood home. She often dreamed of standing atop the world, looking down at everything she had conquered. But a traumatic fall 4 years ago, not long after the death of her mother, had swept away her confidence and left her questioning not only her skills, but also her love for climbing. Hey there! Welcome to Storietional. This video is here to help you relax and drift into a peaceful sleep like a calming bedtime story. So, get comfortable, stay with me till the end, and let the story guide you into a restful night. Let's get started. Hey, are you ready? Lily Morgan's cheerful voice pulled Emily from her thoughts, and she looked up to see her best friend standing there. An encouraging smile painted across her face. Lily was everything Emily wasn't: exuberant, extroverted, and endlessly supportive. Working at the local gear shop, Lily had become an integral part of the climbing community and was one of the primary organizers of the competition. She was determined to get Emily back on the wall, and today marked their first training session since the announcement of the competition. "I think so," Emily replied, though uncertainty lingered in her voice. "It's just this climb is tougher than I remember." "Just focus on one hold at a time," Lily advised, adjusting the straps on her backpack, filled with climbing gear. "You always say it's not about the summit but about the climb, right?" Emily smiled, recalling a mantra she had repeated countless times during her years of training. Still, Doubts nipped at the edges of her resolve. As they approached the climbing wall, Emily suddenly spotted Marco Rivera in the bustling gym. He was practicing on a bouldering wall, his sticky palms gripping the holds as he climbed higher and higher. Marco was a shy but immensely talented young climber she had recently taken under her wing. She appreciated his quiet determination, but she feared the pressure of competition might overwhelm him. "Look who's here!" Emily exclaimed, raising her voice to catch Marco's attention. Marco turned to them, a shy smile making its way across his face. "Hey, Emily." "Hey, Lily." He buzzed with nervous energy, adjusting his climbing shoes in a fidgety manner. "You ready for today?" Emily asked, hoping to ease his nerves. "I think so." "A little nervous, to be honest," Marco replied, running a hand through his hair. "That's normal," Lily chimed in, her excitement contagious. "Just remember to focus on the basics." "You've got this, Marco." As Emily watched Lily encouraging Marco, she couldn't suppress a smile. This was what climbing was about. It wasn't solely about conquering mountains, but about supporting one another, finding strength in friendship. Still, deep within her, the anxiety lingered like an uninvited guest. The following weeks flew by as Emily organized a series of training sessions for her small group. The local climbing competition was more than just a contest. It symbolized personal growth for everyone involved. Each training day unveiled new challenges, both physically and mentally. The mornings were filled with a mix of laughter and determination as Emily pushed her minds further than they thought possible. She worked closely with Sarah Chun, a fierce competitor overcoming a severe injury from the previous season. Sarah's resilience inspired everyone, but she carried the old wounds of fear alongside her eagerness to climb. "Why don't we do some mental exercises before the next climb?" Emily suggested during a break one afternoon, noticing Sarah's tense posture as she watched others ascend the wall. "Visualize each movement. Focus on the holds before you start." "Sounds good, but it's so hard sometimes," Sarah confessed, her voice shaky yet resolute. "Every time I get up there, I just remember what happened last time." "That's okay. It's part of the process," Emily assured her. "Just take it one step at a time. You can do this." Meanwhile, Tom Jackson, a recent addition to the group, struggled to refine his technique. A natural athlete with an adventurous spirit, Tom moved quickly but seemed often out of control. His overwhelming confidence often led him into perilous situations, much to Emily's chagrin. "All right, everybody, let's work on foot placements today," she announced, leading them in a series of drills. "Tom, you're going to want to slow down a bit here." "Come on, Emily. I can do this," Tom retorted, attempting a challenging route with more brazen determination than skill. "Let's see how you manage some basic footwork first," she insisted, crossing her arms as she watched him slip and stumble, hitting the crash pad below with an ungraceful thud. Okay, I'll give it a try," he laughed, rising quickly to embrace the friendly banter. "I just want to be the best." Emily chuckled, but was aware of the serious competition looming ahead. She wanted to help her mints grow, including aiding Marco in overcoming his shyness and self-doubt. As the group's training intensified, they planned a climbing retreat over the upcoming weekend, a chance for everyone to test their mettle in the natural environment, away from the distractions of daily life. The destination was a beautiful climbing spot by a lake, surrounded by magnificent peaks. "It's going to be great," Lily exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she helped load gear into the car. "We'll conquer those cliffs together. It'll be a bonding experience for all of us." On the first day of the retreat, the sun rose with brilliant hues of orange and pink, casting a magical glow over everything. Emily felt a rekindled determination as she stood at the base of the towering cliffs, the fresh air filling her lungs. It was time to climb. The group split into pairs, and Emily chose Marco as her climbing partner. Although he was nervous to tackle the first ascent, she saw the spark of ambition in his eyes, the fiery desire to prove himself. "Just keep in mind the phrases we practiced. Focus on your breathing, visualize your movements," Emily encouraged as they prepared to scale the face of the rock. But as they climbed, Marco's confidence began to grow with each deliberate hold he reached for. Emily called out reminders, praising his progress, and soon Marco was soaring higher than she'd imagined he could. The joy on his face was contagious. Just below them, Sarah and Tom encouraged each other, forging camaraderie while Lily worked on another route nearby, taking it slow with a more challenging path. But suddenly, a sharp scream broke through the tranquil sounds of nature. Emily's heart dropped as she swung her head toward the direction of the noise. It was Sarah. She had slipped while climbing, her foot coming off the hold just below her. I hope you're enjoying the story so far and feeling more relaxed. If you haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time. Hit that subscribe button, tap the bell so you never miss a story, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Stay with me until the end. There's still more to enjoy, and your support means the world. Sarah, Emily cried, rushing to the wall. Though she hadn't fallen far, the sudden panic surged through Sarah, and her mind raced. Emily slipped into the role of the mentor she had fought so hard to become, guiding Sarah through her breathing techniques. Look at me. Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Hold it. Exhale, Emily instructed, her voice calm despite the rocky terrain and the fear that loomed above. Sarah did as she was told, grounding herself through Emily's soothing encouragement. Know you have the support of the rope. Just get back on the wall. You can do it. Bit by bit, Sarah began to climb again, regaining her rhythm. The relief washed over Emily like a tidal wave. They were in this together, a team, each one uplifted by the other. Once Sarah safely reached the anchor point at the top, cheers erupted from the ground below. You did it, Sarah? That was amazing. Marco shouted, his jubilation infectious. As the days passed during the retreat, every member of the group faced their challenges head-on. Marco found his confidence on the cliff. Sarah embraced the thrill of climbing without fear. And Tom learned the art of precision, slowing down to find the technique he desperately sought. But in the shadow of the mountains, Emily confronted her own demons. The rekindled memories of that fateful fall lingered, threatening to pull her back into the depths of despair. While she pushed everyone else to climb higher, her heart battled the thoughts of failure. As their retreat came to an end, the morning of the final day arrived with a solemn beauty. The sky was blanketed with clouds that hinted at an impending storm, but Emily felt an irresistible pull to tackle one last climb, a route she had conquered countless times but had since abandoned. Are you going to tackle the Widow's Peak? Lily asked, her eyes widening as they gazed up at the formidable climb. I have to, Emily replied, determination burgeoning within her. If not now, when? With every eye upon her, she began her ascent of the rough cliff face. Each movement felt like a battle against her fears, each hold a reminder of how she had slipped before. Halfway up the route, just as she had predicted, the rain began to fall, coating her hands in the slickness of tension. Gritting her teeth, she pressed on, determined not to fall again. Stay focused. You've got this, Emily, Marco called out. A hint of admiration filling the IT was as if time paused. The rock was familiar beneath her fingers, but the storm above matched the tempest within her heart. Her foot slipped on a wet hold, and she found herself falling back towards the abyss. Yet, as instinct kicked in, Emily remembered the words of encouragement from those she had inspired. Breathe, she reminded herself. One hold at a time. With newfound clarity, her hands locked onto the next hold. The external thunder began to blend with the thunderous cadence of her heartbeat. But with every push, every step forward, she felt an irreplaceable sense of liberation. Finally, she reached the summit, the rain cascading around her like a baptism of strength. With tears mingling with raindrops, she took a moment to savor the view. A panorama of breathtaking mountains and lush valleys stretched out before her. She had reclaimed her passion and her life. When she descended the wall after everyone had gathered, Emily embraced her friends tightly. The trials of these past days had forged an unbreakable bond among them. As they drove back from the retreat, the rain drizzled softly against the windshield. But within the car, there was a spirit of celebration and camaraderie. They shared laughter and stories, recounting moments that solidified their friendships. However, the thought of the upcoming competition loomed on Emily's mind. She had faced one mountain, but millions still stood in her path, including the one she needed to face with her estranged father, David Hart. He had once been a celebrated climber, but had distanced himself from Emily after her mother's passing, leaving her feeling abandoned. "Are you all right?" Lily asked, glancing sideways. "MHM," Emily replied, though she knew that her heart was heavy with unfinished business. "Just thinking about the competition and what it means. You're going to be amazing. You've trained harder than everyone else." Marco chimed in, squashing her doubts with sincerity. The weight of their support soothed her heart, but as the miles rolled on, she felt an undeniable pull to reach out to her father. She knew that reconciliation wouldn't be easy, but clinging to old resentments would only hinder her progress. Perhaps it was time to climb that mountain too. The conference center buzzed with excitement as competitors filled the space, the air thick with camaraderie and competition. The banner over the stage proclaimed, "Summit Ridge Annual Climbing Competition." Spectators and climbers mingled, sharing tips, stories, and laughter. Emily stepped through the doors, her heart racing as she spotted her friends. "Here we go. Let's show them what we've got." Lily proclaimed, her spirit electric. Emily leaned against the wall, watching Marco, Sarah, and Tom hone their skills with focused determination. The nerves of competition weighed down the atmosphere, but a fire flickered in their spirits. As they gathered for their final strategy briefing, Emily stole a glance at the entrance, unsure if David would show up and whether she should hope he did. "You okay?" Sarah asked, noticing Emily's hesitancy. "I think so." Emily sighed. "It's a lot to process. When the competition starts, remember it's just another climb, right? We've faced worse." Marco reassured her. The competition was fierce, but they faced it with resilience. Each climber performed admirably, overcoming their personal demons while the audience cheered them on. Emily climbed with newfound freedom, each movement a testament to her growth, every hold a triumph over her past. As it neared the final round, victory was within reach. With every ascent, the cheers and shouts filled her ears. She felt alive, electrified by the atmosphere. When she reached the summit of the final route, the applause resonated in her heart. They had all become champions of their own right, no matter the outcome. After the final climbers, Emily searched the crowd, her eyes landing on a familiar figure. Standing at the back, watching with a mix of uncertainty and pride, was her father, David Hart. The weight of their past pressed heavily upon her, but in this moment of triumph, she felt ready to face him. "Emily, you did it!" Lily shouted, breaking her reverie. "Thank you," she replied, adrenaline coursing through her. But her gaze remained fixed on David, who was still standing there, a quiet observer amidst the celebration. Gathering her resolve, she stepped away from her friends. As the day drew to a close, the awards ceremony began, each climber receiving accolades for their performance. Among them, Emily received an unexpected recognition, not just for her climbing, but for her role in mentoring others. Emily Hart, for her excellent guidance, leadership, and for bringing the community together, the announcer proclaimed, and the crowd erupted in cheers. With tears in her eyes, she accepted the award, but her heart swirled back to her father. She made her way through the throng of supporters and friends and stepped outside. David stood on the edge of the cliff, looking out over the valley. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting warm, golden hues across the landscape. With a deep breath, Emily approached him. "Dad," she ventured, her voice shaky. "I hope you're enjoying the story so far and feeling more relaxed. If you haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time. Hit that subscribe button, tap the bell so you never miss a story, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Stay with me until the end. There's still more to enjoy, and your support means the world." He turned slowly to face her, uncertainty etched on his face. "Emily, I know we haven't talked in a long time, but I'd like to," she began, her heart racing. "There's so much I want to tell you. I'm proud of you," he interjected, emotion brimming in his voice. "I'm proud of the climber you've become. I never wanted to hold you back." With those words, the wall between them began to crumble. They spoke together, sharing the fears they had held on to for far too long. They climbed the metaphorical mountains that had kept them apart, seeing the view clearly for the first time. As the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting vibrant colors across the sky, Emily realized this was it, the summit they had both been aiming for. It was a journey of healing, trust, and rediscovering love, woven together like the roots of the trees that surrounded them. In the weeks that followed, the relationship between Emily and David continued to strengthen. Conversations grew deeper, and she began to understand where her father had been coming from all those years. He shared stories of his own struggles with loss and the weight he felt as a climber. Together, they began to heal. With the support of her friends, Emily continued to mentor Marco, Sarah, and Tom. Each of them flourished, harnessing their newfound confidence and skill. They embraced climbing not just as a sport, but as a way to connect with themselves and with each other. Another competition approached, and this time, the atmosphere filled with joy instead of anxiety. Together, the team climbed during weekends, laughing and sharing moments that turned their struggles into reports of strength. As Emily stood at the base of another cliff one bright Saturday morning, she took a deep breath and felt the exhilaration of possibility within her. She had become so much more than just a climber. She had become a leader, a friend, and a source of inspiration for others. "Are you ready?" Marco asked, peeking out from behind her. Emily smiled back, looking up at the summit above, ready to tackle the next challenge. Always. Together, they began the ascent, each hold a testament to their growth. A reminder that while the mountains would always stand before them, it was the journey and the people they shared it with that truly mattered. Months passed and seasons changed, but the bonds forged in the pressure of climbing outlasted any challenge before them. They participated in more competitions, but camaraderie always prevailed over rivalry. Emily's leadership role blossomed within the climbing community, where she became an advocate for nurturing young talent and supporting aspiring climbers. And so, the spirit of adventure didn't just thrive in the heights of Summit Ridge, but resonated throughout their lives. I hope you're enjoying the story so far and feeling more relaxed. If you haven't subscribed yet, now's the perfect time. Hit that subscribe button, tap the bell so you never miss a story, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Stay with me until the end. There's still more to enjoy, and your support means the world.